Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And yes, family, you're on with Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis. We are the kings of Pan-Africanism and Nationhood. Yes, good day, my brother Kala. Good day. I know you're always ready and excited. You look,
Always, man.
I'm sure you had a beautiful day.
Oh,
I
I
was
had
gonna
love.
say, I had a beautiful day until you sent me that video and ruined my day. So thank you a
Yeah,
lot.
sorry about that, man. But like I said, Negroes, man, Negroes. That's why we do the show, man. Negroes.
Hey, these guys never miss an opportunity to embarrass the rest of us that are out here working hard and everything and trying to
Yeah.
build Black power, Black organization, and working with our own people. So, family, if you see people out there running their mouth and they're not working with other people to build something for the future of us and the future of our children, be careful of them and keep away from them and stop empowering them and stop, stop. I'm trying to remember that word. Stop.
Boosting them.
Support. Stop. It, it's not encourage either. I'm trying to find that other word. I'm trying to figure it out later.
Stop elevating them.
Yeah, and it literally all mean the same. But it's just that one word that I just can't remember. But literally, family, let these people prove to yourself that they are dedicated to you and that they are about you and they're about us. So let me bring up our topic, my good brother. That's it right there, family. No honor amongst thieves, only treachery and treason instead of African nation building and Black power. And family, that is real. And as you know, we break down the Afrikstan Analysis because it's all about nation building, nationhood. And before I get into it too much, what I want to do is I want to share with you our information, because I'm always talking about creating, building Black-owned business and supporting Black-owned business. Very important for what we're looking to do for the future, because it's a real and serious thing. Because instead of people out there just running their mouth off on YouTube, they need to go out there and build business and work with our people. And I was watching one of your favorite people on YouTube. Every minute they just, man, it's just sad. But nevertheless, family, we're going to get into a lot of that also. But we're here to represent the realness of us as a people, representing us doing good stuff and us about our business. And the big banner you see that say Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, that is what we're talking about. And we have to really just put that out there strong. That way we let people know that, hey, we're not here to clown around and play on YouTube. We do have to address certain things. So, we may go into a certain direction, but at the same time, too, these are things that has to be addressed. So let me pull up I'm going to go through the three businesses that we've been able to build. Always proud of what we've been able to build because this is a legacy I'm building for my family, my brothers and sisters, and our people in general. And this is the first business we built right here, family, from 2005. And this is Bomani Technology, technical service support and consultation. So family, when I'm talking about, literally, this is built in 2005, and it's been my part-time business, it's been my full-time business, it's been, things like that. So that's one thing when you're building multiple business, based on how times flow, it could just work either way. But the flexibility of being able to work with your own people and being able to build something unique, it's something incredible. And as we build future generations, our goal is to expand in these business enterprise and create more opportunities for our own people and be able to get our own people to understand, hey, we're smart, sharp people, so it's okay to get into the world of technology, engineering, the greater sciences, and us just being smart, sharp people. And so these are all of the things we provide, mainly this technical and business services. But I'm one of the people back in the days, it was just a beautiful energy. And that business literally started from based on the fact that I did aircraft maintenance from 18 to 28. So I built that experience in troubleshooting. And when you talk about technical systems, troubleshooting, so most of the time people just randomly call here and they don't be calling me for the easy jobs, which is fine because I love the easy jobs, but they call you for like the hard, back-breaking technology troubleshooting jobs that you literally have to, be the best at what you do. And that's what we are the best at what we do. We do specialize in definitely troubleshooting. So let me switch over to the next one as I briefly just go through these. And all my contacts is always available right below. You see the stream of all my contact information. So let me get to that wonderful business. And that's the next business right there. As you see the flyer, and also you see the link download. What you're gonna see is you're gonna see Egypt. Now, Egypt is literally not on here. But when you go to our website, africafortheafricans.org, and even you're on the main page, it will say coming soon. And that Egypt makes 8 countries that we have on schedule. So it's Liberia, Egypt, Rwanda, Senegal, Gambia, Tanzania, Egypt. I think I got Egypt twice, South Africa, and Ghana. Maybe I was excited when I put that up, but nevertheless, I'll let it flow for now and change it. So family, these are things that you don't just wake up one day and start doing. It takes you to build your professional career. You don't just roll into entrepreneurship unless you maybe have parents or family members or someone else that help you build your entrepreneurship. Just like I'm getting my son, he's 12 years old, and I'm trying to get him into building his entrepreneurship business, which is Bomani Technology, and get him infused into that world. So from generation to generation, we can just elevate our children to the level to put them in a position of leadership and put them in a position where they can start building something unique. So this is an incredible tour schedule. And yes, family, all these countries, with the exception of Liberia and Rwanda, we have done many times over, and I've visited many times over. And we have had highlights and videos and photos on our social network, and also our social pages, and also on our website. You see 16 years of documentation. And in the flyer itself, right here, you're going to see the last few journeys that we've taken, which is December 2022, Tanzania, November 2022. And then I just showed the last trip that we took to Senegal and Gambia, which was April 2021, and then South Africa, November 2019. Now, the only way you're going to be able to see all of the group pictures and all of the previous tours is if you're on our website and you scroll down, you'll see them in order. And what you'll see is 16 straight years of doing professional Africa tours and investment. We're talking about reconnecting over 600 of our brothers and sisters from the African diaspora to the African continent. And we have been able to even encourage and influence more people to live, do business, and make certain moves. And we have also, we've also basically encouraged and influence, that's the key word, influence a lot of other people to get into the world we're doing, and some of those other people we're partnering up with. So the business and energy that we're pushing out is about us working together, us building something special. And so I'm always telling you that the people that are on YouTube, run their mouth, ask them what they're building for us, ask them what they're doing to connect with us. And you can't just wake up one day, as I say, family, and let's get up and do this business. It takes years of experience. As a matter of fact, I put 2 hard work years in, from 2004 to 2006, before I even started any of our professional journey. And I even did a few samples in 2005 of just taking small groups of people that I used to work with there at the airlines here in Atlanta airport, some of my coworkers. So reaching out to our children, our younger generation, and let them know, do not take any shortcuts. Put the work in and build something powerful, and it will stand the test of time. And when I'm talking about 16 years, you talk to the professionals out there about keeping business going, and they'll tell you within a year, 2 years, most people are out of business, or the business collapse, or it doesn't progress. So this one, not patting ourselves on the back, but we're letting people know that we're dedicated to Black excellence to the highest level. So we're going to kick off this year with Senegal and the Gambia, March 30th to April 9th. So get myself ready to leave out in the next several weeks. Then once we finish that journey and we come back and get settled, we're going to do our most popular journey, which is Ghana journey. And this will be the 23rd version of our Ghana journey of a lifetime. 23rd, 23. That's from 2006 to now. And this journey is set for May 24th to June 5th. And when you're on that journey, we have an incredible business investment conference, and also we give a full tour of our Black Star Pan-African community in Jahadzi. So when we're talking about Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour, that's exactly what we set it up for, from the business conference to the land tour, to also sharing powerful information with you to make sure that you don't ruin your life trying to move to Africa, to make sure that you're well prepared and well organized. So an introduction journey like a tour helps, especially when we have people from the African diaspora that lives there in Ghana actively now, and then we have Ghanaian business people that we've been around, and we all telling our members, hey, these are our people here on the ground, and these are my best consultants. If you need anything done, reach out to them, and let's make it happen. But instead, sometimes people run off and deal with other people. And when you do that, we can't keep those people accountable. And then our summer journey is set for Rwanda, July 20th to the 30th. Then Tanzania, November 16th to the 27th. And then we're going to close out the year in South Africa and start the year in South Africa. So that's December 24th to January 4th. And then we're going to set off 2024 with our incredible Liberia, March 29th to April 9th, Journey of a Lifetime. And this is a journey that me and Kala has worked together on to put together. I work with his tour guide that he has there in Liberia, and we put a nice setup together to where all of the information is well documented on the website, and we're pushing out other videos, and we're doing interviews with other people from Liberia, and we're gonna really just put a whole lot of work into this, because the goal is to make Ghana and Liberia our key countries for repatriation, business investment, nation building, and reconnection. The other countries I have is basically roots and culture tour, but we do have people that can help you get set up in the country. But there's only so much country we can do. There's only so much things that we can do, because it's a lot of work. So we've been able to build a nice connection in Africa where we have incredible, wonderful people that we're working with, and also people that we're working with here, especially the people who have reached out and or travel with us, and this showed us nothing but love, especially the people who travel with us and they reach back out and they tell all their friends, their family members about what we're doing. So appreciate everybody that have traveled with us, that support what we're doing and show us love. And the next business, and also family, as you see, this page has a nice Facebook link, YouTube link, Instagram. So that's where your pictures and videos are. And I'm all about documentation. Like I tell people, like people ask for receipts nowadays, or people say, show me the money, show me the documentation, show me what you're doing, or even better way, show me what you have done for your people lately. And then the last business that I just built the last few years ago, I'm gonna pop that up right now. And family, and that is a wonderful Black Star Pan-African community. And this is something that we started building from September 2019. And you can remember what happened in the year 2020. It was this whole COVID energy. And family, from keeping this business going to still keeping the Africa tour business going, we never let anything stop us. Because when you're building Black enterprise, or just when you're doing certain things, you're gonna have to go through your trials and tribulations. You're gonna have to go through certain peaks. But what I'm always telling everyone: stay strong, stand the test of the time, and also be tactical, be strategic. Put together game plans, winning game plans of how we can make things happen. Because nothing is ever easy. And you're talking about an enterprise that we build here from America, and then we're making it operate there in a country like Ghana. So I have, from our attorneys to our consultant to our surveys and other people that we have, we diligently always working on this to make sure that it works. So I'm always telling anyone, if you're interested in what we're doing, we do have 15 acres, 1 or 2 more lots left out of the 50 lots, but we have a full big 60 acres that we're looking to. The first thing you want to do is literally just basically clear the land, because it is you're talking about an area where it's just untapped land. So you got to clear it out and you got to set it up. So we have nothing but documentation on our Facebook page and our YouTube page that shows the great energy of what we've been doing for the last 3 years plus in building this energy. And the main picture that you see, that's That's me and our vice president, and that's the house that we have running as our business house and also office there in Jahadzi, and that represent how we run our operations there. So we are very tactical and very organized to make sure you let you know that this is Black excellence to the highest level. And I'm always telling anyone if they want to work with us to help us take this to another level, we're always open, you know. But we've been able to build this energy real good. So when you go on the land itself, you'll see houses going up, you'll see this active work going up, and we have active staff and people that we have in the country, from the people who clear the land, work on the land, people who operate as security, or the people who even operate as assistant and staff members at our office. So you're talking about three enterprises that we're built, and very proud to say that we're dedicated to us. And as long as we keep working together as a people, we can elevate what we're doing to another level. So think about your children, think about our children, think about the future, think about our people, and think about what we must do. Because in a town like this, with all this land that we have, we can take it to the next level. And for me personally, the next level is building Black African infrastructure, like my brother Kala Genesis always lay out, BAIO, and that is real, because you cannot build nothing without infrastructure. So what we have to do is learn to just come together and come up with game plans on how we can get this money in America and use that energy to make things happen in Africa, on the African continent in general. And this is just a glimpse of our 15 and 60 acres. And some of these pictures are older pictures. I would be updating some new pictures and creating some new documentation. But when you actually see some of the modern day footage or updated footage, or when you actually take a look at the land, you see these houses right here. These are actually completed now. So don't want to get into a whole lot of these things, because we have specific conference calls for our Africa tours and investment and presentation. And also we have specific conference calls and other presentations for our Black Star Pan-African community. But I always want to showcase and share these things to let everyone know that we're not just up here running our mountain just talking. We're really entrepreneurs, we're really about our business, and we're really dedicated to our people. And I wouldn't have been able to do all three of these businesses if I didn't have that love and energy for our people. Because before these three businesses started, I had two other beautiful careers. I was a professional aircraft technician in the U.S. Navy, and then I was a professional aircraft technician with my FAA license, as an A&P mechanic, or airframes and power plant technician. And that course and that testing is no joke, from oral, practical to written exam. I remember sweating when I was in my early 20s, but I made it, and I got this wonderful position here working with the airlines in Atlanta, Georgia, at the airport. So that's two professional careers that built over a period of time. And literally, it came to the point when I started building these businesses, especially when the Africa for the Africans business started taking off. I was in a position where I was limited, and I had to just give up certain things. And the last few years, I remember just working, doing contracts. And I would literally just work my contract for 6 months at the airport, and then work 1 or 2 tours. And I don't know how I did it, but I did it for 2 years. And you do miss that contract money, because that's basically saying that you made, for working 6 months, you made the salary of a year, and then you can do your other business. And then now we started adding other countries and started expanding and started, building this operation. So, you have to ultimately let it go. So, because you can't do all of these things, it will kill you. So that's our dedication, family. We're all about our people and our business, and encourage the rest of us to do the right thing, do the smart thing, build your career, put the work in, and do not take any shortcuts, because shortcuts are gonna take you on the wrong path, and that's not something that we want to encourage our younger generation to do. We want to encourage them to do some of the wonderful things that Kala Genesis is about to break down and tell you to do the right thing as a people. So family, anyone is interested in any of the things we do, my information is below, and you can just always reach out to us. My brother, Kala Genesis, good day, good day.
Good day.
Yes, brother, you see the topic right there. No honor amongst thieves, only treachery and treason instead of African nation building and Black power. Now, you're the one that encouraged me on that topic. So appreciate it. So now share with the people why this topic and why why this layout.
Okay. I was doing some soul searching this past week, right? And I've always known this, but it's abundantly clear to me. When I think about that image of Patrice Lumumba being tied up by people that trusted him, like that he trusted, and hand him over to the CIA, to the white man, which he died and was brutally killed in jail. And he was a friend of Mobutu Sese Seko, you know? Same thing with Kwame Nkrumah, his top people, right? For the right amount of money while he was on a diplomatic mission to the Arab world. There was a coup engineered by the CIA. Okay? Same thing that happened with Thomas Sankara, Amilcar Cabral, right? Every last single leader, right, that was taken down. Before I continue that, let's talk about Malcolm X. Malcolm X was killed by black people, you know, by the one guy that killed Malcolm X still alive, I believe. He works in Newark, New Jersey. He was one of the ones that killed. Why that dude is walking around breathing, you know, I have no idea.
Make no sense.
And then, right, when we talk about treachery and cowardice in the black man, right, you got people like Dick Gregory, Malcolm X called a clown before. You know, they were friends. He was talking about calling him a clown. Buffoon rises to a leadership, you know. And Dick Gregory said a lot of good things, like who the hell was Alex Haley? He said a lot of good things. But he gets up there in the later years, right, and says, well, the way he was shot in the Audubon, he wasn't there. He said, so in other words, with hundreds of people in the Audubon ballroom, right, some white man sneaked in, shot Malcolm X one night, and the guys that rushed the stage shot him had blanks in their guns.
Wow.
This is what I'm talking about.
Now repeat who said that so we're clear.
Dick Gregory.
Are you talking about a clown comedian?
Yeah.
Go figure.
You know? But this is what rises to, this is what I'm seeing now in the Pan-African movement, right? Freaking outright clowns, right? Or rising to prominence and popularity, right? People who don't know anything. You cannot call yourself a Pan-Africanist if you're not a black liberation. It's all about liberation. If I don't hear you mention the term black liberation, black power, then you are not a real Pan-Africanist, you know? Because if you can't be a Pan-Africanist and think that the world order that we're living under should stay the same, the world order has its foot on our necks. And it's going to continue to try to destroy us, right? And you have to choose what side you're going to be on. Are you on the side of liberation, which means it's going to be confrontation with the people who are trying to destroy us, who are trying to keep the status quo, or you are with us, you know? Black liberation, right? And black consciousness. To all the time remember, before you are African American, before you are Jamaican, before you are Nigerian, you're black, and we're part of this global black struggle for nationhood and the Afrikstan, the ideology of black people being totally independent and free. Right now, there are no black people on this planet that are free. Okay? We're bound by debt. We're bound by poverty. We're bound by violence. We're bound by strife, you know, bickering back and forth and everything. And I said this years ago. I said, eventually, if we don't really get focused on nationhood as the end goal and forget all this petty stuff like this, you know, like people say, oh, you try to build the BAIO is just a means to an end. If the BAIO is not about ultimately liberation and nationhood, then it's no use. That goes for any organization. If what you're doing is not trying to unify and build for our people, then it's no use. You might as well scrap it. So I say this to say that, like I said, all the stuff that we see right now, the treachery, the biting back and forth, the egos, and the stuff we think is cool is not cool. It's not about what we're supposed to be about. We're supposed to be about liberation. If you're not about liberation, then you're not doing anything to help our people and unify our people and build with our people. And back to Patrice Lumumba, you know, you have people now, right, that inbox me all the time. Kala, man, you know, we got to get Paul Kagame, blah, 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 and all this kind of stupid shit like this, you know? And I'm saying, and these are people who call themselves, I'm a Pan-Africanist. I understand. They talk about quoting quote Malcolm X and all stuff like that. And they're Congolese people, right? Yet, I had never heard them talk about the Belgian. I never hear them talk about King Leopold. In fact, in America, I never hear anybody talk about right now in the state of Mississippi, the racists are taking over black districts in Mississippi and stripping black people out of their constitutional political right to power. And they're basically making white people basically immune from any sort of black prosecution or arrest or anything like that in states like Mississippi. Same thing they did in D.C. when they created a D.C. control board. Remember they took D.C. away from Marion Barry when he got reelected. Remember that? Remember that back in the days? You know?
I want to say that was in the 90s, right?
That was in the 90s, yeah. So what we have right now in this culture, right, is still the idea that black people, right, are less than, are subhuman, or less than white people, whatever. While they tell us that, oh yeah, we're all Americans and all stuff like that. America is the only country in the world, right? And America has its good points and bad points and everything. I'll admit that, right? But America is the only country in the world, right? Will send somebody overseas to die in their wars, right? And the same person, when they come back, right, want to lynch them, want to kill them, you know, in their uniforms. Don't give a damn. Say, okay, I believe in America, I'll be America. It does not matter. If you're not white in America, you mean nothing to these people. All these black people that call themselves black conservatives and everything think they're doing the bidding of white people, and they think they're helping black people, helping white people crush us and everything, and malign us and everything. These people, all they do is sit around and just denigrate our culture, denigrate black people, and serve us up to white people and tell, look, I'm different from these Negroes. I'm different from this person, right? Black people are bad and everything. I'm good and everything. They come here preaching to us what we already know. Majority of black people are law-abiding, hardworking people in America. Serious. Right? If you know your community, right? If you know your people, you know that for truth, right? That's why I'm so glad Michi X, she really gave it to O'Shea Duke Jackson.
Whoa.
She ripped him to pieces. She defended era Detroit, and I support those brothers in the era. I've been knowing about them since I started on Blog Talk Radio. You know, these guys are real guys that get out in the community, that just like the Detroit 300, and protect their community because they love their community. Make no mistake, there are still black communities in America. You know, Detroit may have a high crime rate, but there's still black families there. There's still married black families with aunts, cousins, grandparents, everything, with family reunions and all stuff like that. We're not going to use Pan-Africanism or this fake Pan-Africanism to destroy the what Black America has built over the centuries in America. You know, we're here to protect our posterity, protect our people in America, and we're trying to protect our people when they venture onto the motherland. You know, that's what we're about today. And we're not going to tolerate treachery from Africans. We're not going to tolerate from people who call themselves ADOS or whatever you call yourself and everything. If you're trying to undermine what we're doing, you're against us. So what I'm trying to say tonight is this. You know, we have this thing in Black America. And I'm almost shocked at some of the stuff I see. I see women was celebrating when this Kyrie Nichols was killed. No way for real. Guess this. I sent it to that girl Ches, whatever her name is, right? She does a show, beautiful sister, right? And Paris Milan had 3,000 people in her chat, and they'll say he deserved what he got because he made some comments about black women like 10 years ago when he was young, and they'll say
that justify him to be
this is what I'm talking about. You know, this is what I'm talking. Social media has people talking reckless. You know, that justifies this brother losing his life. Or people, black women shouldn't care because and then mocking his mother, saying like, "Oh yeah, this ain't no thing." Well, anyway, I sent it to her, right? And she said, "I don't know who Paris Milan is." I said, "Look, you gotta know who she is. She has a bigger following than Cynthia G." So anyway, the next day she picked it up and did a live stream on it. She was just basically tearing her apart. We need more black women defending black men, just like we need more black men defending black women. You know, we are not basically anti-black women. You know. If you want to go overseas, you say the dating scene is too much for you here in America, and you want to get your passport, that's fine. But you do not have a right to tear down our mothers, our sisters, our aunties and grandmothers and everything who basically birthed your black ass, you know, and took care of you all these years, you know, by what you see on social media, you know. We stand behind our women in America, and the problem in America is black men haven't stood up and being men. And we came together as black men to start building businesses, building industries, and get our egos. And then in our culture, we have to basically, I'm going to segue into, you're going to see where I'm coming with this, Bomani. The brothers out there that basically that achieved and got the MBAs, they got the education, everything. Why are they being demonized? You know, why are they being demonized? Why don't we rally behind those brothers, and when I get behind them, bring them back into the fold, say, brother, you're part of us, you know? And those brothers see that there's people that can protect them, that they can fellowship with, then they're going to want to invest in our culture, as our community. Then they're going to want to open businesses and everything. Then they're going to want to basically give jobs and stuff like that to the youth and everything. And then when the black women see black men making moves like that, they're going to say, you know something? I want to get behind these brothers, you know? I want to get behind these brothers. These brothers are strong. They're not waiting for, they're not asshole personally. They're doing what they're supposed to do. And when you start doing what you're supposed to do, women naturally fall in line. But the black man in America doesn't want to do that, right? We want somebody to invest in our dreams and complain when somebody don't give enough donations and whatever like that, whatever it is. Instead of going out there working and building yourself and doing what you have to do and building industry and learning how business really works in the world. Instead of complaining about, oh man, capitalism and all stuff like that, learning how money works, learning how business works, learning how to save and invest and build. You got brothers doing that, right? But when those brothers do that, right, do you see people saying, you know something, yeah, we got these young brothers open this business. I just put a thing up with these two sisters own this whiskey, right? They did $100 million in sales. You would think that would be on every person who calls themselves a Pan-Africanist YouTube page. Look at these sisters. Look at what they did. I did, you know, because I'm proud of that. And the bottom line is I'm proud of that because I want Pan-African nation to be about black people winning, black people succeeding, black people basically saying, I know all the cards are stacked against me. I know this country's racist. I know all this stuff like that. I don't get a fair shake. But in spite of that, in the spirit of my ancestors, we're going to win anyway. We're going to fight to the end to make this work. Those are the black people who are winning in America. They're not sitting around crying and whining about what they don't have and what they can't build and everything. And then when they don't have it and when they see somebody else do it, they want to try to create some alternative motives. Oh, it must be because white people are behind it, blah, blah, blah. They always put their freaking nonsense behind it. Same thing that goes on in the African continent, right? Anytime a leader stands up and basically tell people how it is and how it should be and everything, there's always some backstory. Oh, well, you know, he's an agent. He's this, he's that. And you're like, no, because he's doing something. He's showing you that it could be done and everything. And because you're lazy, right, you use your laziness as an excuse for failure. It's an excuse for not doing anything. And then when you ask what's going on, oh, the white man, everything like that. Well, how are the Lebanese able to come to Africa and get this stuff done? How are the Chinese able to get this stuff done? How do all other people get stuff done? Well, they've got back in the background. You got every freaking excuse in the world why you're not doing it. And then when somebody black does do something, right, you want to try to undermine it. You want to try to cast aspersions on it, you know? Well, what are you doing? Aren't you guys gentrifying in Ghana? Aren't you guys doing this and everything? Aren't you being a capitalist and everything? Aren't you joining this exploitation, whatever like this? It's always something treacherous. It has nothing to do with that person being really caring about people. You don't really care about people. All you know is that as long as there's black misery and everything, you're gonna make sure everybody that misery spread around and that everybody is suffering and everything because you don't want to do anything. You don't want to believe in it. When somebody does something good, somebody is building something, you want to basically take shots and make it seem like they're doing something wrong. So we talk about the treachery in the black community. Why is that? See, there's a difference between treason. Like I remember, I really wanted to talk about treason. I think that was the title. Is that the title, treason? I wanted to talk about the difference between treason and treachery. Okay. Treason is when, we get treasons in there. Okay. Treachery and treason, two different things, okay? Treason is when you knowingly are part of a country, society, and everything. You are benefiting from that society, and you basically are protected by that society and everything. And you go and do something to undermine that society. You give up secrets or whatever, you spy or whatever like that for another entity, right? And then they hold you treason. That's a capital offense because you did the ultimate. You put the society that you came from in jeopardy. There's no forgiveness for treason, okay? Treachery is a little different. What you have in the black world is treachery. The treason requires that we have a covenant. We have an agreement. We have something binding, right? We're part of this entity. You know, we voluntarily were born into, or we decided to do something together. And we're all linked together by blood, by common history and everything. This is our land. This is our thing, right? We understand that. And treason comes when you decide that what you are is not good enough. So you go to another side and try to work and undermine what you were born into. Let's say a perfect example of treason would be a white person in America who basically given all the privileges and everything that America does for the average white person, right? Let's say this person comes from a rich background, like the Rosenbergs. The Rosenbergs were accused of giving nuclear secrets to the Russians, and they were tried, found guilty, and executed. The Rosenbergs were prominent people in America. America had given them everything. Well, black people, for the most part, a lot of black people, it's a little different, right? We basically have never really had, even though we give allegiance to this country's never given allegiance to us, right? So we could probably get away with some things that a white person can't get away with. When that white person does that, right? And it's just like that guy, John Walker Lynn, who they found in Afghanistan, who was on the battlefield. He was an American who became a jihadist. And he started fighting against the United States. And I realized at that time, right, that in spite of everything in America, they got this guy's a treason. He's a traitor. He's a treason. He committed treason. I think he got life imprisonment. That's what treason is. Now, treachery is different. Treachery is what black people have. Treachery is the fact that when you have African countries and everything, I'm going to use Africa as an example, right? The majority of people really don't believe in the country. You know, they're more tribal. You know, when a lot of these countries were, for the most part, were founded by Europeans and handed over to Africans. The idea of being loyal to a nation state, a republic, is basically alien to the African mind. So therefore, you don't have the same allegiance because the state, for the most part, don't exist for you. You realize you're in a country called Ghana or whatever like that, but your day-to-day life is not tethered to what happens to this republic. So therefore, when in Africa, what you have is treachery. People will basically, somebody gets elected. If you don't like that person, or if somebody comes to you and says, oh, I'm going to give you some money, you work on our interest. Same thing happened in Liberia. Let me narrow it down to Liberia. What happened? The coup in 1980 was not treason, it was treachery. You had people that were from different tribes and everything that were led to believe that the people who were more prominent in Liberia were the people who came from America. So they had no sort of allegiance to the country called Liberia. They come from different tribes and everything like that, and they were just now becoming assimilated for the most part in the country. So therefore, people like Samuel Doe, Keopar, Charles Taylor, and all these other people, they were easily basically conned into believing that this country was illegitimate. It does not have, my ancestors weren't at the writing of the Constitution. My ancestors were this. So therefore, treachery was more appropriate to this. They basically killed President Tolbert in his sleep. They came and murdered this man in his sleep, and then rounded up top government officials for no reason, and executed him on a pole in 1980, in April of 1980. Now, what this was had nothing to do with treason. It has to do with treachery, because there was no allegiance to, even though they were in the military. Salute the flag absolutely means nothing. Just like people who join an organization, join something, right? And you tell them, right? Okay, you join this organization. You believe in a member. You've been initiated. Do you swear to be a loyal member of this organization? You swear to be a member of this fraternity. You swear to do this. You swear to uphold the law and everything. Your oath and your word is your bond, right? When you take that oath, you take that thing saying that I swear I want to do this, right? Then when you go against that, that's treason. But when you have no allegiance whatsoever to a cause, and this is what's going on in the Pan-African Black world right now. People have no oath. They have no allegiance to nationhood. They have no allegiance to the nation building process and everything. So every time you look around, they're trying to undermine and be treacherous towards what we're doing. So I don't call it treason when people try to sell us out and people like that. I call it treachery, because most of these people really don't believe in this movement. You know, they don't believe in this movement. They want to undermine and they want to do stuff like that just because somebody else is doing something that they don't agree with. And basically, we go look at some of these people tonight. You know, if you don't agree with what somebody's doing in a movement, right? I don't agree with this person, whatever like that. But I wish them all the luck in the world. Let me give you a perfect example. Umar Johnson, right? I never contributed to a school and everything like that. But I'll tell you, right? Like, people want to support him and they believe in that. Hey, fine, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I'm not going to sit back and be like, man, let's do something against his school. Let's say that's treachery. If he believes that and he got people believing him and whatever like that, that's on them. That's not going to stop Bomani and Kala and all of us at BAIO from doing what we're doing. If he does what he does, that's fine. You support him and everything. But I would like Dr. Umar to have that same consideration, to other people. Just because somebody's not doing what you're doing, right? Don't mean that they're no good and that they're the problem in the community because they have an MBA, because they bought a nice house and they basically are living their life. They're raising their family and everything. And because the community is falling apart and everything, because they didn't make those children. They didn't make those mothers single mothers and everything. They're taking care of their responsibility, doing what they have to do and everything. So you leave those brothers alone. You don't put the bad name on the people. And this is what we do in the Black community. We put, every time somebody's doing something in our community, we want to bash them. Now, I do say that you could legitimately say that's not Black power, that's not thing, that's fine. But I'm not going to ever say somebody who's out there making music, making stuff like that, or a sports star making money and everything like that should not exist. I'm concerned about what I'm doing in the community, what I'm doing in the Pan-African world, and what I'm building. Now, if somebody doesn't want to be a part of what I'm doing, I have no problem with that whatsoever. If somebody says, something, I hear you call it BAO, but I can't support that. That's fine. That's the thing. I'm not going to call you names. I'm not going to say you're treason because you didn't project any loyalty to me. Now, if you came into my fold, my organization, and everything like that, and you stuck around for a while, then you start going around trying to undermine what I'm doing, that's treason. Because I let you in. I took you under my wing. I basically got some allegiance with you. I opened myself up to you. And then you come back and you try to undermine what I'm doing and everything. That's treason. Treachery is basically people who do not, for the most part, believe in what you're doing. And they stick around and they're trying to freaking undermine what you're doing just because they're jealous, just because they're jealous or envious. Now, there's a lot of people in the Pan-African world, for the most part, I support. I support your YouTube channels. I support your stuff like this and everything. But, sometimes and everything, and I want to say this really carefully, right? Sometimes me, everybody else, we need people checking each other, and that goes for me too. Sometimes I think we go a little too far when condemning our people. We go too far in chastising our people. And what we forget is the fact that we're all still living in a system that's not designed for us, that was never made for us and everything. And so we want to hold our people to some unrealistic expectations. We're taking on the white man's view of Black America. The white man's already absolved himself of any sort of responsibility of the condition our community finds itself in. He burned our cities, our towns, everything like that, right? Redlined us, segregated us, did everything he can to humiliate us, didn't give us money for education, everything, did all that. So we're coming into a thing barehanded, trying to get our people in order. Where we get offered the worst jobs for the worst pay, no union, whatever like that. And still, we managed to pull something out of nothing. But instead of people recognize that, right? That's what me a keeper. See, I understand why our people are all think the way they do. I understand why our people don't trust the police. I understand why people are apprehensive towards white people in this system in America and everything. I understand. I even understand why our people don't trust capitalism. Okay, I understand that. So it's up to me to make people understand what the benefits are and everything. If they don't accept it, that's fine too. But what I'm not going to do is basically tell my people that they're stupid because we don't have what white people have. White people have every reason to believe this system works for them. And when you and when you forget that, right, and start judging your people based on, and you forget our history, and our history is very important. We're only a few generations. We're only 2 generations removed from Jim Crow. The generation before that was only a couple of generations removed from chattel slavery. And in all that, we're still trying to struggle. We're still trying to find ourselves. We're still trying to find out who we are as a people. And so therefore, what we want to do is basically give our people what? The benefit of the doubt. Now, it does not mean that we go along with all the foolishness and everything in our culture. No. We have people out here in our community that every day work against violence and stuff like that, but is it reciprocated? You have a brother out there that was in Philadelphia and says, I want to help the community. He loves the city of Philadelphia. He gets his car shot up. Right in Chicago, several community activists were killed, gunned down in broad daylight. I knew a brother back in what year was this? 2010, 2011, right? He was a new Black Panther brother. Him and I used to debate all the time. He wanted, he was part of the Republic of New Africa thing. They wanted to take over all these states, and it died right after he was murdered. It died. The movement died. And he wanted to say we should take over all these states in the South and everything. I said, man. The white people control the infrastructure. We never did. We used to go back and forth all the time. Kala, man, we should go to Africa. We could build right here. We could build right here. We could do it right here. And he got killed. He's always patrolled his community and everything like that. And it broke my heart when I got the news that he was murdered, in an altercation. He was shot. He was gunned down in an altercation, trying to help some females or break up a fight or something like that. He was murdered. So therefore, we have people out here in the community that love the community, that's doing the right thing, as everything like that, right? So we're not all sitting around doing nothing. And as people try to judge us, everything, there's people in all the communities here where I live at and everything that are working to try to do things and do the right thing and everything. But they're not on YouTube. They're not on social media. Nobody's giving them praise. Nobody's saying, look at this group right here. They got an after-school mentoring program for boys and everything. I can't do much, but let me show this on my Twitter. Let me share this on Twitter. Let me share this on Instagram. Let me share this on thing. But as soon as somebody does something wrong, as soon as somebody basically is doing bad stuff or not, here we are putting it all on the thing. When are we ever showing Black people winning? We'll say this is Black excellence. This is who we are. So it gets to be to tell me that as a lot of people in the conscious community, so-called Pan-African community, don't believe in their people. They believe that their people are no good. They believe that people are rotten, and so therefore they're always showing the negative side of our culture. And so therefore, I'm saying that if you believe in your people, right, you're going to uplift your people. You're going to say, hey, look, this is what we're about. This is what we're striving for. This is the face of Black America. This is who we are. And then we put that face of Black America on people. The people understand when they start talking about us and everything. They say these are the people who represent Black America. Right now, we don't have that. Right now, basically, the very worst of Black America is out there in the public. Right? We start off with arguments based on these people are no good, blah blah blah. We're doing this and everything like that. So therefore, when somebody comes and try to do the right thing, that's what happens. People automatically think it's negative. And I want to thank Michi X because she, and I love my brother O'Shea Duke Jackson, but she really put him in check about the mission of the New Era in Detroit. I think before we get on social media and before we make comments about movements and groups, we need to understand what these people are about. New Era Detroit is going around patrolling gas stations and places like that at night in the cold winter, and they've been deputized. They carry weapons, they got bulletproof vests and everything like that, and they're sending a message to the criminal element in our community. There's more smoke for regular, ordinary Black people in our culture than we do about the criminal element. The criminal element is grown, it's destroying Black communities. Every time I look around, every time there's a shooting, you know what people say? I'm moving out. I had enough. And then what happens is white people start buying up the property, right? And the same people basically who didn't do anything to stop the crime or whatever like that, like New York, why are people moving out of the community? You moving out in the suburbs. What are you doing out in the suburbs and everything? Well, they're moving out in the suburbs because nobody in the community is doing anything. And so therefore people move out, and then the white people move in and say it's being gentrified. It's a vicious circle that keeps going round and round. You don't want Black people to have any protection, because if you start basically protecting the Black community and you end up shooting one of these thugs and everything, killing them, they'll say you're trying to be like the white man. So if you're damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't. So New Era Detroit and people like that are really doing it because they're they're the real Black era. They're the real heirs to the Black Panther legacy. The Black Panther used to do that back in the days. They used to patrol the communities. They used to get drug dealers and all stuff like that off the streets, and they used to basically make sure that the people were safe. And with that, the people supported them. Let me tell you the difference what today is. Back in the days, I'm going to tell you before I go back to that. Back in the late 80s, right? There was an incident in Washington, D.C., where some Nation of Islam members, right, Fruit of Islam members of security, these guys are trained in martial arts and stuff like that, right? Basically rolled up on some drug dealers in D.C. and shut them down. They shut them down, and basically the Nation of Islam started winning contracts to patrol housing projects all throughout the United States. And what happened was the crime dropped. Why? Because we saw people out there, sisters, and Nation of Islam sisters, Nation of Islam brothers, patrolling the communities and everything. And they had the support of the people. People are thanking them. They're saying, thank you. I could walk home at night in peace. I don't have to worry about boys standing outside doing bad things and everything. And the Nation of Islam became heroes. So how do you stop that, right? How do you stop that? First of all, you basically you let the drug dealers. You tell the Nation of Islam, and it will happen. That one of the Nation of Islam people roughed up some drug dealer. Suddenly, the white man comes and says, "You overstepped your bounds." It's brutality and everything like that, right? So what happened was they lost a lot of contracts and stuff like that to do these housing. The criminals and everything came back. They gave it to a white company, and the criminals and everything came back. That wasn't even half of it, right? You know who the main problem with that was? Black people. There was a lot of Black people who were like, "Yo, we don't agree with this stuff. Blah blah blah. These people act like militants. They act like I don't believe in this stuff." And so the noise between Black people and then white people picked up on that and said, "Okay, we want to make the Nation of Islam and Farrakhan look bad and whatnot." So the loud, treacherous voices in our community destroyed that, and the thing went back to normal. Now you got high crime and all stuff like that in the community. People are like, what are we gonna do? Well, the Nation of Islam was able to patrol streets and everything, and now you got New Era Detroit, right? They're on a different level because they're in with the right people in the city of Detroit, and these guys are licensed to carry firearms. They're licensed to do professional patrol and stuff like that. And what happens is the crime, the guns, and stuff like that are ceasing to exist. Now, I ask you this question, right? How long will that last? Do black people deserve to live in peace? Do they deserve to live in peace? Do they deserve to have nice streets and everything like that where I have to worry about getting killed? Or the only time you should be living in peace is when you move into a white community? Because the people that want to say that this is my city, this is where I live, this is where my family live, I'm going to protect that. We should, at all times, we should give those people our full support. Do what you have to do to make sure that community is safe, because we don't want another community falling into despair. And because of the efforts of Detroit, the New Era Detroit, and these are working class brothers, they got jobs, everything like that, right? They're not doing this really for money. They got the contract, they're not making a whole lot of money. But I know I've done security before too. I did armed security, unarmed security. I did club security, I thought that. I know the feeling you get when people thank you for making them safe. If we basically had people like the New Era Detroit and places like O Block and stuff like that, and basically saying, look, you're not dealing with the white man, you're dealing with yourself. And the people make a choice between that chaos and this peace. The lower self will say, yeah, like that. But if you come in there and present yourself and say, look, we're going to turn this place around and make this a safe haven for our people and everything, the people will support you. And if people on social media got behind that and say, yeah, look what's going on in New Era Detroit. And Michi's comment section, I heard people say, man, we need that in LA. We need that. Everybody said, I wish they could come out to our city. The people want us men to step up and do something. The people want us men to be men. They don't want you giving yourself some accolade and you're not doing anything. So therefore, it's out there. Hey, Bomani, can you play that clip from Umar Johnson? And I'm gonna make a point about the violence. Philly hit a record last year in violence. Where was Umar Johnson?
Yeah, brother. People are gonna family. This one is a good one. This is a video that Kala sent me and messed my day up. And I think he does it on purpose so he can get me excited. But yes, let me load the video. All right. So we have. Let's see. We have it right here. So family, I just posted something. I said, please support the real black people who are dedicated to us and stop enabling these black devils and race trader. So earlier I was trying to find a word, and the word is enable. I know we said many words that was the similar words to it, but it's enable. And literally that's what we're doing, because the people will always have the power. And the same thing I tell people who are in countries, stop begging the government. You are the people, you have the power. That's why I always love and respect Marcus Garvey as one of our greatest Pan-Africanists, because Marcus Garvey had a party called the People Political Party. And that's what political parties should be. It should be about the people. So and this clown right here, if something, Ujo something, whatever. I'm not even gonna pronounce it properly. I'm gonna butcher the name. This is one of the people that I blame our people, because we're the ones that enable this person. As a matter of fact, even back in like 10, 15 years ago, we had nothing but love for this brother. And he literally went rogue on us to where he's disrespecting our Pan-African community and disrespecting the conscious community and disrespecting people like ourselves and disrespecting black professionals, which me and Kala represent black professionalism and black excellence. Kala, you ready for this, man?
Oh, yeah.
I don't blame the rappers. I don't blame the basketball players. I don't blame the football players. I blame professional black men who have abandoned the black community for a life in the suburb, even if he has a black wife. Even if he has a black wife, you're still in the suburb, far out of reach of the black boys who need you. And I don't think enough responsibility has been laid at the feet of black men for abandoning our women, our daughters, and our sons in the black community for a much more comfortable life in a white neighborhood.
Before I get into what I want to talk about in this video, I want to.
All right, I want to stop that, brother, before we.
Yeah.
I want to stop that before we get in. Let me actually. Was that clear, or do we need to play it back?
Because no, it was clear. It was clear. I'm pissed.
I mean, in less than a minute, he just literally destroyed all of us.
Basically said all the black men living in the suburbs, right? They got a house. I mean, bros, all the time. They got a house. They worked hard for this shit. They got a house. They got a mortgage, everything. They got their families and everything. So even if he's with a black wife, you live in the suburbs where not somehow everything in the community is for. Not the rappers, not the basketball. That's a direct shot at brothers who basically made it and did something with themselves. You know? We tell people to go out there, get your degree, get your education, buy a house, get married, do it. And now there's something wrong with that.
Yeah, serious, man. I enjoy the life I live. I left the hood at 18, and I've been living life good since then. And, you know, I'm a brother that's worked hard to build my career, and I deserve to enjoy certain things, and I'm dedicated to us. But sometimes I just don't get him. You know what I'm saying? This dude literally is like the princess of Pan-Africanism. Every time he come out with his little emotions, how about you try to work with some black people to help us be productive instead of talking down to us all the time? I mean, this clown literally get on the Breakfast Club and other places just because he have access to and talk down to us. You know,
I don't like black people talking down to us.
I'm sick of him, brother. From here on out, we got, you know, we literally just on him. We literally going.
And I hope somebody sends him this, right? It says Bomani and Kala do not like what you're saying. Send him this and give him my number. If you want to talk to me, we can talk. You know, because this is.
I'm ready for him to debate our best debater and our best scholar, which is
Kala Genesis. I would love to come on this platform and try me. You know, and so my point I'm trying to make with him is this. He says the black men and whatnot. I want to know where Umar Johnson was last year. He didn't say one thing about 500 murders last year in the city of Philly where he's at. Well, how come he's not out there in the streets in the hood being an example of what it was? He's running around on the Breakfast Club and all these other places like that, right? While he talks about the black men club. Why aren't you out there, Umar?
Well, he's always talking about, I'm about to go to Bermuda, I'm about to go to Japan, I'm about to go to this country.
Yeah, he's always in Japan, all these other places and whatnot. Why is he on the streets of Philadelphia?
I'm the best scholar and all that stuff. Hey, brother, check this out. If you are all of that, do like the great scholars do, make that money and then turn around and invest that money in the school and stop begging people for cash out. Be respectable. Be respectable.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
If you do at least all of that, shouldn't he be getting all kind of money? And why are you begging money for people to build school? Last I remember, I have 3 businesses. I never begged anybody for anything. I work hard.
Nobody gave me
shit. Money for my aircraft maintenance job and for my IT business, and I build what we have today as Africa for the Africans and Black Star Pan-African community. Last I remember, we didn't deal with donations or free anything. We literally got investors and we literally put our money where our mouth is and make moves. You know what I mean? So I want to know, why is this clown consistently running his mouth like he's somebody? And from here on out, we're done with him. We're shutting him down.
Yeah, we're done with him, you know. And the bottom line is this. And
he's
this is what I'm saying.
I mean, too disrespect, brother.
And that's what, even though I don't like Tariq either, right? But I don't see Tariq talking down to us like that, you know.
Oh, I got a whole lot more respect for Tariq Nasheed.
He don't talk down to us.
Well,
you know?
At least he collects money and get projects and get things done, and you know, at least he's able to just make some things happen. You can just say what you want to say about him. But last I remember, he's about 10 for 10 on his projects, whether his movies, his documentary, and things like that. So you know, I give him much respect and love. Now let me see someone like Umar Johnson with all that mouth and fire he has on himself to literally produce something. We have not seen him produce anything. This is somebody with the biggest mouth, run his mouth all the time, and never produce anything. Oh, support my school, do this for my. If you're so good and well connected, you should be having all kind of people giving you the real money, and that's cool. And whatever you're trying to do should be done. And the fact that he has not done that stuff shows that this dude is literally a fraud. And people like ourselves, we have no respect for him. And because what I'm gonna say again, I'm gonna put this banner back up again because this is the real stuff. You know what I'm saying? So family, please, please support the real black people who are dedicated to us and stop enabling these black devils and race trader, because that's what he is. He's a black devil and a race trader, and we're sick of him.
And also, he was Charlemagne the God. Isn't Charlemagne the God a millionaire or something like that?
I don't know.
No, Charlemagne's rich. Envy. Those guys got money. Those guys got money. They could have friggin' donated to his school, whatever like that. Get his thing off the ground or whatever like that. They could have gave him money.
Well, what about all his celebrity friends?
Yeah,
and the reason why they don't, because they don't have any respect for him. They know he's a joke, and the only reason why they bring him on the show because they know he's going to talk down about black people, and that sells.
And the whole thing is this: when you start, that's why he said, "I don't blame rappers," because he's looking for. Remember, he said, "I'm the Sean Carter of this." He's looking to make that connection with these rappers, Now he's trying to throw us under the bus, right? Because he's trying to get in with these rappers and to say that's what he thinks. That's what he's on his way to, And then when they reject him, he's gonna come back to us. Yeah, it wasn't y'all, these rappers, these entertainers that should have helped me and whatnot. Now, basically, he's trying to make it moves. He's trying to bully his way and browbeat his way into success. They're gonna be like, oh, I don't want Umar coming after me, man. So let me cut him a check and whatnot. That's extortion, And he's learning well from Jesse Jackson, all them back in the days. Jesse Jackson had the Rainbow Push Coalition. Basically, that was a shakedown thing, He go up there and say, the NFL don't have enough black coaches, and they give them money to quiet it down and go away, And
I remember he was hating on Deion Sanders because he went to get his money. Family, I'm always going to tell you, family, build your career, work hard, and go after what you need to get out. And once you get your money, support and do things with us as a people. As a matter of fact, Brother Kala, you've been in this game longer than myself and longer than many other people. Have you literally seen? I'm trying to remember what I was about to say. Have Umar Johnson ever said anything to you that you don't know and you didn't learn from other scholars? Because I got a whole bookshelf back here.
Mm-hmm.
I got a whole big bookshelf back here with books I've studied, and before that person ever was around, everything that he has said, I've learned from our great scholars. So we don't need people like himself to regurgitate and we need you to be active. We need you to be in the world of accomplishing things and not just talking. Like you mentioned, brother, doing and accomplishing is different.
Right. And also, like I said, Philadelphia had 500 murders last year, and not one time has Umar Johnson said anything about that. They're shooting guns at kids or carrying guns. Umar Johnson has not talked about. He'll talk about the reason why is because the black men ain't in the community and stuff like that. So we're the reason why there's guns all over the place and shooting and everything like that because we're not in the community. What about the dudes that made these children? Where are the fathers at? Where are the people, the families at? Where's the family structure at? And he's careful not to piss off his constituency. Now, I'm not going to be the one that blames single mothers and everything. I'm not going to do that, right? But we're not going to do that. So just because I say, look, you have the culture of baby mama culture. It's basically, you got young guys growing up in a house where they're pampered, spoiled, and everything. There's no men in the community to check these young dudes. You don't have. I remember watching this video a couple of years ago, right, where they was single mother, right, but the boy was like with some other boys who was getting in trouble stealing, right. Your unks rolled up. I know everybody saw that, right? The uncle rolled up, right, and the uncle looked like a thug his damn self, right. He came out here and said, "What the hell I hear about this?" Wow. Well, what the hell are you doing stealing? Said the mother was sitting there, the mother and the aunts and the grandmother, they can't do nothing because he's big, right? And uncle was like, I ever have to come over here again. You hear me? Okay, yeah. And you ain't gonna hang around them dudes no more, right? We don't have that in our culture no more. We don't have the unks. Before we was coming up, we had men that stepped in and checked the young guys and the people that were getting out of line. That's what's called love, real black love. You got men in the community and whatnot who basically did so. Now you got men. You don't got men. You got males. They'll sit there and they don't put their foot down because they don't feel like they're the man of this community, right? And this is what we have to build community. And like I said about Detroit, say what you want, you still got men in those communities, Say what you want. Detroit still got men, working class men and everything like that, that got families and kids and everything. They're not going to let their mothers and aunties go in and you shooting up their community. They're going to fight back. Just like you have the Detroit 300, we need more of that. We need more men say this. But you can't have a community where the women think they're going to run everything, right? And all they have to do is listen to somebody like Umar and thinking they're in charge. No, the men have to be in charge in the community because they're going to want to keep order in the community. You know, and so that's what we're talking about. So, and like I said, 500, Detroit hit a record, 500 murders last year. You know, I don't see Omar talking about that, you know, because he doesn't care. You know, you mean to tell me only time you care is when a white person kills you and whatnot, you know, or a white person shoots a police officer kills you, and then you want to talk about racism, white supremacy, you know, hustle shit. You know, that's the easy. Anybody can get up there and just talk about racism, white supremacy. Same thing with Jason Black. Oh, white race soldiers again. What about the Negro soldiers, right? The amount of the rappers, 300 rappers murdered. 3 rappers just found dead in Detroit in a house. You know, nobody's talking about it. You go to any YouTube channel and everything, all these people with so-called platforms, nobody mentioned this. You don't give a damn about black people. That breaks my heart. If you love your people, you care about things like this. See, if you don't have any love or any sort of empathy for your own people, don't call yourself a Pan-Africanist.
Absolutely. And then you don't call yourself no Prince of Pan-Africanism. How about you call yourself Princess? Because that's what you are.
Pan-Africanism. You know? The princess.
Let's get in this video, brother. You know, before we just go off too hard, man, because this dude, this is the second show we've done, and you send me a video that's literally got me off, man. But we have to talk about these things. Like, again, family, please support the real black people who are dedicated to us and stop enabling these black devils and race traitor like that clown we just played. So we're going to get back to the video because we have some more things to share. Let me close out some of these things here so you can see the screen better. And we're gonna run this one back one more time. This one deserves a playback.
I don't blame the basketball players. I don't blame the football players. I blame professional black men who have abandoned the black community for a life in the suburbs, even if he has a black wife. Even if he has a black wife, you're still in the suburb, far out of reach of the black boys who need you. And I don't think enough responsibility has been laid at the feet of black men for abandoning our women, our daughters, and our sons in the black community for a much more comfortable life in the white neighborhood.
Before I get into what I want to talk about in this video, I want to remind you guys of this oldie but goodie. You may not remember this one. Take a listen.
What do you think the challenge is that women are having, black women in particular, when it comes to becoming a wife?
Keeping it 100,
Yes.
there's not enough eligible black males who fit the needs of black women.
Ouch.
By the time you dissect the demographics of finances, sexual orientation, what you end up drilling down into, because black women tend to want to marry black men.
Right.
So black women are excelling. They're getting accelerated degrees, graduate degrees, doctorate degrees. They're starting businesses. Black women are running circles around men.
Circles.
And it's also shown in research that women want to marry on their same level of financial and educational status.
Yeah.
So if you're a black woman making $150,000 a year with a master's degree, you tend to want to marry a black man on that same level or higher. If black women are excelling at such an accelerated rate, how do men keep up with?
What do you think the challenge is that women are having?
If you may have heard this video before or not, but one of the things I think that's really interesting, especially when you hear all of this hate for passport bros and people are talking about how dare you go overseas and all that kind of stuff, is that you're kind of seeing like this kind of growing disdain for not just average men, but average men having standards, right? And on the other side of it, I think you're seeing on the women's side, you're just seeing that women just don't need average men. They don't need average men. As a matter of fact, I think you're starting to see that Western women just don't need marriage. Marriage is a luxury, as to the point where you don't need a man if it's just an average man. If you're going to get a man, get an extraordinary, almost a god of a fairy book type of guy. And if you can't get that guy, it's not even worth it. That seems to be the prevailing theme. And that's why I want to talk about the three ladies I want to talk about today. Know about Naomi Osaka announcing that she's having her first child, and she's a heartthrob, or she's or at least she was kind of the heartthrob of Japan, because she kind of bridged the gap, and she's really polite and nice and soft-spoken, but she kind of sort of broke one of the commandments of being a starlet in Japan, and that is you got to get married first. But we're seeing that there are some places that are not going to swallow the single motherdom whole like America does. And so I'm going to show you an example. And this is Isha Sise. She announced this, I think it was just yesterday, that she's a single mother at 47. Now, there are a couple of angles to this. The first angle is she was married. She was married. Now, I'm not sure what happened in their marriage, but for whatever reason, they divorced without having children. And just to get you an idea, she's absolutely stunning. I remember watching CNN several times, and I had to Google her because I was really struck. She's from Sierra Leone, and I think she was raised in the UK, I believe. I'm not too sure about that, but she has a really beautiful accent, just a stunning woman. And to see her get to 47, never have children, and then become a single mother. Now, the point of why this matters is because she has a nonprofit that's called Women Can Lead Everywhere, right? Or W.E Can Lead, or something along that line. And she's mentoring young girls across Africa. You can see I grew up with the sense that anything is possible. Quite simply, I believe I can lead. I want to foster that same confidence in other young girls. So serving girls in Sierra Leone and across the continent of Africa. So this is a whole group of young girls who have seen, Isha, be their mentor. And as a mentor, she does this. And this is very along the lines of what's happening in American culture, where, we just need the sperm from the guy. We'll take it from there. And you see that's what that's doing to the Black community. But what I find really interesting about the fact that her being such a prominent figure, she was on CNN for a good 7 or 8 years, CNN International, by the way. And for her to be this kind of starlet / role model, and to say, you know what, single mother, 47. This is making an impression on a large number of young African girls. And it's going to be very interesting to see how much of this modern way of looking at womanhood and pregnancy and marriage, and how, if marriage is actually necessary with a mother and a father raising the kids, how much that's going to spread through Africa. Because as I'm about to tell you, it's kind of a little bit of a different story in Japan. That brings me back to Osaka Naomi. Now, in the Black community, what she did in terms of just getting pregnant and not being married first, okay, it's not a big deal in Black America. The people are like, hey, great for her. We're so happy. You look in the shade room comments, she gets thousands of likes on the whatever. But here is a different story. People don't play that game the same way here. And I'm going to be frank with you. She lost money. She lost money doing this. I'm going to show you some comments on the message board that are going to kind of illustrate this. So this is a message board from Yahoo News. And, it's funny enough, Yahoo's still really big here. But it's talking about Osaka and announcing she's really happy, looking forward to it. Just a few comments, but people still comment this way. And I want to look at the comment that got the most likes. So here's a person saying, Naruhodo today, right? So I see. So she missed the tournament, then she announced the pregnancy, and then she's going to get married. That's what I'm thinking. And then he said, well, Junjo Gaku. So yeah, like the order is, it would be better if she did this in the opposite order of marriage and then get pregnant and then missed the tournament, right? And then the next comment is basically like my pace to get her. So she's kind of doing her career in the way that she feels is best for her or whatever. And it says maybe kind of like she's going to separate herself from people, or kind of she's not going to identify with her audience doing that by missing tournaments and, not really planning her life out in that order. Now, in America, we've grown so accustomed to single motherhood that people would race to the rescue and say, you guys, how could you think that way? But this country is not trying to have, listen, there are men in this country that are investing thousands of dollars in their young girls going to cram school and ballet and tennis and all kinds of stuff. The last thing that these men want from those women, those little young girls that they're investing in, is to see those girls pop up pregnant without, a commitment from a man who's upwardly mobile. They're not playing that feminism, new age family, give me the sperm and the resources and I'll take it from there. They're not playing that game. Women are lapping men and men got to catch up with women, just drop off the sperm and the resources. We got it. They're not playing that. They're not playing that game. And I'll be honest with you, people talk about passport bros and people going after guys or after ladies. One of the reasons why I passport bro is because, simply put, I want my daughter to grow up in a culture that marriage is the norm. It's not even the norm anymore in American culture. You just spit out babies now. And there is no culture on this planet that wants to mimic the situation in the Black community. Now, they will mimic our culture. They will mimic our dance and our athletic ability, but they're not trying to mimic our 3 out of 4 children being born out of wedlock. No upwardly mobile society is trying to do that. And to see women of this stature in Isha Sise and Osaka Naomi play the same feminism, broken family with kids out of wedlock game is dispiriting. But that's just where we are now. So when you see guys passport broing, a lot of guys are passport broing because of the culture, not just to get women.
Yeah, I want to say something. I got my good brother J Maul in the show tonight, right? And he's like, "Oh, young passport bro." I think people are looking too much into the brothers going overseas. Not that dude, whatever his name is, Hoffman, whatever. He's only 23, going over there, young. And when you're 23, all you think about is getting laid and everything. There's a lot of brothers. There's a cultural shift where a lot of brothers are actually going overseas, right, to be intimate. It's not even a lot of times people don't even understand. Is sometimes people want to have relationship with women outside of, sex, or just be with women, because nowadays a lot of Black women basically are like, they're paying you for your time. Say, Kala, so I'm gonna let that sink in for a second, and I'm gonna prove exactly what I'm talking about, right? Go on TikTok. You will have girls on TikTok, right? And basically, they've basically got 2,000 people watching them eat, watching them fix their hair. I love you, and then sending them flowers. That's money to them. When they buy the things, you could buy a rose and send it to her and everything like that. Oh, thank you and everything, or hit the likes and stuff like that. So them sitting there making a career. What do they need a boyfriend for? What do they need like that? So that's what we have. Women believe that your time is their time is money. It wasn't like before. So when you guys go overseas, you got the same caliber women who will sit there and talk to you and have a conversation with you, or just may go out and have a drink or something like that, or have a picnic with you, and they're not asking you for all your arm and leg. I had this one girl on TikTok the other day, and I watch TikTok a lot, right? She did a thing talking about women don't settle, right? And she was very pretty. She was very good looking. I admit it. She's good looking. And I told her, I made a comment to her. I said, look, sometimes women gotta manage expectations. And she was like, well, women should want what they want. I said, every woman is not going to get an NBA player. And she was basically telling women, don't settle, right? Don't settle. If he can't give you what your heart desires, you don't have to be with him. Don't let society tell you got to pick a guy because he's not what you want and everything. What if men were like that? You know, we want all women to be, you know, a certain body figure and everything like that. When, you know, women gain weight, they, you know, they don't look as attractive or whatever like that, which is most women, most black women, you know, they don't look like, you know, Halle Berry in her prime or whatever like that. What happened when men say, I only want Halle Berry, I only want Beyonce, I only want Nicki Minaj and everything like that? We get castigated, but women are free to say men aren't good because this. And also, a lot of these guys, they have money, right? They have a good job and everything, but because they can't give them that life, you know, that they see on television with the reality shows and stuff like that, the basketball wives, everything, you can't give them that life what they dream about. You're not worthy. You know, a woman's not thinking about, okay, man, me and this guy is gonna hit it off. We're gonna raise a family and everything like that. That's too much. It's like, why would I want to kids and everything like that? And then when they hit 40, they don't have no husband and everything, and they may racked up 2 or 3 kids and everything. Now suddenly they want this high value guy and everything. And then and a lot of you got women like with 4 or 5 kids thinking they deserve a high value guy. That's why they hated Kevin Samuels so much. You know, they said, look, you got 4 kids, you're overweight, you 40, you can't give out kids. What would a guy who got everything going for him want with you? And women basically are celebrating Kevin Samuels' death because he said the thing. And that's just the truth. You know, that's just the truth. And so what we have in our culture right now is, in all respects, is a man is still required to be a man. You got to provide. But at the same time, in our culture, women want to be equal partners, or they want to run the relationship, or they want to be in power, but they want the man to submit to them, and that's not working. And so this is what we have in our culture. You know, women have all these high demands, and like I said on my TikTok, I told the girl, I said, look, I wish you find who you're looking for. You know, looking for it. And she's telling other women, don't settle. And I told her, I said, look, you're a very attractive woman. You know, you're young, you're in your 20s, whatever. You're very attractive. You'll probably be able to get that guy you want and everything, you know. But you're talking to a bunch of women who think that just because they're a woman, you know, and now if she would have said, you know something, if you're a very attractive woman, you're right, hold out. I can see that, you know. You know, life is not fair, but these very attractive women could play that game. They could get the guy, whatever like that. They have more odds and more chances to get the guy they want. But when you're talking about women in general, right? You got a lot of women in general who should be just like, you know, that Rufus at the gas station, right? He's been giving you eyes all the time and everything. He got a good job and everything like that. He's a part-time manager, whatever like that. And you got a little job and everything. And he may have a kid on somewhere. You may have a kid. Y'all should get together and just form a family and just be done with it, you know? But you want to hold out for this guy over here, you know, with the 6'6", 6" dick, 6-pack abs, and 6 foot tall. You know, you're holding out for that and everything, and that guy may never come. You know, so this is what we have in our culture right now, and the result of the culture is you have a lot of whole swaths of community that are completely dysfunctional because women have been told that, you know, marriage is oppressive, marriage and submit to a man is oppressive and everything. And then when they do all that, it still brought back to the man's fault. Now, I want to ask Omar Johnson, how is that the man's fault when less than like 30% of black men have children? Like, 40% of black men have children, right? And the majority of them that marry are taking care of their kids. So what you have is like a bunch of kids being born by men who are women who are having kids with the same guys. One guy may have like 4, 7, 5 different baby mothers, you know? So you have all this culture growing up and everything, but yet the guy that's in the suburb who married his woman, did the right thing, submitted to his wife and everything, working hard, have a house and everything, it's his fault because the community, the women in the community are abandoned. The men that they didn't want. The men decided, oh, I don't want because you're boring, you're lame, whatever like that. So, you know, whatever the choice. So the guy goes out there, he marries a woman, he may marry a different race or whatever like that, and he finds happiness, or he might get a black woman, and whatever the case may be, but still it's his fault. So if you say the man's not in the community, even if you basically, a passport bro goes to a black country and marries a woman, yeah, that's still not good enough for him. If he brings that black woman back to America and has a family, right, it still seems like you're abandoning black American women. And so, like I said, I don't know what the solution is. All I know is I do believe that people are using all these situations, the problems in the so-called community, to bash black men. It's all about bashing black men. You go and you mind your damn business, going to work and everything. You get pulled over by the police. Police racial profile you, right? You got guns, drugs in the car, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, no, I'm sorry, I don't, whatever, like that, right? You fit the profile, of a black man. So whatever the media, and now you don't even need the white media anymore. You got black women and their conspirators spreading false propaganda again against the black man. Black men ain't shit. They're not taking care of the community and everything. And you're like, damn, I'm doing everything I can. I don't have babies all over the place. Why am I being attacked? So, like I said, this treachery, treachery. They're attacking you because they can. They're attacking you because you, as a black man, are marked. You're weak. People think they can attack you and get away with it. People think they can malign you and slander you and defame you and get away with it. What we need is an African American Anti-Defamation League. That's what I'm calling for now. The Jews have an anti-defamation. What does anti-defamation mean? Well, Jews pull their money together, nickels and dimes and everything like that. They buy properties. They get into certain things that are money oriented, like accounting and stuff like that, legal, lawyers, everything. The Jews control Hollywood. They invested in Hollywood. They made it work and everything, make the film industry, everything. Suddenly, because they were successful, right? The Anglo-Saxon, right? And I believe literally black Americans are just nothing but black Anglo-Saxons. That's all we are, because we have the Anglo-Saxon mentality. The Anglo-Saxon always basically wants to take credit for everything that goes good. But when something doesn't go good, right, he never blames himself. He never blames his own kind. What he does is he finds a scapegoat. He always finds a conspiracy. You look and study Anglo-Saxon culture, it's always about mythology and all. There's some wizard somewhere doing stuff out high above and everything. Black America is doing the same thing. We don't take any responsibility for ourselves, right? It's always some conspiracy. Somebody's doing something. Somebody's rigging something. Somebody's doing something. Somebody's plotting against us. Somebody's doing this stuff like this. We believe the same way the white Anglo-Saxon thinks. And so what the Jews did was, look, all this defamation against us. Jews control the money system. Jews control this. Jews control Hollywood. Jews control it. Jews are trying to undermine us. Jews are behind pornography. Jews are doing all this stuff like this, right? And so, therefore, they had the Anti-Defamation League. That means defamation means defame. When you try to defame somebody. The black American male is under defamation. We got people brothers walking around being abused by women, being abused by their own people, being abused by religious leaders, being abused by community activists and everything. And so therefore, it's all defamation. It's all basically defamation of character, defamation of who we are as a people, as a man, our manhood. Black men are doing what they can to do. We raise our family. We obey the law. We pay our taxes. We work. We do all this stuff like this. We succeed. We succeed. We fail. We do everything everybody else does, right? But every time I expect white supremacists to come up with an idea that, the reason why the black community is in what it is, not because of the fact that the white man made welfare and all that stuff so accessible and everything, not that the white man basically made it so that it was so easy for women to have multiple kids and get rewarded for it. Not that the white man designed a child support system and stuff like that to cripple men and stuff like this. No, it's not. That's not a factor. Not that the fact that if you're a black male, you're targeted by law enforcement, stuff like that, and unlike white people, you're given second chances and breaks and everything. Despite all that, we're still trying to survive in this white world. It's all our fault, and I expect white supremacists to think like that, right? But when you got somebody that calls himself a King Kong conscious or black Pan-Africans, whatever, and he's saying the same thing the white supremacists are saying. There's something seriously wrong with that statement. That's defamation. The black man in America who were educated and got their border house and moved to the suburb is not the enemy of black America. You know, those are the type of brothers we're gonna have to. We want to basically reach out to. Those are still black men. So I asked the question: if you believe that, then where are you when 500 people were killed in the city of Philadelphia last year? And so Philadelphia is on its way to another record-breaking homicide year. Hey, Bomani, you want to play that one video where the community activist got his car shot up?
Yes. Let me switch the video over from the Michi X.
Oh yeah, no. Do the Michi X first. Yeah, do that first.
You look excited.
Yeah. Yo, she went in. And I like O'Shea, but this is the problem, right? I don't know what's
O'Shea is my good brother, you know.
But I think
my main video is from King Ghana. His video.
I think it's a California thing. A lot of these people that talk these talking points come from California, you know, and they don't know anything about black, principally the industrial belt in America. There's still black communities there. You know, we got problems and everything like that, but it's not like in maybe Oakland, whatever like that they come from. You know, here on the eastern seaboard of the United States, with two different cultures. You know, 80% of black people, 90% of black people live east of the Mississippi River. You know, it's a whole different culture. You know, when we got large numbers of black people here, it's like, yeah, we do have large communities here. You know, there's rich, there's middle class, there's poor, there's all kinds of things all in one area. You know, you can't just typecast, the black community, like a blanket statement like that. Right. So O'Shea jumped into a trap. Oh, these guys are just trying to get with these women. These guys are men who care about their community. You know, just like got white men, the militias and all that protect their community. You got black men on the East Coast here. They do the same thing. They patrol their neighborhoods and stuff like that because that's where they live. That's what they want to protect. You know, and so therefore, him not knowing anything about his own community, you know, he make that mistake of jumping in there trying to cast aspersions on New Era. You know, and Michi said she lit him up, man. You know,
well, perfect. I'm gonna watch it with you because I haven't seen it. But let me give you a disclaimer.
Just like we got time tonight. We're early. 15 minutes. Let her just rip it, man. I mean, she's gonna.
Well, perfect. And just want to add a disclaimer. Family, O'Shea Duke Jackson is my good brother. Is a good friend of mine.
He's my friend too. But
so, O'Shea, no disrespect to you ever, brother. Got number love for you now. Your family for life and things.
Yeah,
like
we're family. O'Shea's family. Everything.
I can't say the same thing about the princess of Pan-Africanism, but I can say that about O'Shea. That's my good brother and good friend, and he's out there in Africa building and making moves and everything.
Right.
This is a video that is being played for us to get into some perspective conversation. All right, let me see what we got here. That's her right there. She looked like a straight warrior.
I don't want no smoke with Michi. I don't want no smoke with that lady.
For real, brother. Hey, sister, I got nothing but love for you, and you're good with us. All right, let me see what we got here. All right, so I got it. All right, this is it right here.
Enemies, and then they start destroying each other. I love it. I'm just gonna go get another apple juice and some more tacos and keep being me. I ain't got to even do nothing. These niggas are destroying themselves. This is beautiful. But on that note, white supremacy says the same thing. Look at these niggas destroying themselves, right? They don't like us. So when we do the work for them, it's so beautiful for them. See, so like I don't like Taharka and I don't like Tariq. So them doing the work for me means I don't have to do anything. You niggas are slapping each other, y'all suing each other, y'all fighting each other. This is beautiful. So I'm happy. I don't have to do anything. I'm gonna just sit back and watch them destroy themselves. You do know that's the same thing that the white folks do when it comes to black people. Just let them destroy themselves. And let them think that it's them. Let them think that it's all their idea. Let them think that they've done this shit. So let's talk about some of the disrespectful stuff that is coming out. We're going to talk about O'Shea Duke Jackson. He does a show called The Celebrity Junkie. It's a channel called O'Shea Duke Jackson. He has quite a large following over on his channel. And he makes videos about stuff all the time. Sometimes they are right. Sometimes I don't agree with him. But either way it goes, he doesn't really bother me. Sometimes I watch this shit and I be laughing my ass off, right? But he made a video, and I want to say something that this is first to the black men. Y'all be on some bullshit. Is he part of the manosphere? Is that what you guys are? This manosphere shit, right? I'm not really into all of that, but you're the manosphere, right? You niggas is dumb. Okay, all of you, if some of y'all in the chat, you about to get mad, it's okay, be mad, it's all right. So I'm talking about black women in a minute and the dumb shit that they doing, but you are stupid as hell. Because I watched several of y'all, and O'Shea is the biggest one, but he made a video about New Era Detroit. Now, first of all, I'm from Detroit. Second of all, New Era and them are my people. Third of all, Zeke is like my brother. I can call him on the phone right the fuck now. And I don't appreciate you niggas taking something that they are doing that is great and turning it into some, I am rejected by women because I'm an ugly ass nigga. I ain't never got no motherfucking counseling for all my issues, so I'm an emotionally child ass acting man. I've been hurt by a black woman, so I hate all black women. My mama used to beat my ass and my daddy wasn't there, so I hate you all ass niggas. I'm tired of y'all, right? So this is what y'all gonna use to turn into your scenario. So you guys can go over there. I may even play a part of his video, but it's not necessary because I can sum up everything that he done said, right? So he takes, if you guys don't know, New Era has been out in the community in Detroit recently, okay? They do this all the time. And as New Era, they do everything. New Era is actually our new Black Panthers, like the real new Black Panthers. No disregard to the Black Panthers who got their guns and everything. But if you understand the Black Panthers, that's not all that they were. Okay, they were much more. So if you ask me, New Era is actually the new version of the Black Panthers in our community. They feed their communities, they clothe their communities, they give them financial resources and education, they deal with conflict resolution, they clean up their communities, they police their communities, they feed them, they go after the crime in their communities to make sure it is a safe place to protect those that live there. They do everything, okay? They have self-defense classes, they do it all. Okay, to where it does have an effect in their community. Now, they recently have had some strings of crime going on in Detroit. And a lot of these crimes were happening at a certain time of night. They were also happening at certain locations. Now, in Detroit, we have liquor stores, but our liquor stores are everything. So we go to liquor stores for so much more than just liquor. Groceries, whatever. It ain't got to just be liquor, right? Everything is in the grocery store. I mean, in the liquor store. And so at these liquor stores, in these gas stations, women are being carjacked, right? Because they're vulnerable people and they're the folks that they can get over on the most. So New Era has gone around to all of the places, the liquor stores and the gas stations, and they basically told them that if you are going to do business these hours in our community, you are going to be required to hire a security person out here, okay? And all of these stores have said okay. And you know why they said okay? They said okay because Zeke will shut your shit down. See, unlike you manosphere niggas who always talking shit, or Cynthia G who's always saying black men don't do nothing, see, Zeke and New Era have the respect of the whole motherfucking hood in Detroit. From the politicians, to the news anchors, they can call and be on the news in a heartbeat. They have done so much for the goddamn community, and they do it in 16 damn cities, and they even have one out in Africa, a chapter. So on top of them requiring them to get some type of security, Zeke and the brothers that are the security for New Era go out and work that shift. They put on their bulletproof vests, they carry their legal firearms, and they go to these locations and they patrol them and help as well. They come into the stores, they say hey to the store owners, they build relationships with them, they make sure that everything is going good. So this nigga O'Shea Duke Jackson talking about black men are out here pumping gas and carrying groceries for black women. He turned it into a, you know how niggas give you a backhanded compliment? So he says that he thinks what the brothers are doing good. He tells you that he sent them a cash app. Fuck you, boy. Let me tell you something. Between us and the community and the folks, We keep New Era with whatever New Era needs to get shit done. We gonna do it or not. So Zeke might appreciate your motherfucking donation. I'm gonna say keep it, bitch, because it was the payment that you made, the clout chase, and use them to try and build your little scenario being a hurt-ass broke man that can't get no motherfucking love in your life, and you are misrepresenting my brother wrong. He gonna come out here and say that the black men are out there doing that for these women, but it's these single mothers who Pookies and Ray Rays have fucked up the community, so they're protecting them from their own children, and that if we start doing this all over the place, it might not be good because then it doesn't make women take accountability. Don't these women have husbands? Where are their husbands at? Let me just give you the rundown of this dumbass 4th grade conversation. Where is their husbands at? And I mean, I respect what they doing, you know, so I put their Cash App in the motherfucking description box and I sent them a Cash App. Right? But then he's saying he don't think it's a good idea. But let me just say that for men to gain back the respect from our women, maybe we do have to start doing this. So from that perspective, I think what they're doing is a good thing. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, O'Shea. You know, I usually don't say nothing and I don't be trying to beef with new people all the time. You too ugly to say anything to anybody. I'm serious. You one ugly motherfucker. And I really think that that's your problem. You done moved to Africa and nobody there even wants you. You was ugly here, you ugly there, and you just hurt because nobody wants your ugly ass. Let me say to you motherfuckers, my brother Zeke in New Era was not out there fucking carrying groceries and pumping gas. Don't misrepresent what they were doing, nigga. What they were actually doing is they were checking on those locations. And while they're there, just making sure the community is good, they're not sorry ass niggas like you, O'Shea, and the fucking manosphere. So while they're there, guess what they do? It's cold outside. There's a lot of snow in Detroit. So they pump the gas. They carry the groceries. And you know who they do it for? For everybody. Now, grown-ass man might not want their help, but if an elderly man like my uncle rolls up to that gas station, they gonna fucking help my uncle too, you dumbass motherfucker. So you sit here and diminish their program and say, you really think New Era got together and was like, oh, let's go outside and carry women's groceries and pump their gas. That's not why they were even there. But instead of just standing around looking tough with your guns and your just let me act like I'm policing shit, they actually care about their community. So anybody that they seen that may need that help, they did that for them. But you turn their let's protect our community. We always talk about how we have a lot of crime in our communities. Yes, we talk about our babies that are out here being killed. We talk about cleaning up our own community before we talk about all of the violence and everything that is done against us from the hands of other people. Yes, yes. Don't we say that? So now you have brothers out here that are doing exactly that. And you sorry ass need therapy motherfucking group of niggas wanted to use this and spin this about getting respect from black women. And then you sound dumb. The nigga gonna say, oh, these Pookies and Ray Rays, and where's these women's husbands? What? Are y'all really that dumb? How old are you, O'Shea? Are you really that dumb? What the fuck makes you think that every person coming through the gas station or the grocery store is a single mother? I just want y'all to let that sink in. You niggas is so jaded, the stuff you say don't even make no sense. Can we just think about that for a moment? Nobody is checking anybody's resume. Excuse me, ma'am, are you a single mother? So you think that that's all that live in Detroit? You do know that some of them people coming through the gas stations, the liquor stores are teenage children? Young boys? Because they protect the children too. Maybe some of them are elders. Plenty of these women have husbands. What do you mean, where are their husbands? They're coming home from work. They didn't even know that Zeke and it would be at the gas station. And when they got there, the brothers are just checking, going store to store, business to business, making their presence known so that the criminals know their presence is there and they will stay away from those locations to make it a safer place. How do you know the young lady driving through is not a 20-year-old that is at college out there and she's coming through to get some gas? I really want y'all to just let this sink in. Y'all too fucking grown to be having this conversation from such a narrow-minded fucking perspective. And it is disrespectful for him to take what these brothers are out there doing and try and fit it into your scenario and say that they just went out there and their program was to help women. It's not about women, nigga. It's about the community. It's about protecting anybody that's innocent. See, New Era believes firmly in bitch, leave your beef with who your beef is with. Don't come over here robbing innocent people. Don't come over here selling drugs to women and children. If you got a beef and you want to beef with a nigga that's beefing with you, make sure your bullets hit your right target. See, New Era were the people that were there when the Asian man shot the little boy in his arm that came to get the bike out of his yard. Do y'all remember that? Well, that Asian man ain't never been back to his house even after he fucking bonded out. New Era made sure of that. New Era just went back, even though that happened last summer, and made sure that that baby was taken care of for Christmas because they care about their community. There was an elder woman that was in Detroit, and somebody kept driving past her house just shooting it up because she was on a block that was mostly abandoned. She kept calling the police. They wouldn't do shit for her. You know who went inside of her house and caught that motherfucker so they could stop terrorizing this elderly woman? New Era did. I want y'all to shut the fuck up. You can say what you want to say. You can talk all the bullshit you want to talk about black women. You can talk about how black women ain't doing what they're supposed to do and our babies are fucking up the community. But what you don't get to do is take the image of men who are actually doing what the fuck you niggas should be doing instead of crying about how women won't let you lead. See, a real man ain't waiting for a woman to let them lead. They just do what the fuck they do. And he said, I'm sure most of those women and people in that community are single mothers and they're not married and their kids. Let me tell you something, O'Shea, ugly ass Duke Jackson. Let me tell you something. All of those men that you saw live in that community, bitch. Because you spoke on them like, oh, in that community. That's their community. They're wives. Because check this out. All those men that you saw out there with guns, I've met them. They're all married, motherfucker, to a black woman. See, they don't have problems finding women because they're the men they're supposed to be. And even in the midst of this ghetto where y'all swear everybody is a single baby mama of Pookies and Ray Rays, wow, it's amazing how all of those amazing black men have found wonderful black queens and they're married. They mamas drive through them gas stations, you stupid motherfucker. They cousins, they families, their wives, they live in that community. What the fuck do you mean, O'Shea Duke Jackson? And they're not doing it to gain respect back from black women. New Era, and everywhere they go, they have the respect from anybody they are around. Because of the way that they carry themselves. And I think that this is ridiculous that we do this shit and we turn these scenarios to fit our own views so that you can have some fucking views. You got people in the manosphere calling my brothers in them talking about, oh, they simping because they pumping gas for these single mothers. Do you know how jaded y'all sound like little ass boys? That ought to tell you that all these manosphere niggas who saying this need counseling. You are so, I want you to think about this. Y'all are so traumatized that every black woman you see, all you ever see is a single black mother. Better yet, you see your single black mother who did something wrong to you. Or you see the single mother that's your baby's mama that you chose wrong and she won't let you be a part of your child's life. You keep seeing the women you chose and the mother that you had. Because you sound very jaded to not understand that every woman you see that's a black woman is not a single woman. They're not a baby's mama. Some of them are not mothers at all. Some of them haven't even gotten married. Some of them are just young children off to college. I know it's hard for you to believe that black women go to college. I know you tend to think that black women must not do nothing but just lay on their back and have babies, let you manosphere niggas tell it. I guess you niggas think that when it comes to black women, nobody is somebody's grandma. They're not supposed to look out for the elders in the community. Y'all are so jaded that whenever you see somebody doing something that has to do with Black women, all you see is the Black women that hurt you. Something is wrong with you niggas. And I don't care what you say. I'm going to tell you, when it comes to that conversation of Black men and Black women, I'm sorry. I'm going to be a little bit harder on the men. And you know why I'm going to be harder on the men? Because you motherfuckers claim to be the leaders. And I don't see any other race of man talking about, we need y'all to respect us and listen to us in order for us to be the men we need to be. I don't see any other race of man doing that. And for the Black men that I know that are respected and everything that they need to be, they are the men they're supposed to be first. And when you project yourself and come across as the man that you're supposed to be, guess what? Everybody else will respect you as the man they see you as. All y'all Black men keep talking about, oh, Black women need to follow us. You need to listen to us. You need to submit. To what? To fucking what? What? Submit to what? Before I submit, you know, you say to all of these women, well, y'all don't cook, y'all don't clean, y'all don't do this, y'all don't do that. How do we know you wife material? How the fuck do we know you submitting material, nigga? Submit to what? Have you showed yourself to be submission worthy? Do you show yourself to be a leader? Are you already walking in a lane of being a man that respects himself, that demands respect from other people because of how you carry yourself? See, a man that respects himself is a man that's going to be respected no matter where he goes, because he ain't going to leave himself in a place where he won't be respected. Maybe I should say that again. Same thing with women. But we talking to you broke ass niggas who want to take something great in our community and turn it into something small. Respect yourself. And everywhere you go, you will be respected, because you will remove yourself from the place that you ain't respected. Submit to you. We don't see you niggas leading nothing. For the niggas who keep saying that, because I know Black men that get submitted to all the time. Carry yourself as a man and you can get some submission. But most of the men that get that submission are usually men not begging for it. They're just the men they're supposed to be. And the surprising thing is that, guess what? In real relationships, we submit to one to another. Because for as much of a man as Zeke is, his wife, there's a part that she plays in what they do in the community. There's a part that she plays in her family. And there are certain things that she does greater than he does. And so when it comes to that thing, Zeke is man enough to understand that he picked a good partner. So he trusts in her just like she trusts in him. And there are plenty of damn times that he also allows her to take the lead, because what she's doing is what she's best at. Y'all killing with the submit. When you niggas don't show yourselves worthy to be submitted to, where you leading us? Where we going? Where the fuck we going? I just don't understand that concept. And I just want to say, I think that shit is really disrespectful and it's very damaging to the Black community. We have people that are out here standing up all the time doing the work. Y'all be over here on YouTube running your fucking mouth, getting your goddamn views, when there are people that are actually doing the work. They're out here doing the work. And what you don't get to do is shit on the people that are building up their communities, doing the real work within their communities, and then turn it around and spin the narrative to make them be something they're not, to fill your broke ass narrative. Because the one thing I noticed, for as much as you motherfuckers cry, whether you're a Black woman crying about Black men or you're a Black man crying about Black women, I don't see you doing a motherfucking thing to change the thing that seems to bother you so much. I don't see you doing anything to fix it. I see you crying about it. I see you always talking about it. I see you trying to get views off of it. And that goes both ways. You just want somebody to hear your perspective and tell you you're right. So what if I tell you, yes, everything you said was right? Now what? Now what? You don't have no motherfucking options. You don't have anything that we can go and do. Sound like a bunch of motherfuckers who just want to keep complaining. See, because for those of us that have these passions and these things that we want to do when it comes to building the Black community, we're doing it. Yeah, we talk about the shit that's affecting us, but we're also out there making changes to change the things that affect us. We're not just talking about it. See, because when you're just talking about it, you're just a fucking crying ass motherfucker. Shut up crying, bitch. Maybe that's the first key. See, because anybody that's going to lead me somewhere, I'm going to need you to not be such a crying ass bitch. I'm gonna need you to stop crying about everything, sir. I'm gonna need you to stop whining about everything, sir. I'm gonna need you to go take charge of what's in your control and the shit that's not. Shut the fuck up about it. Y'all worry about every black woman in the goddamn world, and you niggas ain't got a black woman in your house that's having a successful relationship with you. You ought to shut the fuck up. So you have your little dumbass beats. Keep talking about black women. Keep motherfucking talking about black men. But what the fuck you won't do, not on my watch, you not gonna ever bring your ass up and fix your list about black men and black women that I work with on a regular basis and know they out here doing something real in the community to make a difference in our community when all you do is run your mouth. You don't get to take what they do and turn it around to be your little scenario, so that it can fit your hate that you have towards black women. I think Zeke would be really upset to find out that you're using his narrative to try and talk shit about black women, because he don't feel that way about black women. So motherfucker, speak for yourself and just say you hate black women and you are broken and hurt, and stop trying to use another man to prove your point when that's not that man's point at all. I thought it was very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. I don't think New Era gets enough respect and enough credit like they should. And I just think that it's really fucked up. Let me say this. I'm going to say this. It's fucked up because for anybody that took that video from New Era and played it, talking about they out here simping, and turned it around and made it a divisive thing between black men and black women, you ought to be ashamed of your motherfucking self. Because you know what I noticed? For 8 years, this man been doing the work. You niggas ain't made no video talking about, check out these brothers who are actually doing the work in their community. Where the fuck is that video, O'Shea? I'm serious. You niggas got something to say when they out there helping the community. Where was your video to talk about all the shit that they done? You want to give them a back-ass-handed compliment, and by the time you introduce them to your audience, you want to introduce them to your audience, O'Shea, and for the rest of y'all, in a light where it's like, well, I don't really know. The brothers is all right. I mean, I'm going to give them some money, but y'all out here simping and but. So this is how you introduce them to your audience, with a little bit of a tinge so niggas can look at them like they sense and not want to support. You know how many niggas in your chat was like, I ain't donating them some sense, because of how you presented them. Where the fuck is y'all niggas' videos about the work that they doing? Where's your video about all on Black Friday while everybody was out motherfucking shopping, right? Monday, Tuesday said, next subject. You talking to me? Is you talking to me? Monday, Tuesday, I'm gonna give you a few seconds to answer me, and otherwise than that, we just gonna block you. Are you talking to me?
Wow. I would love to play more of that, but we can't play.
That was about it. No control. But yo, that was
who put the thing up to strong language. Be prepared, because you know, we try to keep it a certain way when we talk, but you know, sometimes you just got to use those language to express yourself.
And she went, yo, look, man, look, what she was saying was absolutely true. I'm sick and tired of people who call themselves, who get up here, and O'Shea and a lot of people, they always talk about the problems in our community. You would think, what do we need the white man for? You know, where's somebody basically shining the light on New Era and what they're doing? Hopefully this movement will spread to all the cities where we have problems and crime at, you know? Instead of saying, man, these guys are doing good work. Let's help them. Let's give them money. Let's give them support and everything like that. It's always a black community. Black women are no good. Black men ain't no good. But when men stand up and do something, and women stand up and do something like that, they get no respect. They get no support. You know, well, we always try to defame our own community. That's what I'm getting tired of. If you know Black America has a problem, you have to love your community regardless of all the problems that we have in our community. And you got to say, okay, I know there's problems in the community, but there's elders there. You go in those communities, you'll have an old lady coming to you, hey, sweetheart, and whatnot. I noticed when I went to Cary Park, I was working in Cary Park a couple of years ago. We did an event right there at Cary Park, and I met these brothers called the League of Extraordinary Men, right? And I went there and I had my suit on and whatnot, and they was giving out they had a clothing drive and a toy drive for the children, right? And then I was there and I was sitting at my table with my group and everything like that, right? With selling healthcare and everything, doing healthcare. And then the League of Extraordinary Men was sitting there and everything like that. And I was like, okay, you know how sometimes you will standoffish with other men and whatnot. You're like, how you doing? Whatever. Like they're walking around talking to people and everything. And then the one brother just walked up to me and say, hi, my name is such and such. What's your name? I said, okay, yeah. And he broke the ice. He was like, yeah, I'm with the League of Extraordinary Men. How are you doing? Yeah, okay. This is what we do in the community, right? We're, I forgot what fraternity he said he's from, right? This is what we do. You know, we're a League of Extraordinary Men. We do things in the community. We stuff like that. We be extra, and we're a friend to people who need friends, you know, and support. I said, I like that. He said, yes, this is what we do. You know, these are all my fraternity brothers right here. We always volunteer our time and everything like that. And this is what and that's our mission in life, you know, League of Extraordinary Men. And I was like, basically really touched by the fact that he came up to me, he broke the ice. You know, usually I'm like, what's up? You know, you talk to me, I'll talk to you, whenever like that, you know. And he came up to me, came up to my table, you know, stuck his hand out, and I shook his hand. And, you know, afterward we hugged and embraced, and I said, keep up the good work. I'm proud of what you're doing, you know, and I'll support you. He said, yeah, thank you. You know, thank you. And so I really appreciate what you're doing. And so what I'm saying is there are black men and black women who are doing work in the community, doing the work in the community. You don't see them. They're not on YouTube. They're like, but when you look at YouTube, you would think everybody's running around with guns. Everybody's around making baby mamas and all stuff like this. What do we need the freaking neo-Nazis and the Klan for if we got people in our own community portraying us like this? That's the problem I'm having right now. That's what I mean by treachery and outright treason. When people basically defame our own culture, defame our people, instead of basically, let me find out what's going on in that city of Detroit, you know? Not all those people out there. There's kids off to college. There are kids coming home from college. There's people organizing family reunions. There's people organizing businesses. There's people opening businesses. People doing all kinds of things in Black America, you know? And that's what I think a problem is that people have, in the Pan-African world, have basically taken the white man's narrative that all is lost in America and everything like that. So we got to go to Africa. We got to go to Africa, everything. No, the same problems that you think you're running from in America is waiting, not only going to follow you in Africa, it's waiting for you. And that's why you got so many people going to Africa failing. They're getting into trouble. They're losing everything, you know, because they haven't got themselves right. They haven't learned to love themselves. They haven't learned to build themselves, love who they are. When you love who you are and everything, wherever God made you African-American, God made you this, that's what you love, that's what you are. You're never going to escape that. No matter where you go. You can go to Mars, you're still going to be Black African-American. That's who you are. That's what God made you. So therefore, like I said, we need an anti-defamation league. You know, we need to call out this defamation. It's one thing to talk about the problems in our community. We got problems and everything, right? But to make it, but not say, okay, here's a solution. Here's the brothers that are working for this thing. These are organizations that's doing things. You got so many advocacy groups that are dealing with conflict resolution and stuff like that. They never get any shine or anything like that because all people want to do is talk about us like, that's the black, the hood and all stuff like this. But what about all the people there that's holding the community together? Don't they deserve some support? Don't they deserve some acknowledgement? You know, this is what we're talking about tonight. You know,
absolutely, brother.
And we have to stop this, you know.
Absolutely, brother. You want to keep it going? Got one more video. I think it's one more video.
Yeah. Let's play it.
I think as a matter of fact, we have two more videos that you. Yes, two more videos. It's two more videos, so perfect. Let me.
I want to play a video about the Edenton, North Carolina. You know.
Yeah, I have that one loaded. I have that one loaded also. All right, so perfect. So let's get at it. We're on roll. Yes, brother Kala. Let me see the last comments. All right, so we got this. While we're doing all this interaction, this posting comments. So when our people tomorrow play this back, they're gonna be like, "Whoa!" It was like, "That's what y'all was doing last night."
Yeah, which we call I'm guilty of it too. You know, sometimes you get people, but Our community and our culture is all we have. All we have. You let people tear down your community, then basically they can come in and be abused and exploited and everything like that. That's what they want you. They want you to hate your community so much that they can come in and take over and take what you have built for and work for, and you don't stand on it because it ain't worth anything anyway. A lot of people, despite all our problems in America, there's a lot of people that would love to trade places with us. They will love it. They will love to trade places with us. And that's the truth. You'll play that one.
Yes, brother, got you. We're gonna rock and roll here.
Coming to the community to save the fucking community, and this is what I get. What if I had my kids in here, man? Coming to the community to save the fucking community, and this is what I get.
Yeah. But that happened in Philadelphia. We have people who are putting their lives on the line, risking their personal safety to make a difference. Does anybody ever say, something, let's find out who this brother was, find out what happened, and shame these people that did this? If more of us did that, right, and act like we actually cared about our community, stuff would go away. Stuff would subside. If we start patrolling our community, checking on our elders and stuff like that, and you will see a difference. Then you can build any sort of movement you want to, because the people will trust what you say. Right now, no matter what you say, if you don't care about your community and you don't care about the people who care about the community, right, nobody's going to listen to what you have to say. And that's what black people are right now. Black people don't care about because they know the life they live in. Every day, someone's getting shot and killed. Every day, somebody got killed, or somebody's got this. And we don't even have the decency, right? Because the media, one thing the media will never show you, they'll never show you that mother saying, screaming, she just lost her little baby, screaming and crying, right? That would basically wake people up. But the media never showed you that. We didn't show you another kid, 16, 14, a few weeks ago, I think it was Georgia, right? 14, it was like 12 and 14, 16-year-olds were shot and killed,
Yes, brother. I was telling my son about that because these things go on all the time. So I tell him that's why I don't allow you to go around, run around, and hang out with people. I'd rather for you to be in there studying or playing your video games and hanging out with your friends online.
Yeah. Let's say, I had a dude in Africa beat up his own friend because he plotted on me in Ghana. We gotta be for each other unless one of the toughest against each other. Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. But the bottom line, you got kids dying, right? They're dying. But you would think somebody would say, so let's go and interview the family, how they feeling. These mothers, aren't they mothers? Don't they love their children? Don't they have pain? Mother, what it's like for a mother to lose her child, and everything at every age. I got my brother Nate, right? And he has problems all his life. He has mental problems and everything like that. My mother can't sleep at night unless she didn't hear from him in 2 days. When he call, and she's like, I haven't heard from Nate in a couple of days, right? I call him. Hey, what's up? I said, why have you called my mother in 2 days? Why you call mom in 2 days? Well, my cell phone. I don't care. I said, you borrow somebody else's cell phone. You check on it. She's always worried about you. You're 50 years old, but you check in with your mother. A mother, I don't care how old you are, your mother loves you, that motherly love and everything. So that's not anything to cherish. Kyrie Nichols, his mother, that's a mother just lost her son. Why make a mockery of that? Why talk about his old tweets and all stuff like this? Why bring up baby mama culture? People Jason Whitlock talk about baby mama culture and all stuff like this. What the hell does that have to do about these police officers that killed them with thugs and the baby mamas and also, what the hell does that have to do with these thugs beating up have to do with baby mamas? Or why are you gonna pivot back to baby mamas? This is what I mean. All this depravity and deprivation in Black America, right? People who get online and purport to be for our community. And this is just sad that we're like this. And so we're, like I said, I'm fighting against this. You know, I'm against defamation. Our people are not bad people. We're not bad people. Most of the vast majority of us, not all of us, are good people. We do what we have to do. And I'm seeing black people every time I say, oh, the black community this, the black community that. But you take the problems that is in a certain segment of Black America, you ignore the people that's trying to deal with that, right? And you cast aspersions on the whole entire community, like we're all out here gangbanging and doing all this kind of freaking nonsense. And then people say, well, oh, we need to get rid of Black American culture because most black people don't listen to fucking this garbage music. You know, if you really want to, it's mostly white people that buy this stuff and make it profit and monetize it for the most part. Most black people, you sit there and whatnot, they got their oldies on, they got their throwback music on, they're having a good time, they're doing their thing. You would make these people, you think grandma's out there gang banging and booty clapping and all kinds of stupid stuff. The people that portray us like that should be our enemies. And if you're portraying us like that, then you are the enemy. Straight up simple. If you're portraying black people as this irredeemable people that's no good, you are the enemy. Because that's what happens when you don't know a community. She just said Detroit, you got people still working, so factory workers, everything like that. There's still functioning communities here that's tired of crime and tired of all the stuff like this. And they support people like New Era. And so therefore, to portray black people are just, oh man, everything like this, you ran into the wrong city. Because she basically spoke up for Detroit. You know? And I know a lot of black communities like that, you know? You know, we got black people in the district attorney's office, black people as judges, as police chiefs and everything like that. We're all trying to find solutions to stop the violence and the guns and all the stuff like that's in our culture, in our community. You got black people on the radio and everything trying to fight this stuff. Instead of getting behind these black people and saying, let's just do better and everything like that, we just write the whole community off. Oh, it's just black Americans doing this, black Americans do that, man. Let me go to Africa. Let me go to Africa, you know? If that image of black America is out there, you don't fight it and say, this is what I'm coming from. When you go to the African continent, you should be like, I'm coming from greatness. You know, my community created this invention. We did this. We got this college. We got record numbers of kids going and graduating from HBCUs right now. That's what you put out there as your face of who you are. It says, I understand where Jason was trying to go, but the fact that it's not always a look, the bottom line is this: there's a time and place to talk about that, right? You know, there's a time and place to talk about that. When those white cops killed black kids and whatnot, did they start talking about their mothers? Did they start talking about the fentanyl and the opioid crisis in white people? No. They dealt with those white cops as individuals. Did they cast aspersions on the greater white community? No. But when it's black cops that did that, when suddenly let's look at their mothers and like that, we still haven't understand. Maybe all these guys weren't thugs. They just did a bad thing. They killed a guy, beat a guy to death and whatnot. Why is the guy to be something about the black community? Why is the black community got to suffer and be maligned by what 4 cops did to Kyrie Nichols? And we sit there and participate in our own degradation and destruction. These cops did what they did. You know, they were fired. They were charged with murder. Let's deal with it like that. These cops were individuals. But suddenly,
these police were all black police, right?
Yeah.
So what if they were all white police?
Oh, no, you don't know anything. They didn't say nothing about the white cops' parents and upbringing or nothing like that, you know?
We have a lot of anger and frustration when when white police do the things to us, but then you have black police out there doing the same thing to us, and it's like
the thing about the white cops, right? You deal with the white cops, these racist, whatever, like that, right? The black cops being and whatnot, you know, you would say, okay, black cops, but suddenly they just spin it to, oh, because of the baby mama culture and everything, these are just thugs or whatever. How do you know that? You know, how do we know that? You know. Now, how do we know that? You know, we so quick to freaking damn our own community, damn our own race, and everything.
Yeah, injustice and injustice. So whether it's a white police that did it to him or black police, is
Right.
unacceptable. And then our people should, support the victim and stop blaming the victim. That's the issue that I have with that situation. I had too many people blaming the victim. The brother was this brother. You, I, or any one of us could be out there just driving around. That's why most of the time I'm in my house by 6, 7, and I'm just working, and then I'm up in the morning. But it's any of us could be a victim of that situation. You just drive around.
Yeah, right.
It's a wrong situation, and you stop. You're complying, and then next thing you know, the police had a bad day because they, whether the situation with their family or whether they just like pissed off that they work in the late night shift or whatever the situation, and these things happen. We need to have sympathy and empathy for people in general. I mean, these things are unacceptable, and that's why, people have really shown themselves. Like you mentioned, some of the people that we know that was literally just saying nasty things about the brother. I mean, the brother lost his life. What happened to his family? Do anybody feel? I mean, it's like, what if that happened to your father, your brother, your cousin, your aunt, your uncle?
And they start digging up old tweets, and they start digging up stuff like
even
this.
if you're out there saying bad things about black people, black men, black women, no one deserves that situation. We should be allowed to just walk around and move around. And if you get stopped by the police, okay, you stopped by the police, and if you did something and they need to write you a ticket or need to arrest you, then so be it. But you don't no one deserves to lose their life over being stopped by the police.
No one deserves to die like that brother died,
And then anyone who has any negative to say about the brother, I mean, you're sick. So I mean, wait till that situation happens to you and your family. Like, what you gonna say now?
I say, we just basically like this. That's why I say also I am introvert. I just mainly go to work, go home, sometimes go shopping.
That's why I have all my fun in Africa while I'm on vacation or on tour and working. Other than that, I'm just here working, and I stay out of the space. Especially, I keep away from crazy ass black folks. Some of our folks are deadly and dangerous. And now we see that black police is just as wicked and nasty and disrespectful as white police.
And they know they can get away with it.
It's not always about color or about race.
It's all about the fact that people don't value black people. Your life mean nothing. There was somebody I saw this TikTok where girls talk about in one city where this white boy, it was rich white boy, went on a shooting, shot a cop, right? Shot 2 cops, right? And because he was rich, right? They said we have a 40-hour lockdown, so everybody be in the house. This guy was just shooting everybody, right? And then all of a sudden, they got the guy, right? The guy, and the way the media showed it, right, was the cop shot him, right? And they took him to the hospital. He's in good spirits. He's living and everything. They say they got him with some non-threatening lethal stuff. He's alive and good. He's in custody and everything. The cops he killed was on life support, and they're worried about this guy's life. At the same time, I'm telling you what happened. They said something. She said where it was involved with black people, and basically they were like, something, and the black people were they didn't have the same sort of empathy. They made it seem like the black people were just so dangerous and stuff like that, and they didn't care about how the black community felt and everything like that. They didn't say stay away from this guy, whatever like that. The police are going to handle it and everything. And she was just basically saying this is just out racism, racism. But this is about a town in the first black incorporated city in America, a town called Edenton, Florida. And it basically show you that there are black communities. There are black communities that we have that you can move to and you can build if you want to stay in America, that you could be a part of. This community could definitely need some young black professionals to move in there and build and everything, because it's going to talk about some developer that came in and stuff like that. It's land black people have for a long time. I've been studying Edenton, Florida for like 10 years, and I've been talking to some people down there. There's a proud city. It's a black town and everything. And it's getting to the point where people are starting to recognize the importance of black towns and everything, And so we have to basically support these towns and everything like that, bring investment, bring jobs and everything, and do like New Era Detroit, the patrol, and make things safe for people to live there. And if you want to stay in America, this is what we should do. If you don't like black people moving to the suburbs, where's Umar Johnson saying, let's go to Edenton, Florida, and let's help build this up. Has he ever done a tour of black towns in America? Black towns in America are dying because people don't move there to them. You know, people don't go there. Then when people move, people want to move where they're safe. They got safety, and they got good people and community, sense of community. Living in a war zone is not a community. You know, it's not a community. A community means commune. You community. You know, when you live in a place where you're not safe, you're not valued or anything like that. You know, nothing works or whatever, and there's lawlessness, everything. That's not a community, and you can't expect people to be subjected to that. As soon as they get a good job, whatever like that, the first thing they're gonna do is move out. Now, what New Era Detroit is doing is, and they cleaning that community. People are gonna stay, you know, because these are real men. They're brave men and everything. They're doing the work. Really. Now, you got a lot of people talking about stuff. Are they doing what New Era is doing? If you had like 10,000 black men per state that says we're gonna patrol black communities and we're gonna patrol areas, we're gonna make sure property values good. We're gonna make sure these neighborhoods are cleaned up and stuff like that. We're gonna make sure people are safe, you know, when they're out. And we're gonna do all this work and everything like that. You'll see a change in the black culture. You'll see everything. You'll see the guns and stuff like that go away. You know, but there's some people who would know what to do with themselves if we didn't have all these problems, because that's all we identify with is black problems. You know, any sort of liberation of black people cannot be always about the problems. You know, we got the problems, but what's the solution? Back in the days, we used to have Kwanzaa stuff and everything, you know, and we had problems. We had things in our community and everything, but it wasn't centered around toxic trauma. You know, we have trauma and problems as a center of everything. Every time you turn on a thing talking about black people, you know, all they talk about is our damn problems, you know, not how to solve them and everything like that, and say, look, this is what we present as our community. You know, back in the days, I remember in Portsmouth, man, we had this, we had this study group back in the early 90s. We had the study group in Portsmouth, right? All of us Pan-Africans were there and whatnot, and they were saying, how do we get the drug dealers and stuff like that? And one brother, I forgot his name, man, but this brother was a real Pan-African brother, you know? He was a real Pan-African brother. Him and I was the same age. He was like a couple of years older than me. He was like in his late 20s. I was like in my early 20s. But he was like, man, when we had the Kwanzaa thing, and brothers from the hood came in, and they saw these sisters in their African head wrap, and they were coming in, and they had the banjos and dancing, the African dance and stuff like that. They was like, man, I didn't know sisters could look so beautiful. I want to be part of that, you know? We don't have stuff like that anymore. They said, I want to, look, what you guys do, I want to be part of, right? Just like me, when I first went to my first Nation of Islam rally, you know, in Harlem, in Harriet Tubman High School in Harlem, right? And I said, and they get the presentation, the Fruit of Islam brothers, and patted me down and whatnot, you know, my first Nation of Islam rally, right? And they patted me down and everything. I went in and everything. And I met Dr. Lee Muhammad. I met Public Enemy was there. And I met all these Nation of Islam brothers, man. I said, I want to be part of this, man, you know, because we were in there and we were talking family stuff, you know? And a lot of times our people have never had that thing where you see the best of your people. You see love. You're around black love and black community. And so therefore, when a couple of years later, when I moved to Virginia, that stuck with me, you know? I got in these black study groups and whatnot, you know? And we were just talking and whatnot. And, you know, we didn't know a whole lot back then, you know? But we knew one thing. We just loved our people and whatnot. And we knew the streets and all that stuff wasn't us, you know? So all us brothers basically, said, this is who we are. We're in there with our sisters, you know, and we had our African stuff on, our African garbs on, and we're saying, this is who we are. This is the people we are. And we didn't let the freaking problems in our community define us. You know, the problems in our community don't define us, you know. We're going to deal with those problems. Go ahead, brother. You play it.
Of the Hungerford property in the historic town of Eatonville. There are mixed emotions about what to do with the 100-acre parcel right across the street from Town Hall. West 2's Gail Pascal Brown is joining us live tonight. Gail, what are people telling you? Well, the Eatonville residents have spoken, and Stowe has the town council. Now, the developer wanted to make some changes as it relates to the Hungerford property, to the city's or to the town's comprehensive plan, but that didn't fly tonight. In fact, second reading failed.
This proposal, the town is knowingly allowing hundreds of houses to be built that are unavailable because they are unaffordable to current residents of the town.
The Eatonville Town Council listened to residents as they voiced their concerns about developing the Hungerford property, a 100-acre parcel in the oldest Black township in the country. John Beecham of Land Back Committee says the new development will increase taxes, relocate Black people, and Black heritage. He has a plan, he says, that will work best for the town.
I want development, but I want smart development. Development that we want to win them worldwide. We want to make Eatonville a destination, right? Because it's historical value.
The Hungerford property used to be the site of the Robert Hungerford School that was founded in 1889 as the first school for Black children in Central Florida. The developer, Hungerford Park LLC of Winter Park, plans to build 350 residential units, offices, retail units, open spaces, and an area for civics and art. Residents say the developer's plan calls for more residential than commercial, which is opposite of the town's comprehensive plan of 2018. Former Mayor Eddie Cole says Eatonville needs more retail.
I would love to still see more commercial, less residential. I wanted that our community don't have to leave Eatonville for anything. So if they want to go to the grocery store or whatever, we'll have the commercial and the retail to be able to do that.
When the final vote came down, it was 4-1. The second reading failed. Eatonville's current mayor also voted against it, and she says the people have spoken.
I really think it came down to the citizens, hearing their voices. I mean, they came out in groves tonight. You don't ignore that. And we represent them.
So what happens next?
The developer can go ahead with the entitlements that already come with their buying land. Or they can walk away from the deal.
Orange County Public Schools is already under contract to sell the land to Hungerford Park LLC. The sale is expected to close by the end of March.
I say I want my land back. I need my land back.
These are the type of topics we need to talk about. These people are talking about we need more jobs and stuff like that, you know, and everything. But I like how the fact that, see how they had a Black mayor, Black council, the Black people in the town hall said this. That is what I mean by the soul of the people. You be able to express your will. They said, no, this is not in our best interest. No developer, this. Too many times that we live in communities that we don't have any say so over what comes and goes, what was built and everything. And then we wonder, geez, how do we get gentrified? How do we get high real estate? How do we have no jobs and everything? That's why a lot of Black areas fail, because we're not in the planning and we don't have the final say so. So I'm proud of the fact that they basically said, no, this is what we want. You know, we want a place where, you know, we have jobs, we have a shopping center, we have a recreation. And so therefore we don't have to leave Edenton to go to another part to get anything, you know? And so when the developer didn't produce that, you know, because what it comes down to is white people, when they come to an area, they want to deal with a white area. They'll use our labor and have us drive 20 miles outside of where we live at to go there. And that's why our communities fall apart. If we have people that live in a radius where people know each other, they're seeing each other on a daily basis and everything, you won't have a criminal element thing. A lot of times we have in our community, we have food deserts, we have places where people have to, their jobs, they got to commute long distances and everything. And so you have large numbers of young people with no supervision, no guidance, no role models and everything like that for most of the time. And so, like I said, that's not the case all day, because you look New Era, Detroit, you still got large numbers of Black men who basically are in the community and basically are still willing to do something. But if you don't have large numbers of Black men in the area, that's essential. You need to bring Black men to the area that have jobs and opportunity and stuff like that to plant their roots there in the community and do things and everything like that. And that's what being in the community is all about. the last 40 or 50 years have been building communities based on single mothers, Section 8 and stuff like this. And you have an imbalance there. And so therefore, but instead of blaming our community for why the communities look like the way they do, why don't we get behind areas like Edenton, North Carolina, and say, you know something, let's start building these prototype communities here in America, which we can have safe communities where we control the police, we control everything, the courts, we control everything in our community. We control the economic opportunity, we could bring jobs and stuff like that, you know, and then we could have a way of life, you know, instead of sitting on the sideline talking about how bad Black America is. This is a thing that we can rally behind. Let's make Edenton a place where they have jobs and, you know, people can move there and live a good life and everything, you know. And that's also part of what we call the Afrikstan project, you know. And Afrikstan does not always have to be just in Africa. It could be in America because these are Black African people. If we build Black African economics and everything, they're still part of the global Black African pipeline, you know. You know, it's all the stuff right there. It's just a matter of thinking. It's a matter of getting with BAIO, and Africa for African ideology, you know, which is building Black cooperative economics for the future, you know. Does anybody want to jump on, Brother Bomani?
We'll see. I'll post the link and it is there. All you gotta do is click and join us right there at the bottom in the comment section.
Yeah. So in the meantime, before somebody joins, we want to talk about more about this this treachery situation. I just think Black people, for the most part, man, we love treachery because we don't fear consequences. Okay. Somebody could, people sell us out, and people could do all kinds of stuff like that, kill our leaders, conspire against us and everything, and there's no consequences. No consequences. People could defame us. People could cast aspersions on us. People could lie on us. We could do all stuff like that, and there's no consequences. You know, and it's like that here. It's like that in Africa. And like I said, when we look at people like what happened to Patrice Lumumba, it still bothers me when I see that beautiful man, that great man, being tied up and roped by people around him that trusted him, you know. And I think he was a prime minister, and delivered him up to his enemies, and then he died in prison. He was killed in prison. And then not even 10 years later, we went there with the Ali Foreman fight. And we gave this dictator, this brutal dictator, a good press. And this is the stuff I'm talking about. We don't care about treachery. We don't care about stuff like that because any other group of people, right, you betray them and that's it. Let me give you an example. Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda used to do the thing, the workout tapes and all stuff like that, right? That's what I did in the 80s. Jane Fonda workout, right? But I didn't know about Jane Fonda. I was watching this one show called Morton Downey Show, right? And basically they brought up her past. And she was an anti-war activist, pro-communist, whatever like that. And she was basically mocking the U.S. Marines killed and stuff like that. They call her Hanoi Jane. White America has never forgotten that she went against them. Even though people thought the Vietnam War was a bad war and everything like that. The fact that that she said things that spoke against the government, spoke against the U.S. Marines, they never forgot about that. White America never forgot about that. Even though she was married for Ted Turner and stuff like that, and certain areas of white America forgave her and everything like that. She reinvented herself. They've never forgotten that. Another one was the Dixie Chicks. Now that war in Iraq was wrong as two left feet. But the Dixie Chicks said something about George W. Bush, and their career and everything was destroyed. They destroyed their CDs. They destroyed all her sponsors, everything like that. They basically went after the Dixie Chicks and erased them from the billboards, everything. France. Like I said, the war in Iraq, the Iraq War with George W. was wrong as two left feet. France basically said something about George W. or Iraq. right away people were saying we're not going to eat French fries, we're not going to eat drink French wine, we're not going to eat French toast, we're not going to do all the stuff like that because you went against our war, undeclared war in Iraq. Now, in Black America, people could defame us, defame our leaders, defame what we hold dear and everything, and there's no consequences. Show me any time somebody ever sold us out and there was a boycott and we destroyed that person. That's why people think they could say whatever they want about us and get away with it. That's why people think they could belittle us and everything and get away with it. It's so to the point where now that we have people on social media who are trying to defame Black America and they feel like there's no consequences. But I'm grateful for Michi X for what she did. She's saying that you're not going to do this anymore. And we don't have Black men for her caliber. How dare you talk about people that's doing good in our culture, in our community? How dare you talk about the problems every day, but when somebody out here is doing something, you want to try to defame them. So the message is clear, right? You don't talk about people who's doing good work in our culture, in our community. Especially when you're not doing their work, what you call it. So I used to be a big supporter of Umar, now it's whatever. The bottom line is this: Umar did it himself. He's not part of any solution. He's on there basically making a name for himself, going to parties and going on shows and stuff like this. That's fine. I have no problem with what you're gonna do. But when you start talking about men who are raising their family, doing what they got to do, and you still got a problem with that, that means you don't really care about the community. You should be saying, I'm happy for them brothers that have a wife and doing what they raising their kids and everything, you know? I'm happy for that. But I would appreciate if more brothers took time to go in the community and give back. That's a proper response. But to defame all brothers who basically just living their life and doing what they have to do, you know, not good. Yeah, let's put that last comment back up, brother. BGX. So
some of these are old comments that I want to talk about, and let me post up 2 comments because sometimes people feel like they want to tell us what to do. This is one right here, and the reality of it is my movement is Pan-Africanism and repatriation and Black power. So I don't let no clowns come on my movement and run their mouth. I'm not worried about people not part of this movement. The people are not part of this movement. Do what they need to do. Once you step into the ring, you know what I'm saying? The kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood, you're dealing with a serious situation. So I can appreciate you, brother, but this dude is a serious clown. And all he does is think he can talk down to us like he's somebody. He's nobody. I don't care how much degrees he have. I don't care what he does. He's a simp for women running around every minute that's running his mouth disrespect. Remember that show that they did on Fox Soul? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. A black queen. He's calling a tranny a black queen. This dude is clueless.
Right.
I mean, you want to show with somebody you can't tell a man from a woman? You serious?
Right. I didn't know.
If I know. Well.
Yeah, now you know. Yeah. And the bottom line is,
I mean, if he wasn't coming after us and disrespecting my, my conscious community and disrespecting our people and things, I wouldn't have nothing to say. At one point, he was on point, but now he's like overstretched his boundaries and he has not done anything. You talk about a Negro who have done nothing for Black people other than run his mouth. You running your mouth and doing lectures is not helping people. You claiming that you're opening a school is not helping Black people. You saying you're doing all these things is not helping Black people. I don't see, and that's why. You know what I mean? Somebody made a comment about, I don't support Tariq. I just say that I respect a man who say that he's going to do something and do it. And I don't respect a man that say he's going to do something and don't do it and give reasons and excuses and things like that. So we're putting this whole thing in perspective. And I'm telling people, whoever don't like what we say, whoever don't feel what we say, or whoever
they go to hell.
And they can talk. And, so literally, and we're going to say what we need to say and express what we need to express because we're about our business. And it's not about me doing my part and everything. I'm always doing my part. I've been in this game for 20 years. You know what I mean? I've been studying from 2003, and last I remember, it's 2023. and we'll put work in. He never at any point showed any of us were out there doing certain things any respect. So like I'm saying, he's not a prince of Africanism. He's a princess. He's a sissy. He's a wuss. He's a weak excuse for a black man. And literally, remember that big controversy about him and a stripper?
Yeah.
I mean, and things like that. And it's like, if you're really gonna be about us and be about what we're doing, show what you're doing. And he is not. I don't think he can actually show us any accomplishment outside of those fake degrees that he claimed that he got. Which I don't care about no damn degrees. You know what I'm saying? Show me what you're gonna do for our people and respect our people, and stop talking down to black men out there that's building certain things. You know what I mean? So this is Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. So if you don't want to be judged, don't come in the ring. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when I was younger, I remember my favorite boxer, Mike Tyson. You do not get in the ring with Mike Tyson unless you're gonna fight, and when you get in the ring with Mike Tyson, what happens? He's gonna knock you out. So don't get in the ring in our movement unless you're ready to bring it. And if you don't, because what you're gonna get is get knocked out. So and we're not here to sit there and just talk about him, because that's not what we're doing. But he says enough disrespectful stuff, and what we do here in Pan-Africanism towards nationhood is basically the Afrikstan Analysis.
Yeah, we talk about nationhood, nation building, and stuff like that. And we always emphasize people that are doing things here in America, people doing Africa, and we show we talk about the problems in Africa and stuff like that. And I'm asking him, where's Umar's thoughts on the challenges Africa is going through? Nothing.
There's never any solutions from him other than just running his mouth.
Where's Umar talking about getting to know what's actually going on, let's say in a country like Amazonia? Where's his thoughts on that? None. Did he ever take the time to learn that there's a movement in Amazonia that there's genocide going on? They're trying to like that. What's his thoughts on that? What's his thoughts on what's going on in let's say Tanzania? What's his thoughts on what's going on in Kenya? What's his thoughts on what's going on in Nigeria?
He doesn't have any thoughts on anything. He's a failed Pan-Africanist. He's a failed person. He has built no business to improve our society, and he has done nothing to improve us. You going to Japan in your little bubble bath in your nice little hotel and running your mouth. Yeah. I'm not out there trying to be no scholar to get to get presentations and things like that. And the thing of it, if you're gonna do that, why don't you just make that money and use that money and invest in your school and stop begging people for cash out? Because you sound pathetic. You sound like a weak excuse for a man. You know what I'm saying? So step your game up, princess. And you know what I'm saying? But at this moment, you are no Pan-Africanism. And this is coming from the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood.
Check us out. These brothers out there who got their degree, busted their ass, got to deal with white supremacy and all kinds of abuse on the job, right? Let's say you got these brothers out there, they got their degree. For a fact, when you're dealing with in the corporate America and stuff like that, you got to deal with all bullshit, right?
Does this mean anything? Like I said, I respect Tariq Nasheed because whether he built a nice little museum or a small museum, whether he did the best documentary for 1804, which is one of my favorite documentaries I usually play for my group members on the bus in Ghana and things like that, or even the Hidden Colors, whether you agree with him or not, that is a form of accomplishment. That is a form of saying, hey, I got donations and I did something. Now, no one can ever show us any concrete evidence of what the princess of Pan-Africanism is really doing, other than running his mouth like a little sissy.
Yeah. Also, she goes, I used to side that one, but didn't he recently secure a building? Look, you got
to brother. In every school, you have an auditorium, right? I remember when I first went to Brooklyn, New York, and even in that school that we had PS213 in East New York, Brooklyn. They had things organized, So one of the things you show is your auditorium and also gymnasium, right? Have you seen any footage of that?
I think he has a gymnasium and stuff like that, but like small, where like there's a small building. And I'm like saying, okay, he got the building, okay, that's the one thing, right? But he says he's gonna build a school, right? Do you understand? School needs faculty, needs plumbing. Where everybody gonna work for free, And also, what do we? If he basically got the white people to do HVAC, what are we gonna do? Get white people to run the faculty? He's gonna go reach out to white alumni. You mean tell me with all your stuff, you could not find a legitimate black contractor to do the work?
I mean, this clown got on the Breakfast Club and literally insult our people, say the black contractors did this. Well, you should have paid the black contractors the same as you pay the white contractors. And but the reality of it is, a real Pan-Africanism would not go out there and just throw our people under the bus for some, oh, the white people came through and do this stuff. I mean, he is a literally clown. And this is Bomani Tyehimba saying that anybody have any issues with that, you can go report this video to Umar, because he is garbage. He's garbage, and he's a disrespectful punk that needs to be handled. And we have no respect for him on this operation. He gets no credit for anything because he has not accomplished anything. His little fake degrees and is running his mouth like he's some scholar. You are a fake scholar that have produced nothing for black people. You go on the Breakfast Club on them. If you go on those networks and you have all these connections, why do you need to bother our people? Go get those people to help you build what you need to build and stop making excuses and reasons. So I'm telling you, family, like I posted, please support the real black people who are dedicated to us and stop enabling these black devils, race traitors, and deadly circus clowns, which that's who Dr. Umar Johnson is. And this is Bomani Tyehimba, a real Pan-Africanist that has dedicated his life 20 years, from my mid-20s, 25 to my mid-40s now, to our people. And I've done great work, and I'm literally always available when people reach out and call me. My number is right there displayed. My information is available. I have people coming here having meetings with me, and I'm here outside of Atlanta, Georgia, connecting with our people. I've been a part of many black organizations, and I'll always support black organization and support black-owned business. So I'm telling people, stop worshiping these idols. Stop worshiping the idols. This dude think he is somebody important and everything. You are nobody but a loudmouth, fake Big Papa. And this is Bomani Tyehimba saying that anybody having any problems with it, you can holler at me.
Right. And the bottom line, what you said that about the black contract, I'm saying to myself, if you're in Delaware and stuff like that, you got all kinds of HVAC people, right? They probably gave you a price, right? But you want to lowball and not pay what you're going to pay the white contractor. I bet you the white contractor didn't cut you no deal. So you rather give that money to the white boys, and then get on the Breakfast Club, yeah. 4-year renovation. I make that. And then also,
brother, I wouldn't have nothing to say about him because at one point I got number love and respect for him. But over the last few years, he's been running in his mouth like he's somebody, like like you supposed to be. You can talk to us any kind of way. Who are you? What have you accomplished? What are you building?
We say, okay, he's I'm like this. If you say yourself this right there, I should listen to you, right, and get something out of it, right? Nothing Umar says, right? That say, you know something, man? I just had an epiphany. Umar, you were just so brilliant. He's telling us shit that we've been hearing all the time. He regurgitates shit we heard all the time. White supremacy, this, that, and the other thing.
I mean, brother, I've not heard anything from him that I've not heard from our great scholars, whether it's Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, one of my favorite person, Dr. Professor Leonard Jeffries and Dr. Professor James Small. And all the organization I've joined. That's who I've learned from. I didn't learn nothing from Umar Johnson. So, brother, you running your mouth. You ain't doing nothing other than running your mouth. Why don't you just shut the hell up and do some work? And how about this? How about you find some black people that you can work with instead of running your mouth saying, I can't find no black people to work with. But I'm working with you on what we're doing, and I'm working with so many other black people on what we're doing. All you do is see me working with other black people. That's what Pan-Africanism is. If you have a clown out there that's running his mouth, talking down to people, and then can't find people to work with, and then even that video we played last time, some of the brothers that that he mentioned in his name. I mean, some of them are right and some of them are not. But it's like, who are you just to literally talk down to those brothers? Those brothers are out there doing what they're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so that's what
reaching out to them brothers saying, yeah, we could do this, we could do that. But have you ever seen Umar on a Pan-African panel and talk about other Pan? No, he's always trying to get with the mainstream. He talks to Charlemagne the God more than he would talk to you and me. You got something going and I got things going connected in Liberia. You would think he'd be like, oh, let me get with these brothers and see what we do. Because not about that. It's using Pan-Africanism to make yourself look like you're some superhero or something like that.
Yeah, that's exactly what you think he is. Like he's some superhero for black people. I'm like, dude, you are a comedian.
Yeah, and I'm saying like this. Okay, you say about the community and is going down and everything like that. But he didn't mention like the crime and everything. You're right there in Philadelphia, right? How come you're not out there in the community? Talking to these getting the stuff ready, getting the stuff ready and stuff like that, getting with people like New Era and say, we're going to patrol these communities and everything. We're going to make sure the community's safe and stuff like this. You know, this is where we live. This is where we like that. We're gonna put our lives on the line to do this stuff, do this work like that. You know, if you're some big, you know, panel, call a meeting. Say, hey, look, you know, I need everybody to come down here, and we got George Macon. He lives in Philadelphia. You know, we got a lot of people in Philadelphia who's waiting for somebody to step up and say, look, let's organize and let's like that. How are you gonna sit back and let 500 people? If everything's going right in Philadelphia might break its record of homicides. You know, do these kids' lives matter, or it's better just to have all this chaos and then blame professional black men who don't live in the community? You know, it's not the fact that we're not out there in droves and doing what we got to do and putting everything together. It's those professional black men, even if they're married to black women, that living in the suburbs and whatnot. So somebody living in the suburbs is a reason why all this stuff is going on. It's somebody else's fault. Those guys in the suburbs make these kids and everything. So if you're not going out there doing that stuff like that, why do you expect somebody else to do it? These guys just get their degrees, they get their education, get their skills, not only their degrees. A lot of these guys are contractors, they're bus drivers, they're construction workers, everything like that. They're electricians, everything. They're just living their life, raising their kids, paying their bills, doing what they're supposed to do. But you task them to go solve a problem which you basically are enabling. You know, so in other words, basically, you know, the broken family, the single motherhood, you know, we got to stop that with the women doing that stuff like that, you know, encourage marriage and everything. He basically said that marriage is not doable. He says I don't believe in monogamy because a man can't live with. So basically, a man that has a wife, submitted to a wife that says, this is my family, I love her, and he made a mockery of that. He said, nah, man, I got to have 4 wives and whatnot. How you going to have fucking 4 wives if you don't got a fucking job, nigga? You know? I need 4 wives and whatnot. You know, everything is sexualization and everything. I'm a man like anybody else. We all love women. But maybe Omar is not the guy that we should be taking advice from. So you basically don't want to get married because you can't submit to one woman, whatever. But when somebody out there says, I'm doing the right thing, I'm raising my family, I got a wife, but they're the problem.
I mean, what has he done and accomplished to where he feel like he can run his mouth like that? And that's what I'm saying to people. Here we're tearing down all of these fake idols, all of them. Just like you have another clown called Woody Meyer. This is what this clown does. I mean, and you know, like I mentioned, you know what I'm saying? I'm being real people. We're tearing down all these idols. This little midget, as a matter of fact, excuse my language, because I don't want to be calling about people height or their colors or anything. This clown, because that's the best thing we could do is just call these people clown. He went to the Togo border and running his mouth, talking about they trying to take bribes to let us through the country and things like that. Now, this and now when people send a message about all the Black Americans that been ripped off in Ghana, which has been since it happens way before I got there. So for the last 20 years, it's been going on. And no disrespect to Ghana, is one of my favorite countries, but at the same time too, when people like himself is running him out, we don't have any issues with Togo. I have no records of any of the people that I know that has went to Togo and been ripped off for many different things and has been shaken down and have been caught into where they got to pay bribes. But he feels like he's some person that he needs to go out there and record that video. I've been to the Togo border, brother. Do you know what I did when I went to the Togo border? They didn't shake me down for anything. Do you know what I did? I talked to my tour guide and I said, yo, let's go show the brothers some love. They're the borders and everything, you know, and things like that. And that's what we did. That's what we do. We show love. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, if he's really about what he's about, then talk about all of the things that goes on in the Ghana that's worse than that. You know what I'm saying? Last I remember, there's no bunch of videos out there talking about Black people in America getting ripped off for land in Togo, but you hear about Ghana, but he would never address those things. As a matter of fact, I've seen comments where he said, oh no, we wouldn't do that in Ghana. We wouldn't do that in Ghana. He is a little funny looking hypocrite that runs his mouth and he thinks he's somebody. I don't care if you have 5,000 trillion views and subscribers. It means nothing. Be real to us as a people. And that's what I'm telling people. Stop enabling these idiots and clowns who are about nothing and feel like all they doing is cloud chasing and run their mouth. And they're like, hey, Bomani's on fire tonight. Yes, because I'm sick of all of our people enabling these clowns and literally supporting them to where they feel like they're somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like this idiot literally will go around, oh, this is my mansion and things like that. It's like, why are you living in a country with undeveloped infrastructure and so many other of your own beautiful people unemployed? It's like, if you want to do us a favor, Mr. Woody Maya, go build a factory and employ some of our brothers and sisters. And people like myself, I've always been a supporter of creating opportunities for my brothers and sisters in Ghana because they're real people. You know what I'm saying? So as people listening, if y'all know him, you go out there and holler at him and tell him stop running his mouth. Do something for your people. And Togo is not the problem. Togo is another beautiful country, just like Benin. I've been to those borders back and forth. You know what I'm saying? And those people are not criminals. They're not there to shake you down. If they're trying to get a little tip from you, it's no big deal. Pay the tip. But if you got something, if you're going to say something about it, say something about what goes on in your own country. And that's why I don't go out there and say a bunch of bad things about what goes on in Africa. Because if I do, then I need to talk about what goes on here in my beautiful state of Georgia, the other state that I live in, Virginia, and my, and my New York City, or even my beautiful country of Jamaica and my city of Kingston. You know what I'm saying? So we have to just be respectful for what's going on, because this is not an issue with this country, that country. It's a global issue that we have. You know what I mean? So I'm telling you, when somebody got on the phone with me and talking about, and I'm like, you're literally feeding into this stuff. What he did is disrespectful and is not right. Because the reason why it's not right is because he won't talk about all the stuff that goes on in Ghana. Now, me, I'm not here to talk about all these things that goes on in Ghana, because that's not my position. My position is to do business in Ghana. My position is to connect with my brothers. My position is to keep on working on people. And many things go on that I don't put out there, because I'm not here to do that. Because the thing I feel is, if you're gonna do that, you gotta be realistic. If you're gonna do that here, then you do that there. Because other than that, you're biased. And so he's another one that people worship. They worship this little punk that think he is somebody, because he got all kind of views. Somebody changing the narrative. He is not changing the narrative. People like ourselves been out there way before people like that doing the work. And I'm not this little cute little person who sit there and just do the little fake little laughs and smile. I'm a real brother from the real hood in Kingston, Jamaica, and Brooklyn, New York, and a military person, tactical person that's here to build a future with our people. And I'm telling you, family, stop worshiping these idols and stop supporting and enabling these clowns and these fake Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, what you call that? Remember that girl Leslie Jones got assaulted in Ghana, right? And she did a video, and I said, I looked at the comments, man. Woody Maya was in there talking about, no, this is not happening. This ain't the truth. He was in there defending that, talking about, no, man, black people in America. And some people say, yeah, man, people giving their stories like that. Well, this happened to me. No, you can't say that. You know,
see, that's what I'm saying. He's a little punk that runs his mouth. You know what I'm saying? And if y'all want to keep on supporting, you can support him. Do what you need to do. Like I mentioned to you, family, support the real black people that's out there doing the work. I mean, because people like Woody Maya is a black devil, a race baiter, and a deadly circus clown. And Bomani Tyehimba said that about Umar Johnson and Woody Maya. So anybody who wants to come at me, holla at me. Holla at me if you know what I'm saying. Because I've dedicated my life 20 years in this. I gave up 2 beautiful careers. I'm out here raising my son as a single father and doing and also putting the work in. And you always see me at schools and orphanage. You know what I mean? Whether it's in Ghana or other places in the world. You know what I'm saying? We're doing the real work. We're not here every minute for a photo. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of things that we do in countries like Ghana and other countries that we don't sit around and just do these little fake little photo ops and videos and things like that, because it's not about that. You know what I'm saying? It's about the real work. You know what I'm saying? And as a matter of fact, I have one of my vice president who went to see Woody Maya, fake ass Woody Maya, and he promised my brother Woody Maya a video, video and everything. And he's been calling Woody Maya for the last 6 months to a year. You know what I'm saying? So these people are not about you. You try to call them, try to ask them for help. I have another person that paid me for consultation because, you know what I'm saying, he thought Woody Maya was going to come there and help him and save him and everything. I was like, brother, Woody Maya is not going to help you do anything. Woody Maya is just a cloud chaser and a shit talker and a punk that runs his mouth for views and everything and trying to play the system so he can make his money. You know what I'm saying? You say you are an engineer. How about you get an engineer job and stop feeding off our people on YouTube? And last I remember, the people in America who have made you that money. Because last I remember, you don't have a bunch of people in Africa that's going to send you donations and send you support.
Right.
You know
that's what it's all about.
Get yourself in check, young boy. You know what I'm saying? You're no Pan-Africans or nothing. And you or any of your crew want to holler at me, holler at me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm cutting out all these fake idols down.
The bottom line is this, right? All these people, nobody has. And this was
somebody said I don't like Woody. it's not I'm not into the situation whether I like people or not. It's not about me liking somebody. It's about people who need to be real. There's all these people are fake as hell. Just like you have another one who calls himself Pan-African and Strike Back. Yes, Bomani is saying that. You literally sit there and do videos about Tariq Nasheed, all that. So people may say, hey, Bomani, you support Tariq Nasheed. No, I respect people who say they're going to do something and they're about their business. I respect people who go out there and do the work. I respect people who are about certain things. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. So I'm calling out all of these people. Any of them want to holler at me, they can holler at me. Last I remember, my phone number is right there on every post, flyer, and information. You know what I'm saying? Because we have to be real about this. Our movement, this movement that, you know what I'm saying, I remember talking to Professor James Small, you know, in 2004 to 2006, and I was a part of the organization called World African Diaspora Union and things like that. You know what I'm saying? You talk about real brothers connecting together and building a future. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, and this movement has been turned into a shit show, a joke because of people like Dr. Umar Johnson, you know what I'm saying, Woody Meyer, and people like Pan-African and Strike Back, who literally ain't striking about nothing. You striking out. Every single video this clown make is about Tariq Nasheed, and he think he's funny and things like that. You know what I'm saying? But when you reach out to these people, they're not gonna help you do anything. Last I remember, I got customers from consultation to even people I just talk to in general, and people I've helped. I've taken over 600 people to Africa, and I've changed the lives of people. You know what I'm saying? But then when these little people come and they just tell you lies and play games, then y'all want to literally just, you know, take it like that. Support the real people that are about that business.
Yeah, I'll say it like this.
Let me tell you this person. You sound like, yeah. So this person is literally, you sound like some panelist, Afrodamas. You know, Sister Liz, whoever you are, take this in perspective. You want to come holler at me, you holler at me, because what you're doing is being some emotional person. I'm being real about what I'm saying. Now, listen to what I said again. He went out there to Togo and disrespect my people in Togo. Now I have a connection in Togo, and he has nothing to say about all the things that they do in Ghana, including a bunch of things. So a lot of you people literally run your mouth and have comments and things, but you're not in the same game. I've been to 10 countries in Africa. I've been all over Africa. I have 8 countries on tour to Africa. I have customers. I have work that I do here. I have 3 business. You know, so when you sit here, that's for me having a long day and getting on here. You know what I'm saying?
And also, no, she said,
sister, you need to check yourself. Literally check yourself, because Sister Liz, or if you, I mean, I don't know if you're male or female, but you're out of line and you don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying?
They say this, brother.
I have business. I don't sit around and do fake videos and beg people for anything. I've been working since I was 13 years old. You know what I'm saying? When my first job I had was at the Brooklyn Terminal Market. For those who are familiar with Brooklyn, New York, familiar with East New York, Canarsie, Flatbush, and so on. You know what I'm saying? I was working for a group of Italians, you know, offloading watermelon truck. That's what, you know what I'm saying? And working summer jobs and things like that, building up my credibility. I've never taken shortcuts in life. You know what I'm saying? And and then I joined the U.S. military. I've spent 4.5 years in the U.S. military and put my work in. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I'm a military person. You know what I'm saying? Once a sailor, a military person, always a military person, and we're serious about our business. You know, I was out there for 6 months, and I'm happy. You know, they was telling me I was to go out go out for 6 months and work on an aircraft carrier and fix airplanes. I was terrified, but I'm happy I did it. You know, because I had a privileged life because I scored very high in my technical school working aircraft maintenance. I think I ranked it was like 5 out of 12, and that was enough to get me a shore duty job. You know, and I earned it. But I realized that, you know, I'm thankful for that opportunity to going out there for 6 months and learning what these men and women do that protect the country itself. They're on the West Coast and East Coast, and because of the U.S. military, you're not vulnerable to be taken over by China and taken over by the Russians and things like that. Important work that we're doing. You know what I'm saying? People like Woody Meyer have no background in putting any work. Last time I remember, he came on YouTube with his little Chinese girl and everything. Let me see what Liz has to say. All right, go ahead, Liz. Holla at us. Holla at us.
Hi, good evening, gentlemen. How you doing? Well, good morning, rather. How are you doing?
You're rocking.
Yes. Well, that program that Woda, that video that Woda had put out, from my understanding, he was there to support a group of naturalized Ghanaians. They were Black Americans, but they had received their Ghanaian citizenship and were given Ghanaian passports. So their beef was that because they're part of ECOWAS, they're supposed to have free, freedom of movement between countries within the ECOWAS family. And they were being asked to pay additional monies. Now, a lot of these women, they were older women. I'm assuming some of them were retired. Some are on fixed incomes. So to ask them to pay extra, where they probably already had to set aside, monies to travel, was a little much. And again, being part of ECOWAS, they were not, again, free movement. So why are you asking them to pay additional monies? That was their thing.
Let me answer that.
Hold on a second. I mean, is that honestly all you have to say? Me, I'm familiar with the whole situation. Like I mentioned to you, there's a bunch of things going on in Ghana, and he won't say nothing, even when me and Kala was explaining all the things that he denied and everything. So, well, like I said to you, literally, this dude is a fake ass clown and just want to do cloud chasing. He did these videos just like every once in a while. Oh, I went to Tanzania, got arrested. Every single country he talked about, he got arrested and things happen. People like myself have been there with my crew and my staff and been there with our tour. He literally tried to hype up the situation to get cloud chasing and do these things. That's what these fake ass YouTubers do. And people need to stop worshiping these people, because if you call any of these people, they're not going to help you do anything. They're all there to just do drama and show. And that's all I'm explaining to people, literally. So I'm calling out all of these fake ass idols, and then people know stop worshiping and stop supporting and enabling them, because they're running around doing all these things. Promote them to go get a job or build a business and create opportunities for their own black people. So he gets no respect from Bomani Tyehimba.
Yeah, but I will say about this, right? I saw the video, right? And the sisters, and these are sisters in their 70s, whatever, like that, older
That's
sisters,
what I'm
right?
saying, yeah.
All right, now I'm like this.
But also, let me finish too. Also, when you have those issues at the border, what you do is you bring your people and you go and talk to people, and you talk to them respectfully without having cameras in their face and everything, and you work it out. And it could be always worked out. So no one is gonna hurt if you give $1 or $2 US or you give a little tip money. Because as a matter of fact, Ghana, what he's not told you is that everything you do in Ghana requires tip money. Everything. I'm in the land business, the tourism business, and a bunch of business in Ghana. It requires you to do that. And most of the time, I tell my crew, I was like, let's work it out and show them some love and keep it moving. But the reason why he's fake, because you would never talk about what goes on in Ghana. And it's not a Togo situation. It's a situation that goes all over the place. And I'm sure if you go to my beautiful home country in Jamaica, you may have to deal with some of those things. But we can do that.
I've dealt with that in Jamaica, but go ahead.
We can respectfully go to the side, talk to people without having cameras on their face and putting them on YouTube and things like that. So that's where I went, and that's what I feel about that situation. So whether people agree or disagree with me, that is my direct point and nothing else. And it's not about me liking or anything, because I'm not into liking the people on YouTube. Most of the people on YouTube are those fake ass people out there getting views and things, and we should be encouraging them to go get a real job, go build a real career, build some black-owned business, and help our own people instead of running their mouth off trying to get views and get people to donate money to them.
Yeah,
it's your prerogative, and you're entitled to feel how you feel. But I didn't take it that way. I just took it as an overall message to most of Africa. When you're trying to move around, you should, because I've heard of issues at the airport there in Lagos. I've heard this same thing about landing in Liberia. So this is not just talk about it. And I didn't take it that way.
First thing he needs to do is punk ass needs to talk about what goes on in Ghana, and he needs to shut the hell up with his punk ass. Because
I know a lot of people were saying that.
Yeah, check us out.
I hope people reply these messages back to these fake ass people, because I'm tearing down all of these idols. I'm tired of these fake ass punks destroying a movement that some of us dedicate our life to doing real work. And what Woody Meyer is doing is not real work. What Omar Johnson is doing is not real work. And what everybody else we talk about doing is not real work. Because like I mentioned to you, call them, reach out to them, and see what they can do for you, help you. They will never communicate with you.
Yeah, what I will say about this. When I saw the video, right, and everybody was crying, why this happened, and he tried to build some Black America and stuff like that. Like, well, how did it happen in Togo, right? And he basically ignores all the stuff that goes on in Ghana all the time, you know?
Yeah.
I
know that was the critique. That was the critique of some that were on this particular panel I was listening to. You know, all of the stuff that goes on in Ghana, he doesn't highlight. But we know about Ghana as well from listening to other people who have traveled. So like I'm saying, no one is immune. No one is innocent in this thing. You know, so I didn't take it as oh, he's singling out Togo. Oh, he's beating up on Togo. I didn't look at it that way.
Its own country and all of the things that goes on in Ghana is a million times worse than things that goes on in Togo, Tanzania, and all the other countries. Trust me, I've done business. People don't want me to do a real show to talk about all the things that have happened to me, all the money that you know what I'm saying, we've been shaken down for all the things. People don't want me to.
I can imagine.
And I'm not going to do that because I love my people in Ghana, and my people in Ghana, you know, the things that goes on, you know, it's not their fault, and it's like, you know, we're not going to blame a beautiful country in Ghana for a few little things that goes on with some of the corrupt people, you know. But either he can expose what goes on in his own country, or he needs to learn to shut the hell up, because he's nobody but a little punk that runs his mouth for cloud chasing. And the reason why he's on that level, because you people on YouTube and all over the place enable this clown to be who he is, and then when he turns around, he go build mansions and things like that, and instead of building a factory or opportunities to build business for his own people. So like I mentioned, these fake idols are getting torn down by the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood.
Yeah, and like I said, the bottom line is this, you know, when we start talking about this before you can be a Pan-African, you have to have black consciousness, right? And my whole thing when I saw the guys at the Togo border, how do we know these guys haven't been paid in months? You know, how do we know that that Togo guy at the border, right? That couple of dollars. What are you talking about? $2 or $3 US dollars at the most.
Brother, you put together a few dollars and just show some love. Give you.
Hey, bro. Go eat. And then when you do that, right, you're helping out the people and stuff like that. And the problem I had was when these women were like, "I'm a Ghanaian now." You're African American, you know. When it
doesn't matter. Tip the people and keep it moving.
Yeah, but they hold ECOWAS. They have Ghanaian passports.
It doesn't matter what they hold a passport from God and Jesus and Muhammad and the rest of the Bible world. It doesn't matter. And if am I agreeing with?
I personally, I'll be honest with you. I personally would have an issue with that, because if I'm supposed to, if you're telling me, if you're giving me a piece of paper and you're telling me that with this, I'm supposed to have free passage to go here, there, and everywhere. But yet wherever I go, I'm being asked to pay. I'm gonna wonder, okay, but so what was this all about? What's this paper really about?
Let me speak here. Let me say something, right? Here's the problem, right? Black people, we always talk about we want to be Africans and black and westernization. The most westernized thing in the world is a passport. You know, that's the most western thing in the world is a passport. Who created the passport? Europeans. You know, when they had nation states and stuff like that, you know. And so therefore, when you have a passport, that's something alien to the African mind, the African way of doing things, you know. You flashing a passport, you're thinking in terms of an American. I got a passport, whatever like that. It doesn't mean nothing in Africa. When you go to those countries, people go across the border and stuff like that all the time. You could be in Togo one week and Ghana the next week. You got family on this side of the border, family on the other side. Those international borders are joined by not people who aren't us. So therefore, when you say I got a passport, that's basically a Western thing. They're thinking the whole thing is, if you want to get past this point right here, right, you got to pay some money. Well, I got a passport. In their mind, that passport doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. But ECOWAS, I bet you anything, 9 out of 10 Africans on the ground don't even know what the hell ECOWAS is. You know? So you got to understand what you're doing to. So we go in there with America. That's why we get disappointed. We go to Africa. We go in there, we expect America. You know, I got this document. I should be going through. It doesn't work like that in poor developing countries. They don't look at that like, oh, you got a document. They don't care about that documentation. That don't mean anything. Now, maybe at the airport and stuff like that, you know, when it's stuff like that. But in a remote border like that, you know, with a lot of these guys don't probably haven't been paid in months, and they're working these things. They're gonna say, hey, I'm a little something right here. They don't understand the implications of shaking somebody down or getting a tip money at the border. You want to get across through that van.
Brother, his people in Ghana does that all the time, and that's the one thing I'm explaining to people. You know what I'm saying? If you have an issue with what they do in Togo, talk about what your people do in Ghana, because it's a million times worse than what goes on in Togo. And that's my direct point. It's not about me hating or upset with people. And I'm not even saying that it's okay to literally just do these things. But you know what I mean? But it's like, if you're gonna do that, it's like I mentioned, there is no need to do all that stuff and expose these people and things like that. You could have handled that thing respectfully, but he didn't do that respectfully. You know, he literally just trying to get views and everything, make it seem like he's somebody special. You're not somebody special. You're a specially retarded village boy who literally came up basically because Black people in America invested in you and supported you because they thought what you're doing was nice. But we're done with these little fake idols, because what have you done for our people lately? Nothing.
Yeah, well, didn't O'Shea put him up there as a top Pan-African? Woody Meyer, you know?
Now, when you're talking about, if you're going to, that's when our movement is a failure. When you're looking at clowns like Umar Johnson and Woody Meyer and you call them top Pan-Africanism, what are they billing for our people? Their main focus is to beg people for money and to literally get a whole bunch of views. I'm at 500,000 views. Help me get to 1 million views. Help me do that. I don't sit here and waste my time on that. Do the work and build something for our people. And that's what I'm saying. I'm tearing all of these idols. And anybody want to holler at me about anything, come holler at us, because we're the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood.
When we build something, let me tell you something. You know, Pan-Africanism has to produce tangibles, you know, ground. You know, it takes years of work and stuff like that. It's not just somebody getting up on YouTube and saying, I'm a Pan-Africanist. Everybody can say, everybody's claiming to be a Pan-Africanist, right? Pan-African starts with Black liberation, Black love, Black unity, and all stuff like that. We forgot about that, you know. Everybody on should be networking with each other, building and saying we're doing this and supporting each other. But what you have is people out there with their own ideology, with their own interests and everything, and they're getting up there and they're talking like it. Just because, let me say something. Another thing is, just because you live in Africa or go to Africa, or basically have some investment, I don't necessarily make you a Pan-Africanist. What makes you a Pan-Africanist is supporting the ultimate goal of Black liberation, Black economics, Black global pipeline, and all stuff like this. That's what makes you a Pan-Africanist, you know, and basically also respecting those who came before you, knowing the story of how we got here, you know, respecting what happened in the transatlantic slave trade, respecting what happened in the Garvey movement, respecting what happened in the creation of OAU and stuff like that. Why are we doing that? And understand that if we're not, if all of us don't come up, then none of us come up. We don't have that in the Pan-African world no more. Everybody got their own little lane. They're making their own little money and stuff like that. You know, they're traveling, they're going back and forth and everything. And you don't see the hardcore. And then all of a sudden, when it comes down to actually building, who are the Africans sitting down with? They're sitting down with the Chinese. They're sitting down with the Lebanese. They're sitting down with the Europeans. We're the so-called Pan-Africans at the table of Africa's future. We got all these people that basically call themselves Pan-Africans, but no one knows what's going on the continent. No one knows. We're not studying the ins and outs and everything. We're just spectators. Pan-Africanism is about building and being part of the liberation of the African continent and the Black mind. We don't have that right now in Africa. We don't have that in America, right? Because, like I said, you first have to believe in your people, right? I believe Africa has all the potential to liberate itself. I believe that Black America and the diaspora could be a role in that. You know, we could be in a role in that. But we can't be a role being a spectator. We cannot be a role sitting on the side and everything like that, just basically saying I'm a Pan-Africanist and we are not coordinating our efforts together and building. You know, those people who have a voice and those people who have a platform, you have a responsibility. Like, I'm disappointed when you said that you've been trying to reach out to Woody Meyer. He has a platform, but he hasn't interviewed.
No, me first, brother. I don't need people like himself help. There's nothing he can do for me because I know who he is already. I was saying my vice president of Black Star Pan-African Community went to see him in Prom, went all the way from Jahadzi to Prom. That's about 3 hours. And you know what I'm saying? And they took a picture together, some terrible pictures and things like that. You know, but let me just pop this comment up here. because this person is literally, here's this comment. I'm saying, she's talking about something about a larger issue. Sister, like I mentioned to you, I don't know if I keep on repeating myself to you. If he needs to really talk about the issue in Togo, then he needs to address all the things that goes on in Ghana. He needs to stop running around. I've been to Tanzania 3 times with my group and everything. Brother, I've been through from Kilimanjaro Airport, Arusha Airport, Dar es Salaam Airport, Zanzibar Airport. Those are 4 of the main airports in Tanzania. My second favorite country to Ghana, until I get to Liberia. You know what I'm saying? But literally, and he literally dramatized all the little stuff and things like that because he knows y'all get excited and y'all just like, oh, Woody Meyer this, Woody Meyer that. Like, stop the little fake stuff. And then the same person have something to say about this other Pan-Africanist strikeout. Where is it at? Where is that comment? Like, none of these people are okay. If you, like I mentioned, they can all do what they need to do, but take what we're doing, take that Pan-African energy out your mouth, because you're not a Pan-Africanist and you're not into a movement. So clear that out, and you can go on. And like one person may mention a comment, why y'all talking about Umar when there's a bunch of other people? Them other people are not forcing their way into our movement and disrespecting our movement, making our movement look like a clown show. Like, this is a serious movement. So a lot of us dedicate our life, and all the scholars before me and all of the people before me that have passed down the legacy and passed down the energy. I took that to the highest level. So all of a sudden you can just be into China with a little Chinese girl and a cute little video. The next, I'm going to show the narrative. Look at Rwanda. It's the cleanest place you can eat. And, and every little garbage little video this clown does, everybody like, oh. It is a joke. My movement ain't about joke. My movement is about building Black enterprises. Great opportunities for Black people. Us working together to build something special. Not going around beating down on struggling people at borders and things like that. And like I mentioned, if he is a real about what he's about, then expose the things in Ghana. Because I'm telling you, whenever any one of us reach out and share information, say, hey, this is going on in Ghana. Oh, no, that's not going on in Ghana. That's not going on in Ghana. He's a hypocrite.
He would.
I blame all you people out there that support this hypocrite. Hold them accountable. We have to hold these people accountable.
Yeah, he basically, that girl Leslie Jones that got beat up, he was all up in the comments, defending, and Black people, some people saying, yeah, whoa, this is what happened to me. Well, no. I don't want people like, and people say, why are you, why don't you get the story? No, that's not what happened. This, that, did he go to that place and interview this girl and find out what happened? He just,
did he do any research at all? No.
So he just basically like, no, this will happen, whatever like that. But okay, if that's, let's say that was the thing. He wasn't painting a good picture of Africa. This thing
he's not painting a good picture of Togo, which is a wonderful country.
Right. I'll say I'm like this. Okay, let's say he didn't like what happened in Togo. He said, look, we're gonna have to pay some more. He should have said like that. We're gonna have to pay some this, like that. Let me say this. Then, right, let's say after he paid and got through, he said, I didn't appreciate what I went through, but sometimes you gotta do that, right? And so these are people I love them. Let's keep going. Let's go to this voodoo thing, right? He did a whole video crying. I don't know why we got to do this and that. Why do we do this to each other? Because Africa's poor, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Africa's poor. These people need money,
And at the same time, too, did he try to talk to them? He recorded them instead of trying to talk to them.
Yeah, instead saying, I'm going to give the money, but find out why these guys, maybe they haven't been paid in a while. Maybe the family's money.
Since he's making all this money from Black people, giving all this money to him in Africa, the ladies didn't have to pay anything. He should have came out of his pocket and say, hey, I'm a Ghanaian citizen. You know what I'm saying? Let me just talk to you guys and let's work things out and then let's keep it moving. Brother, he should any borders in Africa, and I don't have these issues because I'm a respectful Black man, and I'm gonna look at the next Black man and whatever the situation, we're gonna sit down there and talk and we're gonna work things out. You know what I'm saying? There's many situations, and that's being a real man. You talk to another man. You don't just sit there, just throw him under the bus and disrespect them, especially if you're not going to hold your own country accountable for what they're doing to other Black people in America. And again, I love Ghana and things like that. I'm not here to expose Ghana, but I'm saying he needs to expose what goes on in Ghana if he's going to do that to Togo. And it's that simple, nothing more than that.
And also, we need to be clear, right, about, remember that the Jamaican couple from Florida that went to Ghana and they were shaken down for all that money, and they lost their business and everything.
One
They
of a
lost
million
everything.
stories.
Huh? Yeah, many stories. I
stories,
sent you
yeah.
the story. They lost everything, and they said they want to live in Ghana, they want to invest in everything. And the Guinean so-called partner wanted their share of the business, 50% up front. They said, okay, it's 50, okay, you own 50. They said, okay, you own 50% of the business. But they wanted whatever the business was worth. They wanted the money in cash up front. And they ended up losing everything. So they had to come back to the United States and start all over again. You know?
It's a popular thing that goes on all the time. That's why I tell people, if you're trying to make moves, you reach out to us for consultation or even free consultation, and we'll connect you with good people, because these things go on. But last I remember, you don't hear these things going on in Togo, right?
No.
Exactly.
You don't hear stuff going on in Liberia either, you know, because it does
Liberia.
You know, and so what I'm saying is this, though. If you're going to basically talk about some border in Togo or not, you know, these stories right here, Border Mike should be like, yo, look, these stories are all on the YouTube, right? I know he sees them. People are like, yeah, I was in Ghana for his time and whatever like that. Or people that go into countries like Tanzania, you know, you know, but he basically is like dismissive of people's problems and just come to Africa, come to Africa, come to Africa. Instead of saying, you know something, I'm Border Mike, I got a whole list of people that are honorable, that can get you what you want in this country right here. I can connect you with the right people and everything like that. It's just come to Africa, come to Africa, come to Africa. There's no problems and all stuff like this. Keep showing these mansions. But how are the average Ghanaian living? You know? How are the Ghanaians are complaining about prices. They're complaining about rents going up and stuff like that, and they're being resentful and everything. Instead of saying, this is what we need to do to build Ghana, this is what we need to do, this is the people I'm working with and stuff like that. It just basically, you know, just come. When I keep watching my videos, keep come. Keep watching our videos and like that. And he's not talking about the problems that his country has, you know. But then if he's not going to talk about the problems the country has, fine. You want to show your country in the best light. I get that. You know?
That's fine. But then shut the hell up about all these other countries. Stop saying you went to South Africa and Tanzania. Oh, your favorite Ghana baby was arrested here. Oh, it was this mess. This little boy loves drama, and you people literally picked it up and literally have supported him to where he's flaunting his girl around. Oh, we got this mansion, we got this big house and everything. Build a factory and build opportunities for your own people, and
build infrastructure. Build infrastructure.
Build something. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, if anybody, at this point, I have nothing else to add to that, and we're going to move to something else. But anybody don't understand that, that means you're not intelligent, and you're not somebody I want to waste my time communicating with. And you may not need to spend your time listening to this channel, because we're going to keep it 1,000% on everything.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Bottom line, everybody to me is right now, right? If people want to go out and do what they want to do, it's fine.
But don't do it in the name of a Pan-Africanism. This
when you start talking about Pan-Africans, right? We're being selective. If you don't support your community in America, if you don't believe that Black people are the best people, or we got talents and everything like that, right? You can't be part of this Pan-African movement, right? If you're trying to promote an alternative lifestyle other than man, woman, and child, you're not part of this movement. You know, you got people out there, you know, and I talked to Brandon today. He sent me this thing. I'm cool with Brandon, but you know, we got
that's the boy, brother. I mean, and you're not, you're not good friends, and we have good connections, and we
you know what I'm saying. I mean, I'm cool with him. I'm cool with him, but you know, but the bottom
all of these people on YouTube, they're making our movement look like a comedy show, and I'm not respecting it.
Right.
Take the word Pan-Africanism out of your operation,
right,
and call it something else, because you're not a Pan-Africanist. You're a little fat little boy running your fucking mouth about nothing, and our movement is not about Tariq Nasheed is irrelevant. Our movement is not about Tariq Nasheed. So if you're gonna say that you're down with our movement, all that stuff, you show something about our movements. Last I remember, you and I don't sit around and put up a bunch of fake stuff that we talking about this. Even though we may talk about certain people, we have never titled any video with Tariq Nasheed, Umar Johnson, or any of these people, or even Woody Meyer or anything. If we get into subject, we'll talk about it. But that's not what the definition of Pan-Africanism. You do not do those things. You know what I'm saying? And then everything is about, like I mentioned, some of these people need to go get a real job and build a real career. And people like myself respect working and respect careers, because I built mine since I was a teenager, and I work hard to build what we need to build. And I'm not out there begging anybody for anything. I'm out there putting out fake videos and things like that. And before there was any of these people that existed that I'm talking about. You know, you go back in 2004 and see if these people existed. And I did my first documentary in Senegal and the Gambia. Senegal in March of 2004 and Egypt in April of 2004 with Dr. Ranoka Rashidi. That's how far I go back, and study groups in 2003. You know what I'm saying? And we have never taken any situations where we just on YouTube playing around and things like that. So I'm telling people that's what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? And anybody want to come holler at me, my number is right there. You can call me. You know what I'm saying? And if you think I'm scared of anybody, holler at us, because last I remember, we're doing the real work of Pan-Africanism. You know what I'm saying? I've taken over 600 people to Africa. I've helped a lot of people live, do business in Africa. And when people call and ask for help, whether it's free consultation or not, we help people. And no one can say, oh, Bomani, I've been trying to reach out to you to connect with you and talk with you. That never happens. You know what I'm saying? You communicate me and reach out to me. I got your back and I'll help you. But I'm tired of people. As a matter of fact, family, nobody call me anymore about Woody Meyer and tell me that, oh, well, I was trying to reach out to Woody Meyer and he won't help me. I was trying to, and you know, and then they'd be like, well, he's busy.
Don't call about Sabo.
They say, well, he may be busy. I was like, yo, don't make any excuses. One of the last brothers that called me, I was like, yo, brother, don't make any excuses for these clowns. I was like, yo, if they're gonna talk all that stuff, be accountable that real people are gonna call you, want to do things with you, or even say, hey, can you connect me with this or do certain things? Like I mentioned to you, my vice president of Black Star Pan-African Community literally went out this way, 3 hours drive to go meet him, and they were supposed to do a video or do certain things. It never happened. And then when he follow up to connect with him, it never happened. But, and you know what I mean? And I'm sure he does that to a lot of people. Even when I saw him on video one time talk about, I've been busy. I've not been able to communicate or connect back with you or follow up with you and everything. So like I mentioned, there's real this is a real business office that you look at right here. A real business place. There's a bookshelf right there. Everything else that you can't see is the other part of the office, and everything back there is the whole technical operation, computers, parts, and real business that we do. So stop enabling these clowns, because you're making them do what they do, and then they don't do anything to help our people. You know what I mean? He took all that money that y'all gave him to build some fancy house and all that stuff, and then he pushed it in your face. So he's no different from those crooked ass preachers and pastors that's out there. You know what I'm saying? These people are race hustlers, grifters, and literally conniving bastards. So the two people we're pushing out there is Dr. Umar Johnson. Well, I'm not even calling Dr. Umar Johnson, because we never know if you're a real doctor or whatever. I'm not even going to get into all of that. You know what I'm saying? You just always want to run him out. And then this fake ass Woody Meyer Ghana baby. You know what I'm saying? This guy is like 30 years old, call himself a baby. You know what I'm saying? You know, these little sick little punks, man, have ruined our movement. When I started this movement, it wasn't people like that wouldn't even be able to get in any space, because it was always about being militant, organized, and everything. Like when I first joined the movement, it was a real movement. But these people, those two I just mentioned, have literally, them and a few other people have literally destroyed our movement. And I blame the YouTubers that are supporting them.
Yeah.
Literally.
YouTube
is and get a job. YouTube is a joke. It's a circus comedian show. And that's why I said all these people out there have they get no love from us. And I'm not here to
and Bomani's untouchable. Bomani's record is untouchable. You know, 20 years in this movement, there's 600 people, the stuff he's building and stuff like that. You know, he's untouchable. You know,
I've helped people start business. I've even encouraged people and inspire people to do the same business we do. And even all these people that you're talking about, land community, you go back in the days, you didn't hear, we were the ones that are doing it. I remember first going to Ghana and we were involved in that business. We were learning about the situation and things like that. So anybody want to call me names and think whatever, I'm being real with the situation. And so y'all could keep on defending these two clowns all y'all want, but they're not Pan-Africanists and they are not doing anything for you. And the first thing I want everybody to do who love these two clowns, go and call them and send a text message to them and see if they give you any communication. Go ask them to see if they can help you with anything and see if they help you. And then you can call them.
We got a sense of our communities like that, right? Like I told you earlier today, right? If like me, Kala Genesis, right? I've given out so much to this movement, right? And I've never taken a dime. Never asked for
over
the years. I never asked for a dime. You know, I said I do this for the love of the movement community, right? And I'm saying to myself, okay, I say I give all this knowledge. People run with the knowledge I give, the history I give, everything like that, right? But they never put me on the same level as Umar Johnson, right? And said don't say less than I do, right? because I'm not because I'm not monetized. If I start charging, maybe some people start holding it in value, just like a preacher. You know,
Brother Umar Johnson's below you, man. You're my favorite scholar. You're my favorite debater, and I'll tell anybody. I'll put our best and our favorite scholar, Kala Genesis, against any of these people.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting for them to bring it on. As a matter of fact, I did have one other video while you talk. Go ahead and talk, and I'll load it up.
No. So I'm like this. I basically have done this because I believe in this movement, right? And I'm saying this is what I believe in, right? I wrote a book, Journey to the Promised Land. You can get it on Amazon, stuff like that. I put my blood into this book, and hopefully it's going to be made into a movie one day. I'm in the talks of building this into a motion picture and stuff like that. I do all this stuff for love. I'm involved in Liberia and Angola and several other countries, and I talk to Mr. Rosenthal every day. You got the African Gold Bullion Bank and the African Gold Bullion Sovereign Wealth Fund. So a lot of people in Liberia and players are excited about that we have a sovereign wealth fund and stuff like that. So we'll be able to one day in the near future be able to fund any project we want to and stuff like that. And basically, like I said, Mr. Rosenthal, he doesn't call nobody. He calls me all the time. He said, "What do you think about this?" He needs advice on Africa or Pan-African and stuff like that. He calls me. He doesn't call Umar Johnson. He calls me. And so therefore, I got these people in my network and stuff like that. I've been working for years behind the scenes. I don't get up there and obliviate and pontificate. And I'm the king of this and everything like that. And also what I do is I respect the average person, the working guy, the black person. I respect the person who doesn't believe in what I'm talking about. I have a lot of people that I know that I love that don't believe in what I'm doing, don't believe in Pan-African. That's fine. You're still my people. I love you, And so therefore I understand that it's my job to prove this. The Bible says prove all things. And so therefore we have a Pan-African movement where people want to use Pan-Africanism to discredit everybody else. Say, "Oh, I'm a Pan-Africanist." Pan-Africanist. Okay, we understand that, right? But the Pan-African movement is in our hands. This is I want people to look at, right? The Pan-Africanism movement, the civil rights movement, got black people jobs. It got black people to go where they want to go and build stuff like that. It entered into American mainstream society, right? Now, you got Pan-Africans say, "Oh, you wanted to live." Look, we're given the choice at the time. We had no choice. We had no choice. Countries in Africa were developing, no infrastructure and everything like that. So we had no choice but to stay in America and make it work. And the Pan-African movement after Garvey did not hold this end of the deal. We didn't have post-independence. How many African countries said we got territory and land to give African Americans, Black Americans, diaspora to settle? Billions and billions of dollars Nigeria has wasted and everything like that. How much of that money ever went to building new cities and towns for Black Americans to come over and live? Because it was proposed to them, right? To live and stuff like that. How many of that happened? It never happened. The Pan-African world, the Black world and everything would much rather reach out to China and all these other people to help build. How many of these African countries are reaching out to our Black colleges and engineers and say, let's pull our resources together like Malcolm X and Kwame Nkrumah talked about to create a technology pool? It was sad that the organization of the African American community that Malcolm X founded we didn't have to pick up a baton and run with it. He said that's what they want to do. He said he talked to African leaders and said, "We want to pull our youth together and build and making sure there's a pipeline." And he said Black people in America got to get in these libraries, learn the knowledge and everything like that, and take advantage. Malcolm X said that back in the 60s. We got to take advantage of the opportunities, stuff like that, and be ready when opportunity presents. The Black world and the Pan-African world failed to do that. We failed to get the education. I was the first one on Blog Talk Radio back in the days, right? When I got on Blog Talk Radio, my Pan-African show was different than everybody's Pan-African show. I talked about infrastructure. I talked about science. I talked about investment. I talked about investment. I talked about building. I talked about logistics. I talked about all these things that we're going to need to basically be credible in the world. The Pan-African world has not been credible. It's not been relevant to Africa. Africa is more reliant on Europeans. They're more reliant on the Chinese, everybody else. What has the Pan-African world given to Africa? Have we built the construction firms there? Do we have one African American diaspora bank on the African continent? Are we funneling money to the continent like we're supposed to? Are we opening up mortgage houses and stuff like that? Are we competing? You know, are we on? Do we have a Pan-African investment securities on each and every African stock exchange? I had a friend of mine, Devon Bell. We had a plan to build this the thing called the Onyx Stock Exchange 12 years ago, which we was going to be linked to COMESA, the Community of African Stock Exchange Association, you know, COMESA, East Africa, and basically get with African countries and basically make the Onyx Stock Exchange tethered and linked to all the black stock exchanges in Africa. So black people in America can invest in African securities and everything from the comfort of your computer. We were going to do that and everything. Those are the sort of people I was reaching out to try to build. I said, that's still got to be the face of Pan-Africanism. Nation building, infrastructure building, all these things like that, education, you know, agriculture, you know, modern agriculture, you know. My brother Mufasa, who's in Nigeria right now, and in Benin right now, everything. He was 21 years old. He was one of my first listeners, you know, and he was basically talked about agriculture, but he was discouraged because nobody talked about modern agriculture. He knows we got to build modern agriculture, food products, everything. But I heard nobody talk about that. But he found Kala Genesis on Blog Talk Radio saying, yes, we need modern agriculture. We need modern agriculture. We need modern industry in agriculture to grow food on mass scale and everything. So I'm not bragging on like that, but I was the first person who I said I created this thing called the UJAMA, cooperative economics. You know, when a lot of people talk about UJAMA, they just think, oh yeah, cooperative economics, everything like that. You know, let's have a little. I talk about investment clubs. Let's create the UJAMA Investment Club Society where people have investments. They have a portfolio. You know, let's modernize this Pan-African movement to make it relevant and attractive to where Africa and the world is going. You know, Pan-Africanism that requires work. You know, it's not just faith. If faith without works is dead. And so therefore, that's what I did back in the day. So basically, after a while, people now, if you're a Pan-Africanist and you talk about banking and everything, you're not looking like you're alien. Right. You know, you're not looking like Umar Johnson, you know, where basically the people that got the MBAs, the people that got the degrees and stuff like that, you know, who could put together a UJAMA investment firm, you know, in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, but we're competing with the Chinese, the Lebanese, everybody else, you know, but guys like him is tearing that down. Oh, you're capitalism, blah, 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 blah. So what are we supposed to do? Sit back and wait for him to build a goddamn school and everything like that, you know? No, I'm saying.
But I would never send my son to his school.
Yeah,
that's why we're gonna build our own school in Jahadzi, real black Pan-African school.
We're gonna build our own schools and stuff like
and
that.
It won't take 15 years.
No, we're gonna basically have like that. We're gonna teach our kids STEM, science and math and technology and stuff like that. You know, we're gonna teach them industry. The kids are gonna know how to work together from the age of 5. They're gonna know how to solve problems and work together and work as a group, work as a team, whatnot. So hierarchy is the thing. We need hierarchy in the black community. The exceptional people is always going to stand up and be leaders, like in the military. Within how many months does it take before your drill sergeant realize who got leadership skills? Don't they recognize that? You know.
Yes, and you know, with us, you know, we don't deal with sergeants because we're in the Navy, so it's usually a petty officer.
But he recognized. He said, Bomani, you got what it takes. You're going to be the lead. You know, they see that. You know.
Oh yes, trust me. They even I even remember they was like, who wants to be a Navy SEAL? I was like, I'm not putting my hand up.
But they recognize these things or whatnot. But the problem was in the Pan-African world, we don't have any structure. We have no hierarchy, you know? And so basically everything is based on how many YouTube followers you got, you know? You know, you can't be in the Pan-Africans, like OJ said, these are the top Pan-Africans, right? All YouTubers, you know? All YouTubers. No, you know, these are voices of Pan-African.
Yeah, even when the video that we played, people don't mention my name or your name. And I always tell people that I'm very quiet. I don't say much because, I mean, even every time you call me and I'm like, yo, I'm working on something. But, you know, I'll stop what I'm doing to talk with you because you're my good brother. And you're like, you know, you're like a real brother out there. I mean, like you're about that life. I mean, and and I think you're very underrated. I think people don't give you the respect you deserve because, brother, even Yeah, I mean, you encouraged me over the years, even though say Liberia is the business, and I tell you, like, I was like, I know, I was like, I'm open, but it's like right now I can't even add it to the schedule. But eventually, you were consistent, and you working with my brother, and then next, we have it going, and we're gonna do it big.
Yeah.
And then you break down all of the great situations that will help our people. So I was like, you know what? Everything that you're broken up down to me is to where now I see Ghana and literally Liberia, or even more so Liberia, being that Pan-African state. And then all the people that you connected me with, from Dr. Kula to a wonderful sister Winnie, who I just need to reach out to, I haven't talked to in a while. That's real business. I mean, you didn't just talk the stuff, you delivered. Let's be real. Then you even connected me with your good brother Ross. And then
Ross, great
African. Great African. I mean, this is your family. This is real. I mean, give our brother Kala some love and some credit.
The bottom line, we're doing so much.
He's
we're doing
real.
So much, right? I got.
He's literally the only person that I saw out there in the YouTube world, even though he's not a YouTuber, out there on YouTube, and that literally was out there just pushing a certain narrative and being consistent with it. And that's who I want to work with. I want to work with people like yourself and other people.
My brother Ross, man, he went to the government and got me a visa. I don't have to go through this pay $300.
And I told you, I was like, that is impressive. I was like, why did you send him to do it? Because he just literally sent it to you and you got it right there.
In one day, I got a visa. I got a visa saying, yeah, you're a country of Liberia. Come on by the minister, But this is sort of energy we're bringing because I'm connected with a lot. I hate that word. We are connected with people on the ground that are doing major things, And I can tell you about one guy that I ain't gonna mention his name when that, when I said the video, even though he's getting on my nerve, African American, he has to be tempered a little bit, He's ready, yeah, man, we gotta make Liberia this and whatnot. I say you're really talking too rough, And Liberia, you gotta give it to him a little bit, so whatnot, This guy's ready to, we gotta build this and whatnot, build this. Okay, let's not rush up. We have all this Pan-African fire, right? But we got to give it to our African brothers in little bits and pieces. Let's build, and stuff like that. But we got people ready to come to Liberia and come to Africa and build stuff and everything like that, And like I said, I'm not basically, like I say, the Pan-African is all about the work, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I'm a Pan-Africanist, man. Screw the Democrats, screw the Republicans, screw the independents, screw this. Well, look, if you're in the United States or not, you still live in this country. You got to take care of business like you here. Screw black colleges and whatnot, Screw what we're doing in America, right? People look at you like, look, the Bible says prove all things. When we start doing this thing in Liberia, we're not there yet. We're just starting. We started making money and building stuff and whatnot. And people are like, something, I may not ever go there, but something, I'll put it in a good word. When we're sitting at a table and people start talking about Pan-Africanism, I'm going to put you guys in a good light. That's all we really want, If Pan-Africanism could basically start doing things and building things and creating and delivering on results and whatnot, the people in Black America will embrace you. The people in white America will embrace you if you're doing something, And let me say this, right, before you play the video, right? This is all about what I was saying. I was thinking to myself, pondering myself earlier this week. There's two types of power, right? The Black people, this is what I meant to say the last show we had, about we talked about the entertainers and stuff like that. If you're in a power position, right, in this world, right, if you're connected to the white power structure and you're making the money and whatnot, they love you. They love you. You're making money, whatever like that, So Jay-Z is technically not really connected with it. He's not a black man, whatever that. He's making money. I wish him a lot of luck. I always want black people to make money. Make all the money, 50 cents?
Well, he's running the Super Bowl entertainment for the last few years, and he's going to be doing it tomorrow when Philly.
Yeah,
when Philly get busy.
I want that. But when we talk about Pan-African and Black power economics and everything like that, now when we get to the level where we're on top and we're making those billions of dollars, $1 billion, if white people are not part of that, right, they're not going to be supportive of that. They're going to be like, okay, what does that got to do with us? Everything you see in Black America right now, all the people, Nas, everyone making money and everything like that because they're with white business partners, We get that. There's no black supply chain. There's no distribution. They're not connected to any black infrastructure, you know? What we're trying to do is create the same dynamic using the Pan-African world, where we basically are creating our own millionaires, billionaires, and stuff like that, right? That we don't need the power structure to be tethered to, you know, and that's the difference. The Pan-African world has to deliver, and the Pan-African world has been asleep, even though we know Pan-Africanism, nation building, has always been the right thing to do, right? But what can you tell say when the people that aren't Pan-Africans, the Jay-Z's, everybody else like that, are making billions of dollars, and the Pan-African world is on YouTube begging for super chats, you know, begging for cash apps. You know, how stupid does that make us look? You're on there complaining about a school that nobody was contributing, and you couldn't find the right black HVAC, right? But yet you're going to turn around and talk about the problem is, I guess he stopped talking about the rappers and everything because I guess he's trying to make a pitch to make their money. But the problem is the black guy in the suburb and everything who don't live in the inner city. Somebody basically said, you know, I found a nice house, a nice school for my kid and everything like that. I have a house, wife, everything. We watched a movie on Sunday. One thing when I was growing up, it was always a Sunday night movie. You know, remember back in the days, it was always a Sunday night feature movie on ABC, then HBO. It was always a Sunday night movie. Your family all sitting around watching the movie and everything like that. My father, he got to get up 5 o'clock in the morning to go to work, but he's always down there. You know, we're all with our ice cream. We all have a bowl of ice cream. We're sitting there watching a feature movie and everything like that. You know, that's what people want. People want to have a family life. They want the kids to go to school. They want their sons and daughters to come home safely and everything. And then they can send them off to college, you know, like anybody else. What's the crime in that? Is there a crime? Oh, only when you're a black man. A white man, have you ever heard any white leader or prominent person say the problem in the white community is you got these white guys who are married to white women who are not doing this like that. They're not helping the white kids that are dying from fentanyl and whatever like that they're probably going through. You never hear that happen. But somehow when it comes to black people, we're not, you know, the black man who doesn't have a criminal record, who hasn't done nothing, he's being attacked. And you wonder why people look at the so-called Pan-African world and say, these guys are a bunch of clowns. They haven't built anything, right? You claim Africa as the future and everything, but why aren't you guys millionaires and billionaires yet? How come you guys don't have a bank on the continent? Do you have an investment firm? You know, do you have equipment on the ground? Are you doing construction? Are you winning contracts in Africa? Are you doing something building in Africa where we can see what you're doing and say, you know, something like that? That's why I'm with Brother Bomani, because I see what he's doing. And I know when people seeing is believing, when we build these communities and they start developing and we start getting people to come in and invest and build and everything, the Pan-African, and we start producing our own millionaires and billionaires and people are doing stuff, amazing things. Our next generation kids come up, take it to the next level. The Pan-African movement is going to have legitimacy again. But right now, the Pan-African movement is something used as a vehicle to attack black people. You know, I'm a Pan-Africanist, Marcus Garvey, blah, 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 blah. But the bottom line is this, and you guilt and browbeat black people into supporting you. Even though inside of every black person, we love the RBG. You know, we love the red, black, and green. We know the struggle of the people. But the reality is, right, we got to go by who's paying us. We got to go in neighborhoods we're safe. We got to raise our kids. We got to feed our families. So the Pan-African world and movement, and I'm saying this out of love to all my brothers out there, you know, say this out of love to my brother, we have to stop that nonsense. We have to humble ourselves and realize we are not there yet. I'm a Pan-Africanist. Look at my RBG, rah, you ain't shit, you know. And then you got these stupid ADOS FBA people, you know. You know, there's like two sides of a coin, you know. Both of them ain't doing a goddamn thing. What are they doing? Jack shit. ADOS FBA ain't doing shit. The Pan-African movement ain't doing shit. And two movement that want everybody to support them. I'm like, damn, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. You got dumbass on this side and dumbass on this side. Both of them ain't doing shit, but running their freaking mouth and telling Black America what they ain't doing and stuff like this. That's why I'm glad Michi X said what she said.
Yo, Michi X was on fire.
Don't ever let me. Don't tell me not to piss her off, man. If I do, say, bro, guys, you gotta come here.
Like I don't want no smoke from you, from her.
Bro,
sister, I'm on your side. I got your back. You know what I'm saying? We can do this together.
Yeah. You don't have you don't have to be a Pan-African to be cool with Kala. You know, like I told.
Just be about black people. Be about us, and be about.
Like I said, I have nothing against Nakmeezy, you know, but the bottom line is this: if you think you're gonna convince me to get out of this, you're crazy. Because the bottom line is this: the ADOS FBA movement, right? And it was a couple months since he's been on the show, right? In those few months, have you seen the ADOS FBA movement produce anything? No.
Nothing. You know, talking about people like Nakmeezy, I have an issue with him. He's another punk, you know.
Also, we played the video about Edenton. I gave him a little bait. That's why I played that, right? You would think the ADOS FBA play, yeah, man, the foundational Black America. Let's go to Edenton and help invest in that. You think that they'll say that? No. You think
that's what they need to be doing if they?
You think Tariq with foundational America? Does Tariq ever talk about the black towns in America that are struggling and stuff like that? No,
because he's a race hustler. That's
what
he does.
Tariq is a race hustler.
That's it. His only purpose in this movement is to hustle this movement.
But the only respect I got Tariq is he's open with it. You don't take him seriously. You know,
there's only one respect I give to him is the fact that he say that he collected money for the 1804 movie he delivered. He collected money for that little mini museum that he did and delivered. So Pan-Africanist strikeout. If you have an issue with what he's doing, then you do something, because we don't see you doing nothing other than running and flapping your gums and things like that. And the only thing I will say about him, be careful, because the next person Tariq may slap will be you.
Oh, that'd be no. I think I will put my money on Brandon, but I put my money on Brandon on that one. But that would good. That would good. But Tariq, I don't think Tariq will ever go up against somebody that will actually fight. Remember, Tommy Sotomayor was a little soft. Tariq smacked him around. But I can't see him going up to Brandon like that. I think Brandon will take
these guys are YouTube tough and everything. They claim they're from the streets and they claim all kind of stuff.
But Brandon's actually a fighter. He's a jiu-jitsu.
Like I mentioned, they need to get into the ring and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Imagine
when people like Tariq got his goons and everything. You know what I'm saying? Next thing you talk about that.
Because what will happen is before the fight starts, one of Tariq's goons will probably, two of his goons probably jump Brandon and blah whatever like that. So that's it.
After a while, it comes down to that, because come on, brother. How can you do 50 videos with one man name in your titles? 50 plus videos. That's ridiculous. That's a sick obsession. And that's the only point that I don't respect anybody who does that, because it's literally just stupidity. We have things that we need to talk about in real Pan-African operations. So if you call yourself push out the work of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism has nothing to do with the person named Tariq Nasheed. So if you literally run your mouth with putting your name in his mouth, you literally are not about our business, because there's a lot of other things you're doing. You claim that you're doing land business in Africa. Where is the footage? Everything I've shown you, family, from my tours to the land community we're building to even my technical operation. I'm really about that business. So like I mentioned to you, it's not okay to just be on YouTube running your mouth and talking all that stuff. So whether you're a jitsu fighter or whatever it is, that is not Pan-Africanism. So you need to change your title, and then you can keep on doing what you're doing. And then people like myself won't have an issue with it. The issue that I have is the fact that you're pushing our movement and you're being disrespectful and being stupid about our movement, making our movement look like it's about clowning and joking around. How about you go get a real job, build a real career, and how about you show what you're doing on your land and things? And until he does that, I have no respect for people like himself also. So that's what we're doing, family. We're cutting out.
I was not one person that wasn't laughing about that whole Bucci thing was me. I don't think I was funny at all.
That's what you get when you play around with people like himself. He's gonna make.
I don't think that's funny.
But then this guy literally embraces the name and everything. With his little funny looking glasses and his stupid ass clown hats. So that may be your boy, but I don't care who boy people are. All the fake idols out there, I'm tearing them down. You're all getting torn down. Because I'm tired of our people literally enabling y'all to push an energy, and you're destroying our movement. Our movement is about real work.
The Pan-African world.
And that's why I started out the presentation showing you what people like ourselves are doing.
The Pan-African world has to be serious. And I don't know how this is going to work in the future, because people on YouTube and stuff like that, you know, and YouTube is all about entertainment, you know, and you got to push that envelope of, you know, entertainment, stuff like that. And
YouTube could be about entertainment, but if you're really about our business and really about Pan-Africanism, you're not going to be in that clown show. So, but anyway, brother, you know, you got no more love for you. Can we always agree to disagree? I know, you know, people are going to always, you know, defend their folks and everything, but
I mean, it's look, I get your point, right? Because I say the same thing. You have to basically this Pan-African movement right there is serious. You know, it's serious. And when you the face of Pan-African, like I said, when I started on Block Talk Radio, it was all seriousness. I talk about business, everything,
absolutely.
You know. And in the bottom line, every time I got in front of people, I was respectful, you know. And I always said, I come before you humbly, you know, because I understand I'm introducing something, right? If Black people are in America, right? It's all they know, right? And you say you're a Pan-Africanist and everything like that, right? I'm the outsider, right? I'm like that new kid on the street or the block, whatever, like that, right? If you're a new person on the block, whatever, you have to come like, okay, how you doing? People got to get to know you, you know? And then after a while, just human nature is, after you prove yourself. You ever see a game where it's in some commercials? Oh, who's the new kid? And the next thing you know, the commercial, the new kid helps score the winning basket. Yay! And they lift him up. Yay! You know, you're a good guy. That's just human nature. That's how the Pan-African world is right now. Black America, and that's like, if you don't know your history and everything, Black America has produced the world's first Black billionaire, you know, in America. You know, Black America produced everything from inventions to everything. We talked about McKinsey Group the other day, right? We got all this stuff like that and everything like that. You do not take Pan-Africanism and try to undermine and discredit Black America because you think Pan-Africanism, it ain't Pan-Africanism. Somebody's not Pan-Africanist, right? What you have to do is show what you're doing to say, hey, look, you know, this is how I'm making money. You know, I'm invested in this. You know how much money we made this week? You know who's a good Pan-African? Don't call themselves? Oh, what they do. It's Blacks Without Borders. They didn't come. They said, yeah, come down Africa. They didn't go say, you sitting in America and blah, blah, blah. We're down here making this money. Whatnot. They just went to South Africa, right? Got in the business, were successful, right? And then encouraged other people to join them. People who might not have been Pan-Africans and everything like that, because people will adopt what they know will better their life. Black people are just like anybody else. If you say Pan-African is a way and Africa's a future and everything, prove it. You owe the people that much. Prove it. Like me, I don't tell people, oh yeah, man, there's like that until I prove it, you know? Now, some of the people who study me and follow me and everything, they go on their own. Yeah, you're right, Kala. You know, they always say, you're right, Kala. I did some research. I was like, well, you didn't believe me? Oh, yeah, I found it. Yeah, you were right about this thing. I did my... People always do that to me. Will you second guess me? I say, okay, I understand. And next thing you know, they're going out there. There's a lot of my people have been to the continent before I did and been there many times, right? Just on the stuff I said. But I had to prove it. And when they didn't go, right, I didn't make thing. I have this one guy, I hope to have one to show soon, this guy called Black Achievement, you know? If you ever see some of the old clips of me and Black Achievement go back, now this guy was a staunch called anti-Pan-African brother, right? He's called Black Achievement USA. This guy basically is a lawyer, make good money, making $300,000 a year. He lives in DC, Baltimore area, right? And he used to be on my show every week. I said, oh no, here comes Black Achievement, right? And he used to go back and forth with us and all that. This Pan-African stuff, what y'all doing? Y'all still in America. Y'all never been Africa. Everything like that, right? And after years, right? And all of a sudden, I remember one time I had Rosenthal on. And the first time I broke the ice with Black Achievement, right? And he heard Rosenthal speak and whatnot. And Rosenthal just got back from Africa doing something. And he said, well, Mr. Rosenthal, blah, blah, blah. And Black Achievement, Mr. Rosenthal said, yo, look, man, I've done this. This is what you talk about. And we showed the video like, oh, okay, they shut him up. But then Black Achievement, right? I remember like a year later, right? He comes to me one night and says, Kala, guess what, man? You were right about Africa, right? I got this African firm, right, that wants me to be a lawyer and help them out with this. He does software. He's a lawyer for coding, coding lawyer. I don't know, some intricate stuff like that for computer programming with patents and stuff like that, right? He said, man, I got this deal where I might be going to the continent You know, I said, well, look at here. I thought you said Africa has no use for us, Black Achievement. I thought you said, yeah, but you know, I said, now you got a friggin' deal, right? You're somebody approached your firm, right? And you're gonna get paid big money, right? Dealing with what? Africa. So I thought you said Africa is nothing. That, you know, we just do it right here with Americans and everything, you know? So it takes sometimes, right? And I don't know Black Achievement. Me and him are still friends. I gotta give him a call. I don't know if he's a real Pan-African, but he understands, right? Some of the stuff I was saying was true. You know, there's opportunity, but he's highly educated and has skills and everything. He says he's going to benefit. He's going to look into other African countries, you know, and I think he's going to go to the continent, you know. But this was somebody that was staunchly against Pan-Africanism. If I would have blocked him, said, "Don't ever call my show, you suck, blah blah blah, you're integrationist," you know, like that, I would have lost a good brother like that. So I basically like this. I kept preaching my message. He challenged me, man. We had some of the most dragged out debates, you know, but I didn't call him you like that. But I understand this guy, because he's like this. I made it in America, right? I got top grades in my college. I graduated from a law firm. I made doing all this money. Why are you telling me that what I did is not legitimate? Whatever. I said, no, you could do that and this. No, we don't need Africa. Look at me. I'm Black Achievement USA. You know, I'm like that. You know, America is this. You know, he was one of those type of brothers. So after a couple of years, right, he found the truth. He said, yeah, we can build business in Africa. We can open. I start studying these countries. They got economies growing and stuff like that, you know, and he got a contract, you know. But what if I would have been like, you know, you're a typical Black American, you're into Africa, you know, you're a sellout and all stuff like that, you know. It would just harden his heart. But after hearing me for many years, he started doing his own research, and he found, you know, they'll say his chance luck. He came across the right opportunity and involved Africa. Now he's interested in Africa, you know, and now these same people back in the days who wouldn't even talk about Africa, now Africa is a topic of conversation. You will hear him more in different groups and everything, and different Pan-African groups and chats and stuff like that, talking people, linking up with people. That's the way you got to come to people, you know. You can't beat them over the head. You can't tell them what they're not doing and everything. You got to take people where they are. Like I said, I'll take you hot, I'll take you cold, but I can't stand lukewarm people. People, you're lukewarm, I'll spew you out of my mouth.
Well, perfect, brother. Perfect, brother. Let me see if I can add one of these comments on here. Let me know what you think about this right here, because that has nothing to do with anything. So let me know if you want me to speak Wolof.
Hold on, let me read the comment, right? Let me read the comment. He said, y'all doing it wrong too, talking dirty about Pan, but speak African language. What are you talking about?
I don't know where this sound come from.
But don't speak any African language and everything. What did you just write this in English? Why didn't you write this in an African language?
Yeah, so the thing I'm telling people is like literally I go to Tanzania, I've been to 10 African countries, and tell me which language you want me to speak. You want me to speak Arabic? You want me to speak Swahili? You want me to speak Wolof? You want me to speak Tree? Which language you want me to speak? Is that what this is about? The speaking African language and doing all this stuff?
Yeah, everybody always got
people keep on moving the goal. Yeah, like I said, people keep on moving the goalposts on what you need to do. Like I mentioned to people, the contribution that people like myself have done is a lot. So instead of running your mouth off about what we're not doing, give us credit for what we're doing, and then you contribute something to the movement instead of you're running your mouth with your comments.
Right. So that's what they do. They'll criticize everything somebody does. You could have a Pan-African movement, and somebody will be sitting there or find something that they agree you're not doing. They'll start tearing it down. That's why we got to defend this Pan-Africanism. You know, you could have everything, all your ducks line in a row, and somebody will just get on YouTube. My Kala, man, they don't speak no African language, man. Fuck them.
Is that supposed to stop all the work and the dedication that we have done to people and all the opportunities that we have created for people in both countries like Ghana and Liberia and other countries?
Because you worry about some African language we don't speak right now. You know?
You know what I'm saying? You know, it's what it is. That's not my goal in life. You know what I'm saying? When I first started, I started studying tree and I was doing well, but then when I started going to a bunch of other countries, it's not this, you know, it's not easy to keep up with all that stuff. You know, I have a real business. I have real customers that I deal with throughout the entire week, 7 days a week. You're talking about a black man that have 3 black-owned business and work 7 days a week, and I dedicate all my time to my brothers and sisters and my people. You know, even the last few days, you know, we're getting ready to go to Ghana. So you know what I got to do? I got to help everybody with the Ghana visa. Even have people have issues with passport. These are things I spend my time working on and things like that. So like I mentioned to people, we're the kings of Pan-Africanism and Nationhood, and we'll put the work in. And other people, the best thing for you to do is show us what you're doing and show us what you're dedicated, because if you don't, then you don't have any talk in this. No? But anyway, let me put the last video up, and we're going to put this thing in perspective. I played this the last show, but it's very this one is even more relevant on this show. So here we go right here. And I'm just going to remove these banners right here so we can get this thing popping off right. Brother, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Here to kind of get you abreast of it. Who should Dr. Umar do a versus with in a so-called conscious community to raise funds to renovate the Honorable Frederick Douglass High School? Who should Dr. Umar do a versus battle with?
Show us inside your school.
A versus battle with Dr. Umar, King Kong, King Woke, to raise money for FDMG. I was going to say they got to be on my level, but nobody's on my level because I'm the Sean Carter of this. So nobody's on my level, but we might got to do a handicap versus. It'll have to be me and 2 or 3 of them, because there's nobody in the conscious community who can match me on any level at all. Nobody. Maybe an elder or 2, but that's it. But nobody who's not an elder. So it'll have to be a handicap match. It can't be Tyreek. It can't be Tyreek, because half of what comes out of his mouth came out of my mouth. But
this mistake is causing Amazon Prime shoppers big.
So it can't be him. Killer Mike would be good competition. Killer Mike would be good competition.
You know what I'm saying? Yes, all his good
Killer
things
Mike.
about-
I didn't think of that. Killer Mike would probably be the best competition. I think so. Shout out to Killer Mike. That's my guy, by the way. Minister Farrakhan is an elder. I wouldn't do it out of respect. Dane Calloway is not on my level. Young Pharaoh is not on my level. None of them. Nature Boy, come on. Come on. Y'all not naming nobody on my level. David Banner, that's my brother right there. David Banner, that's my brother. David Banner and Killer Mike. David Banner and Killer Mike. They would be the ones. They would be the ones.
So there you go. You know, they've had their problems in the past, and I'm not here to deal with.
Now, what does David Banner said that warrants him? David Banner, Killer Mike. Killer Mike's a freaking joke. Are you kidding me? You know, Killer Mike, you got to be a rapper, you know, who started a minority $3 million bank online banking thing. That's supposed to be that passed for Black empowerment. You know, you know, Bobcat Chester, Grand Rising, Bucci Bears, Scalar Fest, Running for. I don't know about that, you know. So like I said, that whole Tariq, Brandon, stuff like that. I don't get involved with that. I think it's stupid. You know, it's childish. You know, he's a grown man. You know, my personal feeling about this is if people are going to take, like, let me give you an example. I don't care about somebody shining and stuff like that. Like Umar, he could go out there. He's entertaining. I think Umar's funny as shit. You know, what stuff he says. And I get off on some of the stuff he says. He's hilarious, you know. But the problem is when you start taking this guy serious as a Pan-Africanist, he makes a comment as a Pan-African. Think about this. He says he's a prince of Pan. He's a king country, right? And you got brothers we're trying to reach out to, right, and convince them our movement. And he makes a freaking comment like, I don't blame the rappers who are putting poison out in our community, you know, who are basically doing all this destructive stuff. I don't blame the athletes or anything like that. He wanted to say, I don't even blame the thugs. I don't blame all these thugs. Who I blame is the black man who's married and bought a house in the damn suburbs. And you call yourself a Pan-African. That right there is an abomination. That's blasphemy. The Pan-African world is centered around the black family. That black man in the suburbs is part of the black family. No matter where you are, if you have a black family, you in America, right? And that person's living in a predominantly white suburb, mixed suburb like that, that family's kids are probably going through things like racism, being called the N-word. It happens all the time. Being accosted by Karens, white people and everything like that, right? So when they feel isolated and everything like that, and they're alone, and the neighbors don't talk to them and everything like that, they're going to turn on YouTube and hear somebody that calls themselves a Pan-African talk dispersions on them. When somebody comes to look at me and Bomani, I want that person in the suburbs to say, yeah, those are my family. That's my people. They got my back. They know I'm here trying to make a life for myself and everything like that. You give your people the benefit of the doubt. That's where black love comes in. You know that person's not doing anything bad. You go out there, you make a better life for yourself. Because we did not make sure our neighborhoods were safe. We basically have situations where black teachers don't even want to teach in the inner city anymore because the kids are out of control. We don't have strong black men making sure there's order and discipline in the black schools and making sure neighborhoods. I remember a decade ago, there was some brothers that were basically walking kids home because one kid that had good grades. You know, I don't even remember in Chicago. He had good grades and everything, and the boys that were jealous of him when because he was an A student they beat him so bad he died. Where's Umar Johnson with that? That boy that goes out there, does all the right things, everything like that, could have been inspired by Umar Johnson, right? Gets beat up and killed and everything. And then people said, no, this is not going to happen again. We're going to make sure. And these kids are like, yeah, I just want to go to school and learn. These kids with the glasses, like little nerd kids and whatnot, you know? And the bottom line is they don't feel safe because they're being attacked by other kids that dropped out or whatever like that, or bullying them and stuff like that. So we're going to basically start bullying our own people, you know, because they chose to live in a suburb. The two things that happened tonight on the show, you know, I talked about that and Michelle O'Shea Jackson. These are people that's hanging around the Pan-African world and don't have any idea of what didn't come from the school of thought of black consciousness and love your people first. When you see a black man out there and doing his thing, every time I see a black man with a family and everything like that, I say, how you doing? You know, and I always say, that's a beautiful family you got there. Oh, thanks. You got a beautiful family there, wife, kids, and everything. That's beautiful. You know, you putting the groceries in the car and everything. I love that. And that's what I love. That's what I want to build. That's what I see as a black nation. Seeing black people being happy, black people being safe. We know we're gonna, and right now these racial incidents are getting worse in America, and white people are doubling down on racism. Now you got other people, Hispanics, Latinos, and Chinese people who are talking smack about black people. Black people are getting hatred from all sides. And these aren't black people that are doing anything bad. These are the black people who's getting this stuff. I'm saying to myself, it breaks my heart when I see a black woman, right? And she's getting a couple last year. There was these black women who basically was in Target, and they went to their car, and the police came and made them empty their bags and humiliate them in front of everybody. We didn't steal nothing. And these are women. This could be my mother. This could be my sister. And we got to deal with all this stuff all the time, you know? But the thing is, when you come to your people, you should have that sense of peace, that sense of serenity. You know what serenity means? Let me tell you what the word serenity means. That's my key word on everything. I want a sense of serenity. Serenity is not freedom from the storm. It's peace and tranquility amidst the storm. You know what that means? That means sometimes when you're sitting in your house, it's raining outside, thundering and lightning, and you're sitting down watching TV, the world, you see the wind blowing, everything, but you're not, you have a nice, safe in your house one night, you don't have to do nothing one night, you got plenty of food in the house, you're sitting there watching your TV show with your feet up and everything, and you have a sense of peace, knowing things are okay because you have a sanctuary in everything. When people come to the Pan-African movement and world, they should have that sense of serenity in your words. They shouldn't feel like they're being attacked. They should not feel like they're being judged. And this is a problem I have. Now, when we talk about problems in our community, you have to make it clear. We're talking about the problems. We're not going to basically disparage the community itself. And like Michi X said, there's mothers, there's aunties, there's everybody there living in that community. But you just painted them all as baby mamas and all this stuff like that. You painted these guys as guys just want to simp and all this kind of this stuff like this, you know. Teresa, I mean, look, I'm not trying to look. I'm not going to turn this into a freaking Tariq. I'm tired of that, you know. I have nothing against Brandon. I have nothing against Tariq. You know, these guys obviously don't like each other. Let them deal. These grown men, let them deal with that, you know.
So what the brother saying is, you know, whether we agree with that, the brother have made some valid point even on this comments. I mean, he's obviously.
I mean, he did. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. You know, he basically he's a businessman. He said he's going to do this, and he delivered on it. You know, that I give him credit for. You know, he said he's going to make a movie. He delivered on it. There's nothing. I have nothing wrong with Tariq and everything like that, but he's not relevant to this movement. And also, the problem I have with Tariq is this. It's a major problem I have with Tariq, you know. On one hand, he'll talk about him and Jason Black. They'll talk about Republicans, right? Okay. Or Democrats, they ain't doing nothing. They're like, okay, Tariq, let's, maybe we should go Trump. Oh, Donald Trump's a racist and everything. Okay. So if you're saying that the Democrats ain't doing shit for us, they're not giving tangibles, we should hold our vote and all stuff like that, then what do we do with our vote? And then he tries to answer a question, corner him. He'll say, I think we should do this. We should do it. He starts pivoting. So in other words, basically using your platform, right, to tell black people who to vote, who not to vote for, but who do we vote for? So therefore, and I'm saying to me, black people ought to look at candidates and you make the choice yourself. If black people decide that they like Joe Biden, right? For every reason, right? I'm gonna say, okay, the people spoken. If black people decide, gets up and says, I like Trump, what'll happen is Tariq will take that bit. Look at this nigga, man. He's cooling for Trump, blah, 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 blah. So you just criticize black people for voting for Democrats because they never did nothing, right? Then when somebody says they're gonna vote for Trump, you sitting there saying like this, why don't you, Tariq, just keep making your movies, making your money? And the bottom line, there's way too many people giving political commentary who's not it. And same thing with my brother Phil. Look, all these people right here. It's all YouTube. Because let me tell you something. If this was broadcast media, right, people make sure that you take a position. Clearly, Tucker Carlson, right, is for the Republicans, everything like that, right? When you look at MSNBC, they're clearly for the Democrats, right? They're the talking ones, everything. When you have black people on YouTube, right, it's like if somebody gets up there and says something that's Republican, oh, he's racist, everything. A Democrat's going to say, oh, man, remember Joe Biden said this, whatever like that. The Democrats ain't did shit, whatever like that, So they're all over the place because there's nobody saying, look, you have a consistent message. There's no accountability. That's why it's dangerous taking political advice for people who are not real political pundits. Somebody who's a real political pundit, right, will be like this, I've never seen anybody who's a political pundit who's neutral. I've never seen that. They're always skewed to one side. I mean, you have some people like Peter Jennings. You don't know where it really is, but whatever. You have Ted Koppel. They get like that. Like somebody like Brett Baer. They're real news people. You can tell they don't give their opinion. Then you got Sean Hannity, who said he's a commentator. Same thing with Tucker Carlson. You know where they lean, right wing, But when you got people who are anchors, we don't have that in these spaces. We have people that basically, they don't know what they are. They give opinions, strong opinions on one side, and then they get strong opinions on the other side. So, like Phil Scott does all this all the time. He always talks about the Democrats. He talks about Kamala Harris is finished and everything. Okay, Phil, are you saying we should try the Republicans? No. And then it's like, what are we going to get out of it? And then this whole thing now is Tariq is pushing this thing called reparations, you know? You know in a million years, Tariq, that black people are never going to get no damn reparations. So why are you telling black people to take their political vote and everything, something that's never going to happen? Because Tariq is all along for the ride. He's not serious about who's going to get elected. He's not serious about getting anything done, everything like that. There's no record, everything that Tariq is ever going to produce that better the community. He knows that black people are talking about politics now. 10, 15 years ago, black people were apolitical. Black people didn't start talking about politics until social media came around in 2006 with the Genesis 6 situation in Louisiana. That's when black people started talking about politics. Then Obama came along. And after Obama came along, everybody was a politician. Everybody talked about politics. And people realize now, since black people are talking about politics as much as they talked about rap and sports, right? There's money to be made off of this. Black people are talking about politics. Black people are talking about stuff like this. We weren't talking about this like 20 years ago. Show me anything where black people were talking about politics 20 years ago. It wasn't. The only thing black people talked about was some black people make comments about George W. Bush and the Iraq War. That's about it. Other than that, black people, most of the commentary in Black America, even on social media, was talking about sports and rappers and entertainment. And I can prove that. When I got on social media in 2006, I was the only one that talked about politics. I was the only one that talked about Pan-Africanism. I was the only one talking about Africa. You know, I was a lone voice. And along the way, I met a few people, you know. But for the most part, black people were apolitical. But now, since people realize, oh, I can make money doing lectures and talk about politics, that's how Umar Johnson got on, you know. He came on, basically, Umar Johnson came on as talking about Barack Obama. Barack Obama is half white. He's this, you know. Black, our community has all these problems. Obama hasn't addressed this and everything. He hasn't done this or not, you know. Black people like him a lot, Barack Obama. So you have to have somebody out there, oh, Barack Obama. That's how Umar started, talking about Barack Obama. Then he started talking about Al Sharpton, stuff like that. Realized there's an audience for people who didn't like Obama, people who didn't like Al Sharpton, people who didn't like Jesse Jackson, people who didn't like Republicans. So you could basically make a living doing lectures talking about politics. Before this, there was nobody running around talking about politics and stuff like that in our community on the grassroots. You know, everybody, all the Pan-African movements and everything, they were doing stuff and everything. Nobody was talking about the mainstream American politics. Now black people are focused on the mainstream American politics, right? And you know that you could have somebody in your live stream, 1,000 people in your live stream, and you're talking about politics and arguing back and forth and everything. Black people didn't have any political opinion. You seemed weird back in the days if you talk too much about politics. They're like, oh man, you're getting a little too deep for me. What's the score on the Knicks game? What's the score with the Lakers? What's the score? Who's gonna start for the Giants? You know, who's gonna be the head coach? That's what black men were talking about for a long time. You know, and still, I'm gonna tell you right now, and still, the majority of black people are not interested in politics. That's why we're making a big deal to Tariq. There's 45 million black people in America. Tariq, you know, none of these people have over 1 million subscribers. And then when you have somebody with 100,000 subscribers, right? 1% of that is 1,000 people. If you have over 100,000 subscribers, there should be 1,000 people in your live stream anytime you do a show. Which just shows me that even now, people are not interested really in these politics. Maybe around election time, they might be. So therefore, keep talking about Tariq and all the stuff like this is irrelevant. The majority of black people don't know who Tariq is. They don't know who Umar Johnson is. They don't care about Tariq. They don't care about Umar Johnson. So why make them the center of attention of what we're trying to do? Tariq has no impact on anything. When I talk to people in Africa, my people in Africa, they don't mention Umar. They don't mention Tariq. They don't know who these guys are because they're not relevant. They're not a bread and butter issue. Black people have bread and butter issues that they talk about here in Africa and everything, and these YouTube people are not it. So going back and forth about Brandon versus Tariq, it's irrelevant. That's how we're trying to bring this into focus. We should be talking about land infrastructure, nationhood, building businesses and everything. We should be talking about investments. We should be talking about stuff that's going to basically do it like that. And we start talking about that stuff, it'll manifest itself. But we get sidetracked with these YouTube personalities that do absolutely nothing for us. So that's what I'm talking about. People want to talk about this person, but these people, I was watching a thing the other day with this one black kid, right? And there's a lot of black YouTubers, right? Let me tell you something, right? They got real platforms. I've been looking at that thing, and they got the studio and everything. They talk about general stuff and sports and everything. They don't have their content geared just for black people. 600,000 subscribers. You go to their live stream. They got 7,000 people listening to them. And I'm saying to myself, I don't never see O'Shea or anybody else with that many live stream people listen to them. So we make these people out to be bigger than what they actually are. They make them big what they actually are. Now, the question being asked me is that they may influence certain people. Yeah, that's fine. So you may have to go back and forth. But Tariq is no threat to black people. Whatever money he raised, that's the people who his fans and supporters and stuff like that. Let him do that. I don't give a damn. Yeah, we know we love drama. Yeah, black people do love drama. I don't. I don't like a lot of drama. I didn't get into this to do drama. I get into this to talk about nation building and what my life's work and what I'm trying to do. The drama and stuff like that, is foolishness. We like drama. If you're going to do drama, you're going to get a lot of views and back and forth with people and all stuff like this, And the world is basically moving on behind us. I would like to see people in the Pan-African world, the conscious world, because I consider Tariq part of the conscious world. I like to see us actually doing something because right now, no one's doing anything. You ask them, well, okay, you talked about politics. You're in politics. What's the plan? Do we have a black political party? Do we have a black political? No. Do we talk about building up black communities like Edenton or places like that? Do we talk about that? No. Do we talk about are we having a discussion about how much of the black black people are getting the billions of dollars the government spends in the private sector on contracts? I was watching this thing years ago where this town in Utah was big. You know about this, Bomani, right? When they basically build helicopters and stuff like that, and these towns be competing to get these lucrative contracts from Lockheed Martin and Boeing and stuff like that. You have the whole town sitting there silent, right? And the such and such is going to be going to such a, and the whole town hall erupts. Yes, because it's going to be billions of dollars spent in their community and everything. Everybody's celebrating, hugging, and kissing, and everything like that because this town had bid and won on a contract. Are we talking on that level? Are we trying to basically get contracts in black areas that we have and everything to bring jobs and everything like that? Are we talking like that? Do we give people a stake? These people, the reason why we have crime in communities is people don't feel like they have a stake in the areas they live in. These are the conversations of people that got large platforms to be talking about. But not talk about that. It's easy to talk about politics and voting and complaining. So why is it so difficult because we have a political clout be elevated by a level of engagement with African and Muslim levels, civil rights. Look, the black people have not really won in America, right? As far as you've never seen black people. I've never seen where we voted for somebody, right? And we actually got something or something happened that we benefit on a federal level, at least, I've never seen it happen. I've never seen where we go, so all we do is we vote against people. We vote on emotions. And so therefore, if we're serious about politics and whatnot, why do we let redundant people run our cities into the ground? Why is it everything, only politics we are is reactionary to what's on the news? Joe Biden got elected, he did nothing, fine. But every week we have local races. We have mayor races. We have state government. We have state legislatures and stuff like this. Do we even know what's on the legislative floor that's going to be voted on that's going to be against us, whatever? Just like what happened in Mississippi just a few days ago, right? Where are all the black people, conscious people talking about this? How come we weren't organized and ready for when they try to pass a racist legislation? We can counter against that. Because that's actually doing something. That's actually accomplishing something. And we don't want to do that. All we want to do is sit back and wait till we can talk about stuff that's going to give a lot of clicks and views. We don't want to do real work. Like Michi X said, if you took the time to learn what Detroit, the New Era Detroit was doing, we would have been informed. I didn't see O'Shea's video when he was talking about him. I wouldn't watch something like that, I didn't see the video, but we went in on these brothers, right? Instead of saying, something, let me find out what these brothers doing. Let me like that before I pass judgment. It's just jump right in. These guys doing this, and people in the comment section, our guests, basically making comments, all the sipping and all stuff like this. We turn politics into comedy, into a joke. And like I said, I don't want that to happen in the Pan-African world. The Pan-African world, I'll tell you folks, is in its infancy right now. We're starting from scratch. And I'll be honest with you, a couple of years ago, when I first started, right, I always thought there was this Pan-African, and I could just plug in stuff. And then I started going on African websites. And I realized that all these people that we cherish, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, these people in Africa don't know who these people are. They don't understand racism. They don't understand why we're talking about this, about white people and stuff like that. They have no idea. So they've never gotten a message about what's going on. They don't understand why Africa is at the bottom of the global thing. We do. We know. But they don't know. And so therefore, we automatically assume that, yeah, man, I'm just going to go to Africa and there's this Black Power movement and stuff like that and everything like that. Oh, I have to go to Africa. No. We have to build ourselves here. And we basically have to take this Pan-African movement that's rooted in Black unity and Black love, and Black liberation. If we're not doing Black liberation, which basically understands that the Black community and the Black America has always been torn down by the white media, how can we talk about African immigrants talking bad about us when we're doing the same thing to ourselves? It seems that defamation of the Black America is so prevalent right now that we just talk freely and loosely and ignorantly about our own people. We have to stop that. We have to basically give ourselves the benefit of the doubt. Understand that we're all people. Everybody basically in Black America, right? We feel, we feel a certain way, and we feel like we're being neglected. We feel like we're not loved. We feel like we're being judged all the time and everything. We understand that's going to come from the mainstream of non-Black people. But when people turn on our community, they turn on us and everything, they should have a basic sense of love and sanctuary and serenity around people. The average African just think their leaders are the problem. It's bigger than that. Yeah. It's the culture. The African leaders in Africa do what the Europeans say. Africa is not free by no stretch of the imagination. Africa is not free, and we're not free. We're not free here. They're not free over there. Because we live under a global system, right? that I thought that we could change that. It can only change that when Pan-Africanism becomes law in the countries, right? When Pan-Africanism, everything we do, this idea of well, see, let me define what I believe is Pan-Africanism. Pan means many. Africanism means the idea that we're Black Africans. Pan means many. That doesn't mean that we're one. It just means that we're many people, different people working together. If you're in Jamaica, you're part of the Pan-African world. If you're in Black America, you're part of the Pan-African world. If you're in Nigeria and you adopt the Pan-African, you understand that you're connected through blood, heritage, through the African bloodline in the African continent. That doesn't, a Nigerian doesn't stop being a Nigerian. A South African don't stop being a South African. But we meet together on a neutral ground to discuss and strategize and understand that we're together. You want to understand what Pan really means? Look at Asia. Asian countries are linked together, by trade, agreement, region, heritage, race, and everything like that. That's important. That's Pan-Asianism. The Black race have to be linked together. That does not mean I give up being who I am, an African American. That does not mean a person stops being a Haitian. The person don't stop being Afro-Colombian. All those things basically should be cherished. If you're from Bermuda, if you're from Panama, if you're Black, you could be a Pan-Africanist. That just means we work together. We respect each other, and we work together for common goals. That's what and we unify based on race, our race, common race, and also common ancestry. That's all. But and also it also means that we hold our unity in high regard, our oneness and our not oneness, but our commonality in high regard. That's all. Now, that right there, Pan-African is challenged because a lot of countries in Africa don't understand Pan-Africanism, but they don't understand the reason for Pan-Africanism. I get that. You go to Nigeria, he doesn't really care about what goes on in Ghana, or he don't care about what goes on in Kenya. That's not a reality. But when he basically looks at if he sees himself as a worldview, as a Black man, an African, he understands why Africa needs to work together and Africa needs to go like that. Like Kwame Nkrumah. They didn't understand what Kwame Nkrumah was all about. He said, look, he basically, Africa was not ready for Kwame Nkrumah. He said, we need to be one African government and everything. And people said, no, I got my own country. I got my do my own thing. And all these countries failed. Pan-Africanism was also about infrastructure. Why is it that we have so many different monetary zones, right? Why is it that you can't travel in one country to another because the roads, highways are different, Pan-Africanism also means trying to build regional languages, regional forms of communication, regional defense forces, regional peacekeeping forces. Why? Also, regional protection of the African coast waterways. That's what Pan-Africanism means, that Africa's home base and we're trying to build the continent for the benefit of everybody. Somebody in Ghana should be able to easily, a businessman, a multinational corporation, should be able to easily have branch offices throughout the country, throughout the continent. That's Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is business. Pan-Africanism is a way of survival. Pan-Africanism should be written in law, in custom, in treaty. But right now it's not. So what Pan-Africanism not is basically if somebody says, I'm not a Pan-Africanist, he's the enemy. I understand that we have to teach people why it's necessary for Pan-Africanism to exist. If people reject that, then that's on them. But we're going to make the case that Pan-Africanism and building, nation building, is the way to go. Right now, currently, we don't have that right now. Currently, it's everybody, every man for himself, every dictator for himself, every person for himself, and everybody's basically on their own. So that being said, you can't go to the average Black person in America and say, why aren't you a Pan-Africanist? When there's nothing beneficial to the average black person anywhere in the world for Pan-Africanism. It's an ideology. It's an idea. But it hasn't manifested itself. And it has to manifest itself through hard work.
Now he needs to get on because that's some disrespectful comment. Come on and highlight my brother.
You know, they speak French, listen to based on my perspective on that. African Americans are way behind when it comes to Pan-African. What is he talking about?
Yeah, I wish this coward would get on and stop running his mouth.
Get on the show.
Stop being a keyboard warrior, you coward, and get on and talk to my brother. Because like I mentioned to you, all you folks out there in this fake YouTube Pan-African world, no one can touch a top scholar in debate or anything. Kala Genesis is a man. Come on, brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm not propping you up like that, but I am also.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Let me see somebody come on and really debate you about these things. I mean, we have had many clowns and comedians come on, especially that clown who called himself Defender of Black America, that fake ass troll Knock Sleazy, which is what the unapologetic Negro P and another fake ass person said. But you know what I'm saying? These are all clowns, man. Like, yo, come on and talk and debate. You know, you have a platform.
He says, shut the fuck up, Colin. How do you know they don't know? How do you know? You should put a comma right there as a run-on sentence.
Yeah, non-English speaking punk. Go wash your dirty ass dreads. Because they're not dreads. They're all tied up.
Let me try to read his run-on sentence and whatnot. You know, I'm not the grammar police, but damn, you know, how do you know they don't know you don't even speak French? You know, the bottom line is I know by
English. That's not English. That's a long ass sentence. There's no period or nothing. Like you need to go back to grammar school. You need to go back to the 3rd grade. Now, they should have never graduated you. They should have kept on holding you back.
Or check this out. Right now in the French African countries, France have the largest monetary zone in Africa. Right? They're tethered to France. France makes all its money off of cocoa, and monetizing cocoa and everything. And basically, there were just a couple of years ago in Senegal, there was a French businessman who came there and bribed officials and started his own logistic company doing infrastructure and stuff like that. He bribed officials. He was arrested in France. But the bottom line is this: how was a white man able to come to Africa and get some high level of business like that? Right now, Burkina Faso is telling the French troops to leave. What was the French troops doing there in the first place? Why is Mali going through what it's going through? Why is Guinea going through what it's going through, right? Why is Cameroon, thousands of people are dying every week in French-backed Cameroon, you know, because the Amazonia wants to succeed. English-speaking Cameroon will succeed. So France is all in the continent, right? France has a target on Paul Kagame's back because he took French out as a language in Rwanda, you know, and made it English, which he's going to switch to a different African language in the near future. But he wanted France to be discommunicated from Rwanda. And Rwanda is basically growing like leaps and bounds because people are not speaking French. French don't have the influence of Rwanda. Right now, the Congo, DR Congo, which was colonized by Belgium, but Belgium is such a shit country, they had to use French as their language, you know? So please don't tell me what I don't know. You know, tell me what I don't know. These, like I said, the Pan-African world, right, is mostly from the English-speaking world, and some people know that. But the reality is that Africa is tied to what's the preemptive thing in Africa is whatever the European colony is. The French Union, right? That supersedes the French Union monetary zone and all the Francophone countries in Africa. That's what it is. There's no African Union monetary zone. So tell me how there's Pan-African. There's no Pan-African in Africa, you know?
Well,
South
perfect.
Africa.
You know, the people in America push more Pan-Africanism than anywhere else.
Right.
So what I want this dirty dread person to do, you know what I'm saying? Come on, you know what I'm saying, with the dirty dread and come debate our brother and be a real man instead of, you know, telling them STFU, which I know what that is, and I'm not going to repeat that.
Right.
I'm trying to keep my language down. So, you know, I'm sick and tired of all these cowards who come on there and run their mouth.
This is what happens in the YouTube, right? People get on there, talk a bunch of stupid stuff. They don't know anything about Pan-Africanism and everything, and they think they got just because they make a 1 or 2 trips to Africa, whatever the fuck they excuse my language, whatever they do, and they want to say and preach to me about what's going on. I know what I'm talking about, right? The idea of Pan-Africa was born in America, born in the West, you know, and it has not taken root on the African continent. No way. You know, we're introducing something. And so therefore, since Pan-Africa is not the reality in the world, it's not reality, right?
I mean, think about it. The leading Pan-Africanist, where did he come from? That was Kwame Nkrumah. He came from here in this East Coast that you and I brag about, our beautiful East Coast. Literally. And he was infused with Garvey, Malcolm, and all of the Black Power movement going on.
Right.
I'm saying,
he was Thurgood Marshall, all of them. And the bottom line is this.
99% of people in Africa don't know about Pan-Africanism, and they're not about Pan-Africanism. If they were involved in Pan-Africanism, then we wouldn't have that little village idiot boy, Woody Meyer, going around running his mouth. That means his country and other countries would say, you know what? Hey, Tanzania, hey, South Africa, our people are going to be coming in and out your country. Make sure that they're good and make sure they move around. You know what? One of our beautiful sisters in Liberia, I want to say it was Dr. Kula, or maybe it was someone else. They were explaining to me that when a Liberian citizen with a Liberian passport literally go to Morocco, what she explained to me is, me with an American passport, I'll be able to go to Morocco and leave the airport and be able to enjoy Morocco. But if you're a Liberian citizen, you're going to have an issue. So that's a situation that the African continent got to deal with each other. Me, I don't have my Jamaican passport is expired. But if you have a Jamaican passport, you can move around to so many different parts of Africa. That's only because our people in Jamaica made diplomatic connections to Africa. So, so encourage the countries in Africa to do business with each other, open up the borders, and keep people connected. Stop blaming Togo and other people for doing all kind of foolishness. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like Sierra Leone, right? Sierra Leone passport can't get you anywhere.
For real, you see. So why is so many people running around? I got my DNA. One thing I tell people keep asking me, did you do your DNA test? Hey, listen, family, I am not doing no DNA test. You know what I'm saying? If you want to do a DNA test, that's more power to you. And then if you're hoping that it comes back to Sierra Leone, God bless you, good luck, and hopefully it works out for you. You know what I'm saying? That's not our motive. Our motive is not to run around Africa chasing for passport and chasing for stuff like that and run around trying to do DNA tests.
The passport, the whole idea of a passport, right? Like me, I feel like more of a Pan-African. I get with a U.S. passport. I can go to any part of Africa and get in, no hassle, you know?
People are going to say, well, you're going to West Africa. Yes, I know. If I go to Ghana, Togo, Benin, which I've done a few journeys like that. And yes, I had to get a visa for Ghana, visa for Togo, and a visa for Benin. But you know, brother, I am proud that all of our members pay for those visas. Because you know what? When you're paying for visas and you're actually paying for land,
you're helping the country.
Yes, and that is important. Now, if they give you a passport and they give you free land and they do all these things, what is the people getting? Because when you come to the country now, you know what I'm saying, you're not doing anything. You just feel entitled to want this and want that. That's the issue that I have with all the situation. Now, I'm not telling people they shouldn't do this thing, but I'm saying to people, it's not that serious. And you know what I mean? Like I have people literally, they say, oh, Bomani, I don't want to come to Ghana with you no more because I'm a Sierra Leone citizen. Or I got people that are part of my groups and things like that. And they say, you know what? I'm a Sierra Leone citizen. So they abandon a lot of the things that we're committed to. So, I mean, it's a joke. And like I tell people, do what you need to do. I'm not here to knock people hustle. I'm here to keep things 1000% and keep it strong and real. And like I mentioned to people, that's why we're doing business in Liberia. Because like you mentioned to me, brother, you can use your American passport and you can
do anything. You go to business, you can do anything.
Liberia. And that's why we're literally pushing Liberia, because people don't want to be going through all this stuff. And then if you get a DNA test, let's say Guinea-Bissau or Bissau, I hope I'm not wrong. But it's like there's nothing going on in that country. Nothing. There's no tourism. There's no industry. Nothing. So it's like, okay, just because my DNA say this country, I'm gonna run to that country. I'd rather go to countries where I can have an effective impact and I can move around and do what I'm doing. That's why we have 8 countries, as you see below there, family, that we do tourist, business, and investments in. You know what I'm saying? For me, that's more important than me to find, like, if I have a DNA that say Chad, what am I going to go to Chad and do?
Nothing. You'll get kidnapped by Boko Haram. I was like, yo, we got to strap up, man. We got to go get Bomani. I said, man, yeah. Yo, there was a brother, right, who went to Chad. Chad got them fine women, right? He said, well, I went to Chad. You in the Chad because of them fine women, that long hair and whatnot. And then he got caught up with Boko Haram and whatnot. I was out here. Nigga, what the hell are you doing in Chad and whatnot?
I got my DNA and they're going to give me a passport.
Yo, are you serious, Negro? A passport.
They're going to give me a passport. and I'll be able to go everywhere in the world, every country in the world. I'll be able to go because I am a Chad citizen.
Yeah,
I'm a Chad. You know.
You know, come on.
When does that movement become about chasing passport and chasing DNA tests? You know what I'm saying? It's not about that.
You know how hard it is if you have if you have a South African passport, it gets you in a lot of places, right? Let's see. If you got an Egyptian passport, that's good. You know, Moroccan passport, that's good. You know, but for the most part, because and I'm not trying to diss my brothers and sisters in Africa, right? Too many people go overseas, right? And with African passports, and they never come back home. You know,
we got another.
So when you keep doing that, man, it makes it hard for the next person, right? They're like, oh man, they think you're going to be an economic refugee. But when they see the U.S. passport, they know I'm just there to do business and I'm coming back home. Look at this comment
right here.
There's an idea to know where you came from. Look, first of all,
yes, we know that. You know what I'm saying? We know that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what's up with these Sherlocks? You know what I'm saying? No S Sherlock. You know what I'm saying? Sherlock.
And also that's not Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is a modern world. That means we're black. You don't have to freaking, I'm from this tribe, so I gotta go there. I'm like me personally, my DNA said I'm from the Congo, and I'm from Togo, Benin, I'm from Mali, and where else? And I'm
Nigeria.
And Eastern Nigeria, And the bottom line
is Nigeria, the other country above Nigeria.
Yeah, no, I'm not that far up, but the bottom line is this. So I'm basically like this. Like people I'm for this. You're not.
These are the new passport bros, yo.
Yeah, that's if I'm with all these tribes, all these DNA, right? How am I gonna pick one? That's why I like this African ancestry. They would narrow you down to one tribe. Actually, when you actually do actual DNA, you're coming from your DNA. African Americans come from all over the continent, right? Your DNA, if you do a real DNA test, it'll show that, right? And plus,
this whole thing that they're doing with the modern day DNA is a scam.
It's
like
a
literally,
scam,
that country that do the DNA, they have trips to every country that they giving people DNA to.
Right, yeah.
And then you have to go through their program to get anything. I'm saying that like literally, this is a joke. Family, come to Ghana with us, come to Liberia, and come to all these other countries we have.
You could be in Africa. The bottom line is
we want you to put the work in to get your citizenship. We don't want you just to come with us to Africa and we just give you a passport like that. That's not going to happen.
And it's all vanity. I got a passport. Black people are more white than they think they are. That's a white. I got a passport. Black. I like the fact that I want to be able to go to any country in Africa and not worry about that. I'll pay the visa. And stuff like that, but a passport to a country, right? That something that Europeans created. All these countries in Africa, except for Ethiopia, Liberia, were created by Europeans. And okay, Nigeria, Ghana, and everything. Let the people have their so-called citizenship. The bottom line is this: you could be proud of, let's say, a Mende. Whatever like that, go to Mali, whatever like that, do what you gotta do. But what if there's no real opportunity in Mali? You're gonna move there? If you're planning to say, look, I found out that part Mendy, I want to move there and become, but that's fine. I wish you all the luck, right? What I don't like is people basically, waiting to get the DNA trace of one thing and just say, I got a passport of that country. The Mendy people have nothing to do with the modern Republic of Mali. It's two different things. If you want to go to Mali, that's one thing, but Mali is basically have many different. They have the Tuaregs, they have the Bambara, they have the Malinka, they have all these people, right? So you have a U.S. Mali passport. That means, what does that mean? Does that mean you're Bambara too? Or are you Fulani? Are you this? So you just take one. Also, if you say if the DNA comes back saying you're Fulani, right? Suddenly, this is what kills me. Suddenly, if you're Fulani, you got to go to a country that's on African ancestry. You're a Fulani, so you should go to Burkina Faso because there's Fulani there. What about the Fulanis in Nigeria, northern Nigeria? What about the Fulanis in Ghana? What about the Fulanis in Liberia and everything? Which country are you going to go to? So that's like I said, all this tribal stuff, and I'm from this tribe, and all this kind of nonsense is so elementary. we basically as black people have to evolve past this idea of tribe and tribalism. You know, and that's why we have to build an Afrikstan. We have to build a society, a world where people are looking beyond African American, this tribe, whatever like that. Just start working on Pan-African lines. We're all black people. You know, I'm a U.S. citizen, but I like to live in this country and build and invest and do all stuff and keep it moving. You know, we start getting bogged down in what tribe you came from and all this stuff like that. It's going to get yourself in trouble. You know, it's basically any country in Africa should be open to you to go and live. If you don't have no DNA, you know, if you don't have no DNA in a country, whatever. But like me, I love Liberia. I have no DNA in Liberia. You know, Bomani? You know, I was asked that in Liberia when I was there. They said, do your DNA trace back? I said, no. My DNA traced back mostly from the Angola and the Congo. They said, why you like Liberia so much? I said, well, I just have an affinity for this country because of the history. My ancestors settled here and built it.
Yes.
You know, I don't have, like I said, now people say, you like Angola too, Kala. Yeah, I like Angola. That's where my ancestors originally came from. But not just that, Angola is a promising, rich country that we, in the future, when we get ourselves together in Liberia in the next 5 years, we're gonna basically build communities in Angola too. You know, so it ain't about that. So people come over, oh, I traced my DNA, even though I got plenty of opportunity in Angola, I'd rather go to Sierra Leone with a $3 billion GDP. You know, I'm gonna be broke, poor, hungry, no infrastructure, nothing like that. Angola got billions of dollars building suspension bridges. Angola's infrastructure is off the chain. They build suspension bridges and some of everything, you know, tunnels, canals, everything, infrastructure. So I don't have no DNA in Angola, so I can't go there. It's that stupid. It's starting to sound.
Good point, brother. Good point.
I mean,
You
should be able to live and be comfortable in any black majority country in Africa. You know.
Yeah, because you know it's all about the works that needs to be done. I mean, people have run into countries just because of a DNA test. That is,
and I'm not knocking these countries, but you got to think about something. A $3 billion GDP. My city's GDP, right, is like 5 times that. You know.
Brother, I live in a small county, and that GDP is is way higher than that.
Yeah, let's do some fun. Let's have some fun, brother. Where we're going with? Damn, we're 5 hours.
That's what we're doing, man. I thought we was doing. You know what I'm saying?
I know you're real fun. Let's have,
a lot of people are going to be upset with us tomorrow. They're like, "Oh my God,
This is a place where you gotta hear the truth. You know?
Yeah, we're keeping it 1,000%. So
you gotta hear the truth.
So it's not about
if people say, you know something, Bomani Kala made some good points. I'm like that. You know, if you're real about Pan-African, say, you know something, somebody make a show about me, right? If like some people say, you know, people say about me all the time. I say, okay, I'll take that under advisement and whatever like that. I don't get freaking hurt or whatever like that, you know. A lot of times it's bullshit, but you know,
the difference is we put 100% of everything in perspective, and we do the Afrikstan analysis. So I'm telling people, don't take it personal if you hear us talking about you. You want to holler at us, you can holler at us.
What's your
facts and research and analysis?
What's your city name? Jones?
Yeah, I know, because we both live in New York, and one of the things we always remember is Jonestown.
No, it's Joan. What's it, Jonesboro? What's your name of your city?
Yeah, it's Jonesboro. It's Clayton County.
Jonesboro, right?
You can check the GDP on there. It's actually not bad. It's just one of the counties literally below Atlanta.
Okay, I'll put GDP.
So, but not knocking these countries, but you know, I'm just telling people just to really think about what you're doing. Are you really about nation building and black power and building stuff in a certain country, or are you just literally chasing passports? Because that's what we have people doing now. Ever since African Ancestry have started their scam, everybody is on that stuff. We have, you know, and you know, hey, if y'all want to go to these countries that they're doing tours in, hey, go and pay their $6,000 to go on their tours. You know what I mean? Or you can just travel with us in our $4,000 tours. That's going to give you a great experience, great connections, and you'll be able to live, do business, and do connections in the countries that we have.
Chase out, not bad, man. 22 million GDP. That's not bad. You know,
you the GDP king, yo.
let's say Virginia Beach. Let's say Virginia Beach.
Virginia Beach, my old stomping grounds, man. Fun memories. Only bad thing about Virginia, I was there very young, so I'm mad at people like yourself because I couldn't get into the clubs that I was getting into.
Gross domestic product for Virginia Beach. Damn. It's like $80 billion, man, you know?
Yeah, I mean, think of it, Virginia Beach is no joke, but you have to think about Virginia Beach. You have Little Creek, you have Oceana, and you have a few other bases in that area.
The state of Virginia's GDP is $500 billion. Holy, 560
military town of America.
GDP, $500 billion. That's higher than the GDP of Nigeria, you know?
It's probably the GDP of all of West Africa.
Yeah. No, GDP of West Africa is like, add all those countries up, but it's like 600 billion. But think of the GDP per capita is $54,000. You know, that's GDP per capita. That means we only have 10% of the people living below the poverty line. You know, out of all the people here, Virginia is a remarkable state. You know, Black people here have done well. You know,
absolutely, family. I used to live there, so I can confirm that. So people, yeah,
Black people own homes.
If you leave and go to Georgia, because you know what I'm saying, we're trying to build what we need to build in Georgia, which is ideal for me. But yeah, Virginia Beach was a great experience. I literally moved to Virginia Beach when I was 18 years old.
People don't realize Virginia Beach was once a Black African. I call it Afrikstan. It was a Black city, Afrikstan. Those are the original settlements in Virginia Beach were Black. SeaTac, Pungo.
Even from Oceana, with the base that I lived on, that was Black. And I didn't know that. I was like, wow, brother.
That was Black, man.
I mean, based on me being in Virginia, there in that base or being in Virginia Beach, I wouldn't be able to even tell that was the history. But hey, you know,
Bird Neck, that whole
Bird Neck, yo, you bring up great memories, brother.
Yeah, Bird Neck, that was all Black settlements. You know? Black people that still live back there, SeaTac, you know, Bird Neck. That's a Black, a thriving Black community back there. People own the land, they own their own houses. They got nice houses on the land and everything in the city of Virginia Beach. You know, you got New Light, you got Level Green, College Park. Don't know one thing about this. I know College Park, right? Have you been to College Park, right?
You're talking about College Park. You're talking about College Park, Virginia, right?
Yeah, College Park, Virginia Beach. Yeah,
brother, I'm telling you, brother. I was between 18 to 22, and that was my stomping ground. I was all over the place.
But get this right. Now, College Park is like rows and rows of nice houses.
I remember College Park. We used to go skating at College Park.
Yeah, the skating rink back there. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And then we used to have some nice clubs there also.
Yeah, check us out. Now, that's a really nice neighborhood, but nobody ever, even though it's mostly Black, right, at Level Green, nobody, because it's a nice neighborhood, right, nobody calls it a Black neighborhood. You ever notice that? They don't. I'm like, why is it that a neighborhood, when it's nice, right? In College Park, right? You can bet, and we were like College Park, but they never refer to College Park as a Black neighborhood. There's a lot of Black people. Yes, why can't that be a Black neighborhood? Why? Because it's middle class. Kids are going to high school. They're doing normal things. It's not a Black neighborhood no more because it's middle class, you know. And you got that Level Green, all the public. You got white people that move into Black.
Somebody went to my alma mater. Yes, I literally went to Tidewater Tech, and literally that point, it's actually called the Aviation Academy. I went to do aircraft maintenance. Was called Aviation Institute of Maintenance, but it was called Tidewater Tech. Aviation Institute of Maintenance, but they changed them all to Aviation Maintenance, and they also had other programs. But yeah, that's yes, sister. That is that is my spot right there. That was, I mean, you can't, brother. It's just there's certain parts of your life you just literally just can't go back to. It was just so great. But that whole era in Virginia Beach, I built my career, and then I moved to Georgia, where I took my career to another level.
And so like I said, we tell people all the time, there are wonderful things and people accomplishing something in Black America.
Why I choose Atlanta over Virginia? Because one thing I was looking to do, because I wasn't into the Black conscious energy, but I realized I was like, you know what? I need to find somewhere Black to build my career and do some additional things. You know what I mean? But I'm also people don't limit yourself, and that's how I end up living from Jamaica to New York to Virginia to here Georgia, and to go into 10 different African countries, and altogether going to 35 plus different countries around the world. You don't want to limit yourself, but you want to keep on growing. But yeah, Virginia is nothing but love, man.
Yeah, but bottom line,
and the good thing about it, when I was in Virginia, if I had any issues, literally, you know what I'm saying? You know, that's one thing about being in the military. You have any issues, literally, they go come and get you. Like I remember one of my associates got into some situation with a driving and situation, and the police pulled us over. Next thing you know, all I remember is my chief came in to get me, and he was upset with me because he had to get out of his bed later night and come and get me. But I was like, thank you, I appreciate it, because I did nothing wrong. I'm just I'm in the passenger seat. And I'm just trying to hang out, having a good time. And it was all good, no problem. But that's one thing I love about the military. They took care of their people.
Yeah. And like I said, I tell people all the time, man, get that military discipline. But one thing in military give you discipline. That's why I was so impressed with you when you was doing your tours years ago or whatnot. You were like, when you said that, I said, man, this guy must be military, You said, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do the bus, we're gonna have this, we're gonna have security. It's gonna I said, this guy's running this operation like a military. I said, I like this guy, Bomani. And even though you cursed me out, you cursed me out with that, I said, what the fuck? He hung up on me and shit, I'm like, this guy Bomani, but I said, I told Jonathan, he's an asshole, but I like him though, man. I like him though.
Yeah, I mean, when you in a command, it's serious business. And that's what I respect. All hands on deck. Everybody did their job. That's one thing I can say.
Yeah, you was like, man, yeah, people get their food, they get this. If you don't, you gotta be back by the bus at this time. I said, man, this is what we need, man. Somebody that got some military background experience that runs stuff, and that's how I know, everything we do, and people can't come to us for some half-ass shit, They say they're gonna do something, we're gonna look at your thing, time, synchronization, logistics, all stuff like that, and you gotta do stuff on that level. So I urge anybody, go out there in the business world, join the military, join whatever like that, get those skills, and don't think you're gonna come into the Pan-African world half-ass, We want people that got the skills, that are gonna come in this movement and do real business and whatnot. You say you're gonna be something on a certain day, be there. You say this is gonna be shipped there, be there, do that. And we start building that sort of discipline, but somehow people think that they only have to do that with the white man. The white man, they make sure they're on time, everything like that. But black people, whatnot, they give you some sob story. You say you're supposed to get these documents. Oh yeah, I'm getting around to it, and nothing like that. And that's why I said there's nobody that puts the respect on this Pan-African movement. The Pan-African, the face of Pan-African should be like Bomani and I did a show. We talk about business. People we talk like we know what we're talking about. And we should have people that come on here that say, I do this. I'm a professional of this. I do this. Well, tell us what you do. And people should not feel bad because they haven't been to the continent or they don't know much about Africa, but they got the skills and the knowledge that we need.
You got a neighbor here.
I live in Virginia Beach. I have family in Norfolk and Chesapeake. Yeah.
Liz, I'm working too hard on you. Your family, Liz. You're from our state, beautiful state of Virginia.
Yeah, like I said, I'm from New York.
I hope we can all still be cool, but appreciate you, sister.
Yeah, like I said, the bottom line is this, this area right here is the oldest Black African settlement in North America, right here in Chesapeake, Virginia Beach area. The oldest Black communities here.
This person said something.
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, me and Bomani didn't get along at first, man. We didn't get along at first, because I was with a different crew, whatever, like that,
Actually, I didn't like your crew, especially that hold-up guy that runs always disrespecting our ancestors and the people out there doing their best to do something. And he made it seem like he's some. As a matter of fact, he reminded me of a lower version of Umar Johnson.
Yeah, and the bottom line, I guess he's seen over the years, right? So damn, man, Kala's doing well, man. Liberia's booming, and he's connected with Bomani and whatnot. And I'm sitting there like, when's Kala going? All these guys just sit around waiting for me to fall off. We're
in this for life, brother. We're in this for life.
They think I'm gonna fall off and disappear. It's not gonna happen.
Married to the revolution, married to the movement.
Yeah, and this is a movement for life. Like I said, man, we're gonna take blood oaths together. I got my bag of African soil. We're gonna mix our blood with the soil. We're gonna burn our hands and whatnot and become brothers and whatnot. When you take that oath with me, it's an oath for life. If somebody betrays me and take that oath with me, I want my blood back. So like that. So that's how serious it's got to be. We're dedicated, right, to building and bringing the best of what we have in America and the West to the mother continent and everything like that. And like I said, we could start with Ghana and Liberia and everything like that. We're trying to build, we're trying to build and dedicate our lives to the liberation of Africa. Right now, we are not liberated. Right now, people are growing up. Worst thing you can have is people who don't have any future. And then don't blame the kids when they fall into gangs and stuff like that. The gangs are giving them a sense of family and belonging, they're going to go to it. People should look at the Pan-African community and not be judged. I understand that you got to go to your job. You got to work around different races and everything. I understand that, But what you can do is just listen to us, right? Follow us, support us and everything, and keep that to you. What I don't want is people listen to the Pan-African world, right? We haven't delivered anything. We have no opportunity. But what we're doing is casting aspersions on what they're trying to do, what's in front of them. If you're going out there trying to get your degree and you want to get that good job and everything, and if you're trying to make money and stuff like that, you're trying to get to the next level, look, go for it. I'm all about Black people winning. I have no problem with that. If you don't have no intentions of going to Africa, that's fine, But what I do say is, those of us who are trying, give us credit. If Black people embrace the Pan-African world like we embrace all this freaking nonsense that we see out here and stuff like that, we'd be so much further. But so, like I said, the Pan-African world has to show its best face. And I don't want people looking at certain people on YouTube and saying, "Oh, so Pan-African thing is a joke." But when you got a brother like Bomani, this brother, 20 years, a young man, has been in this movement, right? Has took in 600 people as a young man, a remarkable feat, building a community in Ghana, helped so many people and everything, done it at a time, run 3 businesses and everything. Why is that not honored? As certain people have to become untouchable in our culture. Some people earn that right to give you that tongue lashing. Certain people have earned that right. We don't have that in our culture. Certain people have the right to basically say, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't agree with this and everything. And you give respect to his accomplishments. The problem I had with the brother we was formerly with a few years ago, you know what I'm talking about, right? He called Bomani 12 years a tour guide.
Yeah, that was funny. These guys are comedians.
12 years later. So basically, you're working a job, right? Don't have a car, taking a bus every day. This guy's been all over the world building this movement. And you're going to reduce him to a comment like 12 years a tour guide. What that tells me is this. Like, even when the time when I didn't agree with Bomani and I was with the other people and whatnot, when I found out what Jonathan told me everything Bomani did and everything like that, I said, look, I'm going to honor him and give him respect. Because I'm going to honor his work. Even if I don't like Bomani, but like that, I'm going to honor his work and give him respect. I told Jonathan to tell him that. We are so dismissive of each other's achievements and accomplishments. Oh, that don't matter. He's a big ass nigga, but like that. That has no place in it. We have to establish honor and rank and among our people. Some people have to be given accolades. If you achieved and everything like that, you got a resume and stuff like that, we have to give that person respect. The problem is, some people want that respect absent accomplishing anything. They want to wear the title, but don't have any real track record. And they want the respect. It don't work like that. It doesn't work like that anymore. If you work that respect and everything, was called, what are you doing? I'm doing what I got to do. I'm nowhere near on Bomani's level. We compliment each other and stuff like that. This brother has done the work, that I'm trying to get into. So I give him that respect. But people come in and oh yeah, this ain't no thing. The bottom line is this: this brother basically saved the Pan-African world. Because I don't know where I'd be if it wasn't for Bomani. I'll be honest with you. You know, I'll be like, yo, it's just too much. But when I see brothers like him, young brothers like him, and I see people like Mr. Rosenthal, that gives me hope. When people are doing great things in the movement and stuff like that, selflessly and everything, that gives me hope. I'm not impressed by rhetoric and stuff like that, you know, and pomp and stardom and fame, all that stuff like that. I go by what I see you do. And doing this work is a lot because it's thankless. And one day people will learn to appreciate this. And like I said, if I want to be the point, honestly, to be honest with you, I want to get to the point where I meet a lot of people, professionals and black people, and I want to start introducing them to this movement. You know, I want to introduce them to the movement. But right now, when the average person, black person, whatever, they're like, "What are you talking about?" And you try to explain to them about what we're doing and everything, like, because the Pan-African world has not really produced. You know, where's our Robert Smith? Where's our billionaires? Where's our Byron Allen? You know, where's the Pan-African moguls? You know, where's the Pan-African tycoons, the industrialists? Where are all these people? I think one of the African presidents was from Bomani back then. Not yet sure what year it was. Yeah.
Yeah, before any of these people existed, I was pushing out this stuff. You know what I mean? Because I go back as far as doing that 2004 Egypt documentary that was not on YouTube. That was we're just giving those things out. You know what I'm saying? So you build it up, but now we have people like Umar Johnson and Woody Maya taking over a movement and doing nothing for our people.
I learned about. I met Bomani. It was 2015 when he came on Chef Rob's show and the BAO show.
Yes, and the people kept on coming at me, but I was cool about it.
Yeah, that was a couple of years later when after we got on Dynasty show and that. You would think that these people would rally around you and that, but some people got jealous. Bomani, he hosted the first BAO meeting in April 2018 in Atlanta, Georgia. You know, you guys put that together. Everybody had the BAO shirts on. Bomani's there just chilling and whatnot, orchestrated, and that idiot Tim Ford showed up. You know, that was one of the oldest boys from Brooklyn. You know, he showed up there showing his ass. You know, we should be out there marching and whatnot. You know, didn't know what the hell in the BAO, don't even know what the hell the organization stands for. You know, and that's why the BAO, when I be honest, the BAO was all over the place. Everybody was talking about marching, but I was on there talking about land infrastructure nation. Everybody else was talking about everything else. You know, Obama, they was talking about this and everything. Only thing I wanted to talk about was nation building and the Afrikstan. You know, and most of the people didn't even know why we were an organization. And then when I got on Dynasty show, right? And then Bomani came along and whatnot, you know, Jonathan Hill brought Bomani and whatnot. It became focused on Africa, building tours and investing and stuff like that. The BAO first got its real focus. That was in 2018, you know? And then after that, you know, just everything went left with people, egos blowing up and stuff like that. And so I'm here right now, you know? So, but like I said, that was like pivotal when Bomani did that first meetup for us in Atlanta. Him and Dynast, you know, it was him and Dynast that really put us on that. And I'm gonna give Dynast Amir some credit.
Yeah, absolutely. That's my good brother, Dynast.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him some credit right now. Right, it was Dynast Amir who was basically responsible for that year return in Liberia. You know. It was because he went there and he went to Providence Island and talked to the Ure girl, and they did an interview and stuff like that. And then I introduced him to Janine Cooper, who became after he did that interview with her on Liberia history and everything. The Ministry of Agriculture, Minister George Ware's people called and said, "Do you want to be a Ministry of Agriculture?" You know, because they found out that she worked with the World Bank and all this other place like that. She's high culture. She graduated from Michigan State University with Magic Johnson. You know. And she was a hottie back in the days, you know, woo, you know, Auntie Janine, that's my boy Ross's aunt, you know. And so basically because of that interview, right, and Dynast making the case that Liberia is originally the year of return, right? And that just kept going, yeah, Liberia is the original year of return. So Dynas, his days he spent in Liberia and the shows he did and everything like that is what basically galvanized a small segment of Liberia to rally around. And it metastasized to Dr. Kula and all these other people putting together the year return. The 2002 year return was really remarkable. You know, people coming from all over the world celebrating the return of African Americans and Caribbeans and diasporas and recaptured diasporas to build what became the Republic of Liberia. And that's what we're building on, you know? And so, like I said, I give Dynas Amir very much credit for that. You know, he was the one who did that. And he, to this day, like, are you sure I did that, Kala? Yeah, I know. You know, I know what I'm talking about. You know, your show and me talking about Liberia all the time on his show, and him going to Liberia, interviewing certain people, everything like that, basically started this whole thing. Because Liberia was ready to bury the history. We don't care about the settlers that came from America. Dynas basically said, he tied that in with the Pan-African movement, you know, and the rest is history. So we're building on that momentum, you know. So we're basically we give respect and credit for the, even though we may disagree with Dynas on some things, him and Dynas, me and Dynas don't agree on everything and whatnot. But when people do right, you know, I applaud it. You know, that right there, his contribution to Liberia and the year return, stuff like that. He was the one who first said. He kept saying Liberia is the original land of return. You know. Yeah, well, Wea is doing what he's doing. Wea is doing what he's doing. Like I said, I told my boy Sam, Wea is just Wea. You know, what does Wea have to do? Liberia is there. There's nothing stopping Black people from America for going to Liberia. You can easily get a visa. You can go to the country. There's nothing restricting you. You could own property in Liberia. There's nothing. What is there to reach out to? How come we're not organized? You know, we should be going over and organized, saying, "Hey, look, this is what we're gonna do," or just do it. No one's gonna in Liberia. Nobody's gonna stop you. Yeah, you got some scammers. But we got so many people on the ground, so many people we're connected with, so many people in positions of power. You don't have to worry about that. You know, I'm not sitting around. I'm not going to sit around waiting for a passport, waiting for somebody to give me a red carpet. We're just doing what we need to do. You know, Liberia is our duty. Our ancestors built that country from nothing. You know, the tall buildings, the streets, everything like that. You know, the street lights, the railways, the highways was built by African Americans, the Caribbeans, and repatriated Africans from the Congo and other places. They came together and they formed a country, you know? So it's not up to George Weah. George Weah is just basically saying, hey, look, you know, if you can help, come. I'm not going to worry about Weah or whether like that. He's reached out to Black people. He's reached out to people. He's given his approval or whatever like that, you know? He likes what he sees. When every time you come to Liberia and you're spending money, you're helping the country. How can I help Liberia? Well, go over there and shop and buy stuff and spend money on Liberian and Black-owned Airbnbs and hotels. You know, order food. You know, that's how you contribute to the country. You know, you want to be part of something, you can be part of it, and you're connecting with your history. You know, most Liberians, when they see an African American, Black American, they know why you're there. They know the uniqueness that the special place you have in Liberia. They know that. You don't need any special invitation. You know, they know they're connected. That, you know. Well, some people will say Ghana's a safer bet. You know, I mean, hey, it's to each his own. You know, but like I said, there's a lot of people going to miss out on Liberia. You know. I think because of passage, local attorney. No, that's not the case. You go on the ground, you know, that's not like, that's social media. What you see on social media is not how the average Liberian thinks. Those are idiots on social media. If I went by social media, I would hate Jamaicans because there was, you know, I wouldn't be with my brother Bomani, you know. You know, don't go by what you see on social media. Social media is not real life. You know, the average Liberians, they love Black America. They love us, you know. In fact, there's a new a reality show coming out. Dinah sent me and said, "What do you think about this?" Those Liberian hotties, they have like a show where they're in the house, whatever, like that. Cute girl. I mean, these girls, Liberian girls, are cute, you know, and they're basically like, you know, doing all this stuff like it's a kid stuff one night. I say, but the bottom line is, there's no real difference between Black American Liberians. They're freaking same people, you know, basically. You know, there's the music, the food in Liberia is that place I was talking about is called Evelyn's. We got to go there, Bomani. You talking about some good food, bro?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Evelyn's. Oh my God, I'm thinking about it right now, man. Like 5 different types of rice, spices, barbecue chicken and whatnot. You know, fried chicken. You know, fish, whatever you want, man. Lobster. And the ambiance of the place is so nice, man. And the way it looks, man, you can tell. If I'm thinking myself in the 1960s, it looked like you're driving through Los Angeles in the 1960s. You know, the way on the 16th Street, right? And Evelyn's like a nice little restaurant. You know. Building, whatnot, nice little small building. You know how buildings, older buildings are small, you know? Like a small building, but it like goes down. It has nice pictures of African art in there. And it's like a mixture of African and Black American Southern culture and whatnot, you know? And so bottom line is like I said, the food and the ambiance there is great. I did an interview there. My interview there, I don't know if we have time to play that, but we'll play it next time.
Yes, absolutely, brother. We have time. I just have to load it up. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, you want to play it? Okay. Well, okay. I'll play it. We never played this.
Then after that, I'll play some music and
okay.
Photos running. You know, then we just close out before we get to
it's a nice
6 hours. I know we've been on fire. People like, what has gotten to these guys tonight? You know what I'm saying? What's gotten us into us is the idol worshiping. That's what's gotten into us.
Okay.
And people not recognizing us as the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood, based on our connection with Ghana, Liberia, and us building a future, making sure that you have proper connection in Africa.
Okay, I'm sending it to you, brother.
All right, perfect work.
This is Wayne's niece that interviewed me. This is Wayne's niece. You're muted.
All right, let me. I need to mute so I can load it.
President was asked from the Liberian Heritage Society, and today I'm here at Evelyn Restaurant with Mr. Makala, who is visiting us for the very first time. Mr. Makala, can you please introduce yourself?
My name is Wayne Makala. I'm from the United States. I'm an author, a geopolitical pundit, culture critic and geopolitical pundit, go by the non-diploma called Kala Genesis. I'm an author. I wrote the first historical novel on the Republic of Liberia called Journey to the Promised Land, Voyage of Barthazar. about the Liberian exodus of 1878 from Charleston, South Carolina to Liberia, and the ship in Tulbers, the last remaining returning African family, was on. I'm in Liberia to do a fact finding. I did a lot of research around here. I also came here and got engaged. My fiance is here. And so I have a deep connection to this country, both historical in many different ways. On one, I've had known about the Hill family from breaking down Georgia and settling in Georgia. You know, I'm still researching that. I'm also fascinated by the indigenous culture in Liberia, the different tribes. So I'm both, right? I'm an enthusiast of traditional African culture, and I'm also an enthusiast of the culture of this America, South, and how they were able to transport in the Caribbean, and how they were able to transform those cultures on African shores. I think that's one of the most, and build a republic, one of the most remarkable stories in human history. How a country, against all the odds, was able to build a republic, and it's still standing today. And so my job is, over the last 10 years, I have several organizations. One is called the Association of African Americans for Liberia. Which on a hunch 10 years ago, I did a lot of research. I read a lot of books on Liberia. I've been studying Liberia for 25 years, right? And then over the last, I would say 10 years, I started getting a new perspective on the country. People started telling me, you know, all the horrible things about Liberia was not all true. A lot of it's exaggerated. Then I learned over the years that there was a concerted effort to discredit this country from day one. And I believe that my job is to basically say, if we can forgive America, we can basically give all these other countries the benefit of the doubt. Japan, Germany, all these countries up there. Why is it that we're going to let the first Black Republic die because of misunderstandings or whatever you think it happens? So my life work is to make sure, before anything else, right, we get this narrative, get this story of Liberia right, and tell the truth. No matter who it hurts, no matter who it benefits and everything, tell the entire truth. And I'm open to all discussions on this topic. I've learned a lot since I've been here. And so it's still a learning process. But the bottom line is, I want to get this story right. And once we get this story right, I do believe it'll benefit Liberia, it'll benefit Black America, it'll benefit Africa. Because if we don't get this story right, then what this says is, what tells the world is that we as a race are not capable of building up on our own. This is the only republic on the continent built by Black people. So if they discredit Liberia, then that means for the next 1,000 years, we're always going to be second guessing our abilities. If we get this right, then that's going to give us confidence no matter where we are. Hey, we have a republic that's still standing there that was founded by Black people from America. And so, well, why do you say, well, this is Kala? Why do you emphasize race? Because everything's about race. The psychological damage of Black people in America, Liberia, South Africa, wherever like that, is damaged by race. We're still under a psychological trauma of slavery, colonials, everything. So we have to always constantly be proving to ourselves we're just as good. Not just say it, but prove it. Prove it by what? What we call Black excellence. Being good, being the best at what we do.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back with Mr. Makala.
As a child, I grew up eating a lot.
Hey,
When he said love to me, oh, make love to me, pretty mama, make love to me, so we can make grow for a day. And I said, Atayami love, oh, Atayami love, Atayami love, and we can make grow for a day. Hey, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kara. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Mr. Kara, how is like visiting Liberia for the very first time as an African American with no roots in Liberia? And why Liberia?
Let me tell you something. When I got here, right, at first, the first day I said, in this land I'm a king, right? But after a week, I realized, right, in this land I'm a human being, I'm a person. Because besides the fact that it's an icing on the cake, I'm around black people, people look like me, you know? But the first time in my life, I don't have to apologize for who I am. I don't have to walk around thinking, walking on eggshells, and constantly be proving myself, okay, I got to do this. People just accept me just who I am. Nobody actually told me I don't belong. Everyone's treating me like I'm a family, you know? They always say, welcome home. They don't say, welcome to my home. They say, welcome home. You know, oh yeah, you're home now, you know? It made me feel welcome. It made me feel home, you know? That's all I ever asked. It didn't dawn on me. I said, look, Liberia is unique. It's my first African country, but I can tell you this, right? Liberians seem like they're acclimated to people coming from America, you know, black people, you know? It's been 200 years, people coming from America. So I'm just one person coming from America, you know, coming from America, and I just fit right in. That sense of belonging I've always wanted my whole life, I got when I got here, you know? And I got two days left here, and I'm gonna miss this place until I come back, you know? Yeah, I'm really gonna miss this place, you know. I don't know what to do, you know. I'm just, you know, this sense of belonging and peace that I had when I got here, you know. The people are friendly, the people are honorable. Liberians are hardworking people. They're clean, they're decent, you know, and even in traffic, you know, they'll curse each other out, and then next minute, hi, how you doing, you know. In America, that would be a shootout. Somebody get killed, you know? Here, people are peaceful. People are law-abiding, you know? And children are respectful, you know? Children are respectful adults, you know? It's just a wonderful place, you know? Men respect women here, you know? Women respect men. You know, all the things that I think that's wrong in the world is right here in Liberia, you know? And I'm telling you, I tell people all the time, this has been a great place. I would say, I did a show the other night on my friend's channel. I said, Africa made easy, you know? I said, Liberia should be the first place you go to in Africa because let me be honest with you, right? When I first got here, I felt, oh wow, I felt like I was in an American city, you know? I felt like I was in a rural, I felt like I was in, except for some infrastructure issues, I get that, you know? My road is very modern, you know? And when you're driving on Tubman Boulevard, it's like you're driving on a major city in America, you know? And I was like driving, I'm seeing the shops like that. And I'm saying, so that loosened me up. Then a week later, I went to Douala, right? At Waterside. I said, okay, now I'm in Africa. Now I'm in Africa. But get this, when we drove out of Douala, right? We drove out of Douala, right? Up to the upriver, St. Paul, right? With the Broadville. I felt like I was in Savannah, Georgia again, you know? So it's like I went from New York City to Africa, Douala, and to North Carolina and Georgia. You know, when I went to Caldwell and everything, I felt like I was in the rural parts of North Carolina. So I got everything, you know. I said, I'm at home, but I'm in Africa, you know. So the whole experience here was like, wow. It's like being in America, having Africa in your backyard, you know. And I'm like, I tell anybody, I said, this is a wonderful, beautiful place for Black people in America. And
I tell people all the time, I said, I haven't been to Ghana, I haven't been to these other countries and everything, but everybody tells me what I described. Because everybody will tell me, okay, you know, everything's easy here. People tell me, you want to buy land, you want to buy property here, like that. I'm like, I hear people that live in Africa for 20 years, African Americans, and can't own anything, can't do anything. And people already asked me when I got here, when you know, are you going to try to apply for citizenship? Like that. I'm like, okay, slow down. I want to, you know. But one at a time, you know, let me. But the whole thing is, it's there, you know, and no one's telling you no. They're like, oh, when are you coming back, you know? You know, they're like, are you coming back? They said, when are you coming back? They see how happy I am here, you know, and how fun I'm having, and how I'm used to it's very, very Africa easy, you know, Liberia, you know, and like I said, I realize the history of the country. I appreciate all sides. And let me tell you something. Although I love Liberia, as everybody know, I was a little apprehensive based on the comments I was hearing from Liberians on the internet, you know, which I think is a problem. You know, I get here and the people are the most loving people in the world. You know, most loving people in the world. I'm just like, wow, there's nothing like, I said, wow, you guys are nothing like those people, Liberians that live in America on Facebook. No offense to all Liberians in America, I got a lot of Liberians in America. But you know, I think the people on the ground are ready for healing. They're ready for something better. And I say, and I tell you, I said on first week here, these people will be just fine. I see them hard work, you know. I see young men in their 20s and 30s running businesses and everything, acting like adults and everything. I said, these Liberians are very good. They're holding this country together, you know, despite being neglected by the United States, despite being neglected by all these countries that claim to be Liberia's friend, despite being neglected by the rest of Africa when Liberia is still standing, you know, and it's not going anywhere. You know, and my goal is to tell African Americans, if we want to help Africa, let's start here. Let's start with our ancestors laid their life down to help establish the republic. This is the country that we launched the other parts of Africa from, you know? And so, like I said, you know, people try to count Liberia out as a failed state. I don't see it failing. I see everything working. It may not work all the time, you know, we have problems, but it's still standing here. At least the people are here working on the ground. They're doing stuff. They're not sitting in America or the UK complaining. They're here. You know, and I got utmost love and respect for the Liberian people here. All of them. I love them with all my heart. I love every last single tribe, every last single group. You know, you're amazing people. You know, what they showed for me for the last 2 weeks when I'm here is something I'm never going to forget.
Yes, brother. Beautiful interview. I remember first seeing it. I thought, you both of you were couples. You know, you have the blue outfit on and everything.
Yeah,
Funny how you're not coupled and everything. You know, I'm gonna need you to introduce me to her because she may be my future wife.
Fine, yo, you should see her whole crew. You know, they do beauty and fashion. That's Wayne's niece. You know, that's Wayne's niece.
That's what's up. So I got to connect. That's what's up, man.
Do
all the women in Liberia look like that for real?
Yeah, man. Yo, that's what I'm seeing. I see girls wear capris.
I need to be careful, man. I don't want another country to get myself in trouble.
Girls look so freaking. I was like, yo, my God, and they're so sweet, nice. Say hello to you and not soft spoken and whatnot. I'm like, yo, whoa. All the girls over there look like that's what they look like. Dang, man. I'm like, whoa.
Brother,
you know?
we have some positive stuff, and then here we go with Snowball, this idiot with his fake Marcus Garvey thumbnail. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna address this real quick. We get to something positive. I don't know where this came from, but
it says American so-called. There's never such people called American Liberians.
Educate them.
That's a made-up name by outsiders to describe a group of people that never exist. Liberians were Liberians.
Right.
Once Liberians married with each other and everything like that there was no group called American Liberians. That's a myth. They didn't enslave the natives. That's a lie, you know.
So I want to know where this person Snowball. I mean, why would you call yourself Snowball?
They sit on all that casting aspersions, you know, and they hang out Pan-African. And then when you got so-called Pan-African, yeah, man, what we did in Liberia, you didn't do shit. You didn't have the power to enslave nobody, you know? It's about what we did in Liberia. You didn't do shit. The people in Liberia and the people in turn worked together for the most part and built the country. You go to Liberia, John Gibbons on. That's another resort that's there. We might stop by there. That's another resort. It's like a miniature Ducor, the way the stone is and everything. He's a bossa, a tycoon businessman in Liberia. Everybody goes to John Gibbons' resort. He has canoeing, paddle boarding. He has jet skiing and all stuff like this. And stuff like that. There's no difference between America or whatever like that. First of all, the term America didn't exist in Liberia, right? People didn't call themselves Americans. They basically didn't have any real connection to America when they were here. People in Liberia would sometimes refer to themselves as Virginians, Louisianans, or Crescents, or if you're from New York, you say, I'm from White Plains, whatever like that. They never referred to themselves by America. Liberia had 3 different parts. There was a Mississippi Liberia territory, and it was Maryland. Maryland was its own republic. These were Marylanders. A lot of Liberians call themselves Marylanders, and even Native people call themselves Marylanders because Maryland built the black people from Maryland built their own republic. They merged with Liberia later on, So people referred to themselves by their, just like in America at the time. People call themselves Texans, Virginians, and stuff like that, Nobody didn't start calling themselves Americans until the 20th century. So how would they call themselves Americans in the 19th century? People don't even have a thing. People basically call themselves Liberians, and also Liberians call themselves by their religion. Some were Presbyterians, some people were Baptists, some people were Methodists, some were Episcopalians or whatever like that. They called themselves by their church denomination. Nobody called themselves, we're Americo-Liberians and all kinds of stupid stuff. That didn't exist. Liberia was a black Pan-African state, If you were black, you could be part of the republic. You had people coming from the Congo who recaptured Africans who got educated, and they began building their own homes and going to school, sending their kids to school, and the children played together, and stuff like that. And some of the indigenous people started sending their kids to school, and they all became a part of this thing called Liberia, But the West tried to create this division, Americans versus indigenous. Who was indigenous? Was King Massaquoi? One of the most powerful, the Massaquoi family is one of the richest, most powerful families in Liberia. They're from the Vai tribe. Are they Americans? They basically ran the country, The Fambala is a powerful family. You go to the interior of the country. My sister Cal Fabula and Great African, they were from Nimba. They ran Nimba. They said they had their own thing. They built their own towns, everything up there, ran their own industries, everything, So with this idea that they were oppressed, the indigenous people, the only people in Africa, Liberians, the only people that control over their land. There was no European settlers. There was none of that stuff like that. The indigenous people still are. Now they're getting rich because they realize that now instead of having like tribal land, they basically taking their land, registering it with the government, right? And they're getting collateral and loans against their land and building mortgages and stuff like that. So Liberia is an excellent place to get into real estate and farming, whatever you want to do. I got my guy Mike Aikens is going over there. I don't know what Ross told him when I'm going there in July. I've been talking about Liberia for years, man. One call with Ross and whatnot, and he's on his way over there. He's one of my BAL top guys. He's going to Liberia to do farming and stuff like that. He does fiber optics. He has a trucking business and everything like that. So you got people taking the opportunity, And Liberia is a wonderful country to get started in Africa. You can start with Liberia, and then you can branch off to other countries. That's what I always say. It's a friendly country. You don't have all that stuff like that people complain about other countries. They call us a Brunies and all stuff like that. They're very acclimated to African-American culture, and Jamaican and Caribbean culture, because a lot of them are over there. There's a lot of Jamaicans there. There's a lot of people from the Caribbean there and stuff like that. So you'll feel at home, People try to cast aspersions. Oh, man, American Liberians, blah, 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 man. Stop with that nonsense,
Yeah, that's what we're here to do, man. Educate people, because this foolishness has been floating around the internet too long. And that's why, you know, I have all these wonderful sisters and people from Liberia. You know, I connect with them to share their real story. So I'm telling people, I was like, are you going to tell a born Liberian, you know, that they were all of this? It's like, you know, how are you going to, you know, tell the people about their own culture and history?
Yeah. And the people that the Liberians that participate in the war and all stuff like that, they're the ones that sit in America being negative, you know? And those are the ones that ain't coming back to Liberia building anything, you know? So we're going to, like I said, the year return was a rebuke to them. Liberians were celebrating the 200-year anniversary of the first settlers that came to Liberia. It was a big thing, you know? That's what started Liberia, those Africans, Americans that came there, you know? And because of them, Liberia is a free country right now. And had they not came, Liberia would have been gobbled up by France and Portugal and Britain and everything. They wouldn't have an identity. Now, all these countries around Liberia, you know, when you go to Liberia, you're going to see a lot of Africans from other countries. Why you come like, we just love this place, you know? You know? You got all these people that speaking French on the street. Where they from? They're from Guinea and these other countries, you know? Because they love Liberia so much. We built something there, you know? The land of liberty. The love of liberty.
Yes, love of liberty brought us here. So that is beautiful, brother. That is beautiful. Great, you know, great interview, great presentation, and you know, we're gonna keep on pushing this narrative and energy. And you know, family, we're gonna do this thing strong. So appreciate those who are open to supporting our energy and things. And for those who are not looking to support our energy and stuff, I would literally start looking at you as a hater, because this is something that we have to get behind, and we have to represent our connection. Because one of the main things is we have to find some wonderful countries in Africa that we can connect to. And based on our struggles in Ghana, the ideal place would always be Liberia. We just got to put some more, you know, work into it. So we're gonna set this thing off, and we're gonna be doing it strong. You know, we've been doing this long preparation of interviews and talking about Liberia, because we're trying to push it in your head that you know. So family, you know, we're about 13 months from that magical journey, and our good brother Kala is about to actually head to Liberia, whether it's this month or next month. So
yeah, as soon as I get all my stuff arranged, I make an arrangement now. As soon as I get a okay on where I'm staying at, stuff like that, I'm gone. You know, I'll get my plane ticket and I'm gone, you know. That's I got a couple things I got to tidy up before I leave, you know. So it'll be a couple weeks, you know. I'll be on the plane, flying over to Liberia, see my baby, you know, see my people on the ground and whatnot, you know. We're gonna do this, you know.
It definitely great, brother Kala. And what I can do is close out with us and play some wonderful music from our website, Africa for the Africans.org. And that's the same website if you want to connect with us on the Liberia journey, or you want to know more about anything that we're doing. That's what we have. We have things set up and organized because we're business professionals, and we're about Pan-Africanism and nationhood. Now, we're not some of these people who talk all this stuff. They don't have websites. They don't have business. They don't have any connections, any history behind themselves or what they're doing. So, like I said, family, hopefully nobody take these things personal. And I'm sure we're going to have a whole bunch of people mad at us. I'm sure people are going to be texting me, "Well, you talk about my Ghana baby." And I'm going to tell you, you know, don't. I was like, you know what, since you text me, I'm going to call you and we can talk. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know what's not clear. You know what I mean? We're busting down all of the idols. You know what I'm saying? Because this movement is no longer can be taken as a joke. We're no longer letting these clowns, comedians, black devils, race traders take over our movements. Like last time we did that show, deadly clowns are taking over. You know what I'm saying? So family, that is real.
Yeah, we had a guy, a full blown gay guy. Let me see. I got his name. Basically, was waving an RBG flag for years, you know. And basically, he's the one that got arrested because they found a guy dead in his house, whatever like that. This is what happens. People wave the RBG flag, and they got ulterior motives. They're promoting the LGBTQ. They're promoting whatever feminism. They're promoting all this nonsense and everything. Nothing about nation building and everything. Nation building starts with building a black family, and the black man committed to the black woman. You know, whether it's an African woman or it's an African American, whoever like that. If it's a black woman, you know, that's what this is all about. You know,
absolutely. We only look at relationship as man and woman, and family as man, woman, and child or children. That's it. There's no other combination. Anything else you're saying, you're off, and it's not. It's not what our ancestors about, and it's not what nation building is about. So take that foolishness somewhere else and keep away from us, because we're gonna.
And they're trying their best to infiltrate our organizations with their nonsense and everything. They're not serious, and all they want to do is basically infiltrate our organization and cause confusion and all this kind of nonsense because they want acceptance and validation. You want acceptance and validation? Go someplace else. This is not the movement for that. We're about black family, black womanhood, black manhood, and all stuff like this. And building in Africa is giving us that what we need. Building in Africa, having a piece of Africa, and being part of Africa while we're here in America before we can make that transition. And we'll help you with that permanent transition when you're ready. And don't do it before you're ready. And you have a community and networks and on the ground where you can enjoy your life and live your life without having to worry about financial ruin and stuff like that. That's what we have to build for the future, and we want people to start stepping on the game. All the Pan-Africanists that get mad with us, I want you to start talking about investment clubs. I want you to start talking about how we're going to do this together, how we're going to link together, how we're going to build and stuff like that, and just try to one-up us. Hey, look, if you guys come and do what Bomani and I are doing and stuff like that, hey, right ahead. At least we'll be on the same track, If somebody want to run with somebody else, that's fine. But if you're about building, about nation building and stuff like that, and making these connections, hey, we're all for you. But if you're about foolishness and talking and all this kind of gossip and all that stuff like that, has no place in this movement. It has no places with gossip and drama and all that stuff like that. We got too much of that, We got too much of that. I can go to channels and I look at these black gossip channels and whatnot. I sit back and laugh. That's funny, this and the other thing. I'm not going to take you seriously. There's no stuff like that, But this movement right here, or at least 2 out of your shows out of a week, ought to be serious about serious nation building. We're going to talk
absolutely serious nation building. Not talking about Tariq Nasheed and putting videos with his name in it. That's not Pan-Africanism.
I do give Dynas one thing, right? He'll have this one show where he's talking serious about that, right? But the thing when he does those shows, he has nobody watching, nobody listening. Nobody listening. But if you talk about hip hop or you talk about Deion Sanders, man, there's 500 people in the chat. Yeah, So
brother, all of our shows about Pan-Africanism, and we literally always have an audience.
Yeah.
So you have to really decide if you're gonna be about the business, the life, or you're gonna be cloud chasing. And whoever want to do that, do your thing. No knock for me here, but don't call yourself Pan-Africanist, and don't say that you're part of the movement that I'm a part of, because you're not. You know what I'm saying? This movement for me is real life. You know what I'm saying? Me and my good brother right here, we gave up a lot to be a part of this movement.
I gave up a whole lot.
You know what I mean? So
I
you're looking at the realest people out here that's pushing this movement. You know what I'm saying?
I gave up
we
business.
See us doing a bunch of foolishness and things like that.
I gave up business connections. I gave up friends. I gave up a party scene. I gave up all that stuff like that to dedicate my life to this. And I'm dead serious about this. This is what I live for. And I'm saying to myself, I said I was always wondering maybe somebody else will come along and do this, but then God told me, he said, this is what I put you on this earth for. You have to connect with Africa. You have to build and stuff like this. This is what my calling in life is. And so I gave up a lot for this movement. I gave my life to this.
Absolutely.
Bomani's really given it because he's done so much over the years, to do this. And I'm not going to let anybody diminish what Bomani has done and the work he's done and everything, because he's like the modern version of Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey's looking down on us proud of what Bomani has accomplished, And like I said, we're going to bring that same energy to Liberia and one day Angola. All these countries and whatnot. We're going to go big, And the bottom line is one day we're going to be the ones that are giving out the contracts and this thing is going to be on thing. But, it's not going to happen if people think this is a circus,
Family. That's why we are the vanguards of this operation and things. We're here literally holding the line.
Yep. So anyway, brother, it's late, man. It's 5 o'clock, man. I got to get up in the morning and everything like that. Super Bowl tomorrow. Then I got to get up Monday morning. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but,
You got your Super Bowl party ready. So who you rooting for?
Well, I'm like this. It doesn't matter what I root for. I think the Eagles are gonna get crushed.
Oh wow, the opposite brother.
A
strong brother from Philly is gonna. My homes better be careful before one of our Philly defense will be just work him over, do like they did to Brock Purdy when they slapped his arm and his arm went back like this.
It's gonna be.
I like Mahomes, but he has to be careful of that. But yes,
one of the best.
The Black City with the Black team.
It's gonna be some game, man. That's gonna be some game.
Yeah, I got my party here ready to set up like we usually do. So
it's gonna be some game.
We're a little bit off tomorrow. You can't really.
All right, brother Bomani, but peace and Black Power.
I'm sorry, brother. You take care. And what we're gonna do, family, we're gonna play some wonderful sounds from the website AfricaForTheAfricans.org. Enjoy the music and enjoy the photos and enjoy the history of all of our tours.
Hi, this is.
Black is beauty, Unubola is one in a million. Have it from birth, a natural suntan. Smooth like a grape, not true, you use your lotion. Take care of your complexion. What am I do? What am I try? Where the whole of them a plan? Don't get you wrong, because we love black woman and we don't stop cry. We all black woman, respect all the girl them with their complexion. We don't stop cry. We all black woman, nothing's about for who no complexion. Someone, how where you get it? How where you buy it from? Choose some light skin, them want to buy it done. Woman, about to worry, who no intention. We don't know black or brown, who no put your right hand. For one spread it across the nation. Say no have the bucket tip of Buju Bantan, cause we no stop cry. We all black woman, nothing's about for who no complex. Buju no stop cry. We all black woman, one heap of things about for who no complexion. I am black, I am proud. Fan of Buju Bantan and shout it out loud. Black will always stand out in a crowd. You like the silver lining behind the dark cloud. When me sing, we no stop cry. We all black woman, nothing's about for who no complex. Buju no stop cry. We all black woman, one heap of things about for who no complexion. Black is beauty, Unubola is one in a million. Have it from birth, a natural suntan. Smooth like a grape, not true, you use a lotion. Take care of your complexion. What am I do? What am I try? Where the whole of them a plan? Don't get you wrong, me respect black woman, now we no stop cry. We all black woman, nothing's about for who no complex. But you no stop cry. We all black woman, nothing's about for who no complexion. Someone I wanna buy, I wanna get it from. To some of them light skin, them want to buy it down. But woman no bother worry, who no intention we down. Black or brown, who no put you right and I wanna walk and spread it across the nation. So no have the bucket in, have Buju Bantan, cause we no stop cry. We all black woman, nothing's about for who no complex. But you no stop cry. We all black woman, what heap of things about for who no complexion. I am black and I'm proud. Just follow Buju Bantan and shout it out loud. Black will always stand out in a crowd. Run like the silver lining behind the dark cloud. So we no stop cry. We all black woman, respect all the girl them with dark complexion. We no stop cry. We all black woman, one heap of things about for who no complexion. Whether you black or brown, we all are one. Let's join together, people hand in hand. Follow the suit when you Buju Bantan. I am slim and not dark complexion. Don't visit the girl them when they're pretty and strong. Whether them a brown and I'm black woman, I want to worry right. Coulda full of jump on. Big up on the chest. You hear me now? Cause we not stop crying.
Yeah. I ain't someone to be kidding more. We're gonna come came up on us to the above flesh. They are some black fell with mercy. King Selassie, I live at every time. When me sing, say, watch how you flex and watch how you program. Cause enough facts kicking in the way. Me tell them, watch how you flex and watch how you program. Listen to what the prophet have to say. I sing, say, one keep the faith and not stop from pray. Pray to God that will make you a better day. Don't support corruption and not promote no care. David shall remain and Saul shall get slain. Listen to the ray, neither delay. Praise Selassie, I say each and every day. He did hear the name and them have to run away. Now the better corruption as the man Angolese. So watch how you flex and watch how you program. Cause them no fans thinking in the way. Me tell them, watch how you flex and watch how you program. Listen to what the prophet have to say. Me say no look your head back here. Listen, must always look out. Wicked man them in the east, west and north and south. They would do anything just to try to get you. Like on you, out of your yard and burn your out of your house. Be careful who you just can't afford them as a love. Guy in front of you say no one be a sweet more. But them will stabbing at your back just to try X you out. The righteous man go walk up on the wicked man road. So watch how you flex and watch how you program. Cause enough fans thinking in the way. Me tell you. Yeah.
You know, baby, I love you very, very much. And I just want you to know that there's nothing to think about. No, yeah. Nothing can divide us. Nothing separate us. Nothing can divide us. No one
Banton, freedom. I know say judgment for Babylon King. Brutality, violence, injustice, racism, all of that. It's all those guys. And yo, NRE, free. That's the way to be. Free like the fishes and the bee. Hey, birds in the tree. Check it out now.
Ain't no pressure,
no
can
pressure.
make me cry.
No
I rise up and touch the sky.
Sky's
I
no
have
limit.
the almighty power within. I have no problem with him.
No problem,
Sing,
no problem.
I'm free.
Man, we free like the birds and fishes.
I'm free.
Reaching out to all my goals and riches.
I've been gone a while away from you, and I hope you understand that I've got to do what I must do to be a better man. Cause if I was just to act a fool, do nothing with myself, then all my blessings would be cursed, my world would crumble in. It's a joy when I sit down and think of the good times that we have, and what we do to make it through when the good turns to the bad. Well, I hope you'll find it in your heart and know these words are true. And please don't fuss, because I must go do what I must do. Hey baby, don't you worry, even though the road is rocky, I'll be coming home to you again. Cause if you thought that I was lost, I had to bear my cross. Now I'm free from all these chains.
Lady love, this woman, she's like a blessing from above. Got to let them know that.
Talking about you, might as well I tell you about the thoughts that I've been hiding. A list so long I hardly know where to start.
Lady love,
don't be offended if I tell you you're a hell of a kind of woman, and you do something special to my heart. I see you as a queen and a lady. No ifs, no buts, no maybe. The only thing sweeter than Miami Cone. Alright, keep your price the same, queen and lady. Keep the standard steady. The only thing sweeter than Miami Cone.
watch out. This man out on the everyday, this same woman reminiscing old man she been missing. Committing the ultimate sin. When a human entrustment, safekeeping every single thing. When me think I left the boy, find us thing there within. Seeking around privately meeting. Must you tell yourself that don't be sleeping. So me help you so much, I mean, I want you nothing. I'm going to put you on a man with sweet discipline.
And now let me tell you what joy it is to have you. And now two people in the world could be the same. You provide me with inspiration. I know I'm in the right direction. You're always there, come the sun, come the rain. See you as a queen and a lady. No ifs, no buts, no lady. The only thing sweeter than Miami Cone.
Bled my castle jar with them that strive with me. Fight against them that fight against I. Take hold thy shield and buckle and stand up for NIL. Holy man will I slash I Rastafari.
Not a mercy, sure. I am answer the poor now achieve because my heart is like that bleed. Indeed. So take it from Rodney Price and the elder. Rasta Junior.
By the rivers of Babylon, where we sat down,
we sat and we await the king, you know.
And there we waited
from Zion.
When we remember Zion, For the wicked carry us away in captivity.
They take us, but just
require
not
from
break
us
us
a
with
song.
us. Emperor Selassie.
How can we sing King Alpha song in a strange land?
Before them see God, them see the devil. That's why them lie so miserable. But me sing again, it's Jah, I'm not the devil. He made this world be comfortable. And they praise Vatican 24/7. Try know the man will build the earth and the heaven. He ma make the sun shine 7 to 7 nights. Earthquake and storm where your danger blows something. Lightning and thunder, God make you frightened. Volcano and lava, but no more to nothing. Man, all the fight is rather to gain title. And war did start with Cain and Abel. When Cain took a knife right in him rather than Abel. Now is the time to live as your disciple.
By the rivers of Babylon, where we sat down, and everywhere.
Yes, Malaya.
When we remember Zion,
Babylon system.
for the wicked carry us away in captivity. Require from us a song. How can we sing King Alpha song in a strange land?
And this part is to you.
The lips of the righteous teaches many, but fools die for want of wisdom. The rich man's wealth is in the city. Fixation of the soul is vanity. Destruction of a whole is their poverty. The poor man's wealth is in a holy, holy place. Why do you fight each other? Why do you kill your brother? Then your reward will be the same tree. Your reward will be the cemetery. We got to build a better nation. Clean up clean up Jah creation. Or there will be no beautiful you and me. Hang on, operate up shine. We ring a storm. But whenever there is a storm, I know there's got to be a calm. Lord, Lord, hang on, our rain come shine. We'll soon see dawn. Cause although it's windy, not warm, Jah will guide us through the storm. Hang on, John down already. Hang on, got to hang on steady. Hang on, and we'll surely see the dawn. Jah love will keep us warm. I have a vision about Marcus Messiah Yahweh. I have a vision about Marcus Messiah Yahweh. He was a youth like any other youth. He was a speaker, he speak universally. Of your mighty race, you can accomplish what you will. Hope you mighty race. Hope you mighty race. You can accomplish what you will. You can accomplish what you will. I have a vision about Marcus Messiah Yahweh. Marcus can words come to pass. Marcus can words come to pass. Can't get no food to eat. Can't get no money to spend. Oh, can't get no food to eat. Can't get no money to spend. Come, little one, oh, let me do what I can for you. And you, hello. Come, Oh, but again, for you alone. Oh, know the right time to ignite shall be stand with many strides. Weeping and wailing and mourning, you got yourself to rest. I tell you, to right. I beg you, oh, tell you to do right. Beg you to do right. Oh. Where is Baba Wire? He's nowhere around. He can't be found. First betrayer who gave away Baba's job. So I'm saying, first practice. Catch them jackie. Oh, hold them, Marcus, hold them. Prophecy fulfill. Oh, catch them, Jackie, catch them. Hold them, Marcus, hold them. Oh, Marcus, Gavin, Marcus.